the lolly man himself is here.
And that is the first thing that is being said in the recording. All right.
Fastest kick of my life.
Well, thank you, Tristan.
Okay. Anyone want to recap what happened last time?
Into half our
You
unit.
set up an ambush, and then someone got set ulted into the middle of the ambush and killed everyone, and then the survivors joined our team.
Out of fear that they also might die. I think.
And the realization that they were on a suicide mission.
Our wayward band grows ever larger.
Now the odds are about equal, except they have the elite hunter squad.
For now.
And we have fire lads.
Well, they still have more grunts than us, but
Grunts are meaningless.
Sorry.
I don't know. When I'll put fire on you, you're probably gonna die. Especially with the big rifles.
Elite hunters, yes. Grunts, no. Those things barely scratch my armor.
They have long-range rifles. They
The
will
wall
always-
No,
watchmen.
they don't.
The wall
They have
watchmen.
short range. The
No,
wall watchmen have
the
long range.
ones on the walls. They all fire at you, you're probably dead. Yeah.
It's assuming they can all hit the same target at the same time.
It's an average damage of about 170 per shot, 180.
And how many do they have?
16.
Balance.
Well, 14 now.
14,
Yep.
I could take
Yep.
it. I could take
too.
it, barely.
This is perfect armor pen.
That's kind of bullshit.
Why is that? It's got more armor pen than you have,
What's its armor pen?
about 150.
Oh, yeah, I guess that worked. No, I can't tank it. I can't take all of them. I can take 10 of them.
You get 1700 effective HP.
With the tank all of them?
It is not. Let's go at 1250.
I have my armor help.
Okay, well, let's move beyond that discussion. You guys already summed up more or less what happened last time. So, objectives for this time. You guys remember what was the plan here?
Clear out the atrium and get access to the underground lab.
Attempt to stop the baddies from spawning.
Okay.
But there are 2 eggs.
There are 2 eggs?
What?
Yes, he said there was one in the northeast garrison as well, or north.
No, they
northwest.
burned that.
No, they didn't.
They collapsed it.
They
They
collapsed
collapsed
it,
Northwest.
and it was the northwest one, yes.
So the other egg one is still there, and
Well, basically,
The
they'll
only
be able
way-
to...
we don't really know what we're gonna find in here once we.
They presume that the origin is in the atrium, which is why they're directly targeting that.
burn out the atrium, kill everything else.
Mm-hmm. That is what they believe the plan to be.
Either way, there's 2 eggs we're gonna have to kill.
I think there's a lot more than 2.
2 nests. I would think.
Well, they all seem to connect to the same place, which is the atrium.
So if we burn that out, we could probably work our way up to it from the other side.
Or just seal the door and starve in there and die.
Well, Felicia Ray says there's presumably another exit in the Red Forest somewhere, so that might not necessarily do it, but rather push them out from a single origin.
But if
That
we
is,
clear the atrium and then clear up into the other garrison and then seal that garrison, then that leaves only one entrance for them.
Okay. So, most of the combat units that you have acquired aren't exactly suited for this underground portion. The only thing that you do have are some flame units whose equipment is pretty much entirely destroyed at this point. with the exception of a couple of very protected things, including thermite and other stuff like that. So you still have the actual blast experts and specialists, and they can still do their job, but they won't be able to make their way down there anymore. At least not leading. Now they don't have any source of actual flames.
I
I
flick
guess
my
that's
fingers
where our
and
newfound comrades come in.
and that's why I have my flame. Also, we need to see, Felicia Ray, you said you were being attacked, or James Ferrari was killing women in the Noble District.
That's right.
Did anyone confirm this? Like, any sightings?
Well, I can't exactly confirm them myself. It seems that isn't really the biggest concern.
It just seems strange, because that's not really what he was known for.
I'm inclined to agree with you. Maybe he's targeting specific ones.
Do you know any of the victims?
Well, the last remaining families that still supported the prince are actually... well, yeah, women, actually. They're the only ones left. He could be thinning them out.
Just doesn't seem right to me. But if
Well.
we find him, just capture him live. Please figure out what the hell he's doing.
Sure. And you see the rest of the workers or the rest of the guys that you still have there, and some of the soldiers that you also have are seemingly trying to put up little bits in front of the door and trying to block them as they're clearing out the rest of the garrison itself.
I walk among the units and asking them how they're doing, how they're holding up, and whatnot. Try to get a impersonation of how things are going.
About what in particular? About like just what's happening right now, or?
What's happening right now, what's fighting, and all that stuff.
They don't seem to really care who they're working for at this point. They seem to be just intent on following their actual like chiefs and smaller leaders that have kept them alive most of this time. Although they seem to be very, very intent on making sure that everything is blocked up.
Good time to talk to them then.
Emily, I've got some questions for you. You seem to be a lot less tight-lipped than everybody else here.
Depends on who I'm talking to.
I'm sure you know me. They went to send you out here without telling you who I am.
I could care less who you are. You're stuck in here with the rest of us.
And that's what I have questions about. Why is Kalaya here? What was your guys' original mission?
It's not for me to say.
Could very well change on how this all plays out for everybody involved.
Listen, I don't give a shit who you are, but Kalaya is the one person that I would follow. You're not. Stay out of my face and don't ask too much. If you need to know, you'll know. Otherwise, it's not your business. And don't think that I'm less tight-lipped than the others. You see, she
So
kind of
she's
gives him a
tight-lipped, but she
glare
speaks her
and
mind.
she gives her a glare before walking away.
I like that one.
Alright, so we need to come up with a strategy of how to take over the Atrium. Since the flame bringers can't really take the point, it's up to us. These things are actually vulnerable to flames, and probably Mikasa and my man's name. How do you say your name? Eris?
Arius.
Arius. Take point.
I don't think it's good if Arius is right in the front.
I
Close to
am
the front.
not a bruiser or a tank by any means. I am a caster.
He would be happy to, Mikasa says. She wraps her arm around his shoulder. And I'll be happy to go first.
I mean, I'm not surprised she's taking first.
And
But
she sees you, stares right at Arius. You're not scared of monsters now, are you?
Kind of
Not
is.
of monsters.
He does seem a little bit scared of him.
You're not scared of monsters now, are you? She says again, staring at him with a very big smile.
Not scared of the monsters, Mikasa.
He's fine. He's not scared of the monsters. Well, monsters aren't going to wait all day, she says. She starts moving quickly
How are you guys
moving
doing on
down
mana?
towards the door.
Not so hot.
Might make
I've
some sense to
expended
rest up
more
for a
than
few
half
days.
of it. That's not going to help inside this barrier.
Not until we deal with the source of the problem, at least.
I can make mana potions, but I need magic material in order to do that. But right now we're just pressed for time.
Not essentially. Unless they send the Elite Hunter squad out to kill us all.
The Elite Hunger Squad is not the one that's pressing us for time. It's those ones that were down in the Atrium. They sent the squad out to take care of it now. There must be a reason for that. Field Commander Cardinal Deva, you said you were here to clear out the Atrium. Is there time of importance?
It's mostly so that we can't keep losing so many people in the patrols. It's been a problem to everyone. But we've just now really accumulated enough resources to go take it down. Took a lot of lives and a lot of time to learn their weaknesses. But no,
Well,
we're not exactly pressed for time.
okay. Then we probably could repair, stock up on some mana potions in the meantime if we want to. But then we have to deal with possibility of the elite squad or Connell sending out more troops. If it's likely, I do not know. I also probably lean more to the not likely side.
If he sends anybody else out that's not the Elite Hunter squad, then he's just weakening himself again.
Though if they do send out the elite hunter squad in this area, I like to take the advantage of that.
Well, if he does, it'll be very quietly.
Tressa, how's you and your ghost holding up?
You see she's kind of sitting with them, just kind of chewing on a few things. But she basically just gives you the thumbs up.
Did I see anything like something out of the ordinary? Is she shaking? Anything?
She seems to just be very focused on being with the others at the moment. Doesn't seem to give you too much.
Unfortunately, Evan's men took Ferox took the brunt of the attack.
Well, could have gone better, but it also could have gone worse. I think the best thing to do now is maybe try to repair as much of the gear as possible of Cardinal's men, or the Blast Chief's men to be exact, to get them up and running so that way they can be of use down in the Atrium. Cedric, how long would it get your equipment back up?
He's kind of examining some of the ruined gear. I doubt we could get any of this stuff really back in working condition. We had the thermite and special protection, so that stuff was still good, but otherwise, I don't think we could get any of this working again.
Even with access to a full forge and workshop.
No, it's going to require some much more precise work than just what we can hammer out in a short time. and I'm not familiar with the way it works entirely. New stuff.
You think you can craft anything else up? Anything up that'll help us out down there then?
Well, with whatever scraps we have laying around, I can at least reconstruct some of the funnels that we needed to make sure that the atrium's destroyed properly without just collapsing the whole thing.
How long will that take you to make up?
Maybe a day's worth of work if all of us are here working. Not all of you,
3 days?
but at least me and my men working. A day.
So we got a couple smiths that can help you out. Need stuff built.
We can take care of it ourselves. You just need to clear out the atrium.
I guess in the meantime, I can make some potions to help with mana consumption for our friends.
Around the Cardinal, if you want to station two of your two walls gunners up on the garrison here, I'll leave Guard and Ferox with you to help protect you guys.
They're already up
Take
there
your
watching.
Excellent. We can take everybody else back to the base, and we can work on stuff there. Safety.
Well, we can hold it
Justin,
down here.
Take your ghosts and keep an
Oh.
eye out in this district.
Hang on. It's also still technically nighttime right now.
It is.
Come morning, anyways. We can spend the night here.
Alright. What's the plan?
I guess wait until morning.
Until morning, build up, repair some equipment, build up what we can, what we need to actually make a successful push, and then
I mean,
Go
you
forward, I
guys,
guess.
I mean, nothing says you can't do the push, but basically they're just going to need a day's total worth of time to, like, make the little thing so that they can destroy whatever's down there that isn't going to destroy the whole atrium when they do it. Concentrated blast and such.
Well, Felicia Ray wants to keep the atrium alive, so that get or atrium
She
standing.
wants to keep it intact. So it's,
Yeah. So
Yeah, so we need to do that anyway, because we need to also see what's down there.
we need to do the atrium in.
But having the atrium open allows us to maneuver through the city a little bit better.
Okay, so decide what you're going to do.
What do everyone else thinks? Instead of just me and Ian talking.
What do we know about the atrium? In terms of like the way it's laid out.
It's a hub that connects all the garrisons together, as well as the Noble District and a few other sections of the city. It's deep underground.
The actual
Deeper than
map
even
itself,
we went with the.
Beyond that,
in terms of,
like rooms, layouts, things like that.
well, the actual layout itself, the atrium is one large actual room that connects off with at least 5 tunnels. 5 tunnels is what is written down on the actual city layout. These 5 tunnels connect to each of the garrisons as well as the Noble District itself.
And
Now,
Carniel, I believe, said they
those-
collapsed the Noble District.
Those major tunnels could like branch off into different locations, but basically connect with the entire city.
That's what's known in documents. There could be actually more tunnels in the atrium.
According to Felicia Ray, there's likely some sort of laboratory down there.
Well, it'd be the last bastion of the city too, if the city was ever invaded.
And thus, it is not on the map, but would need to be found. Her hunch is it's in the atrium, and why Connell's men are coming down there to begin with.
Fireboys thing.
Trying to Cardinal, do you have a way of communicating with Kalaya once the atrium?
Not if they cut off the radios, which I'm sure they'll do here shortly.
I'll send a message to her right now before you do that.
It's not going to be a direct message to her. And the rest
And
of
are
you,
the men remaining loyal to Kalaya, or are they loyal to the prince?
rest of the KRC are, but any of the men that were trained here in the city by them are going to be loyal to the prince.
How many KRC are remaining? Or are you guys it?
Another squad about our group, or about our size, but they're much more tuned for combat than we are. We've got a couple of specialties, but
Is this led by the first field commander?
yes.
Would he be willing to help us?
If you can see that we're the winning side and that Kalaya gets to live because of it, maybe.
I turn to Talia. Then we probably should try to get a message to her. Because I have no interest in killing her.
Neither do I. That would doom the whole continent if we do. I'm sure you're familiar with Cambrian laws, Commander.
Of course. The difference is, we're isolated. It's not going to mean a whole lot if the prince decides to kill us anyways.
That's why we need to kill him.
Easier said than done.
No. I want him alive. But he needs to be captured and defeated. The same. Alright.
Elite Hunter Squad, were they trained outside the city or were they trained here? Outside the barrier?
I heard there was both.
I'm assuming you don't know any of their identities.
No, I don't know any of their real names.
Outside the team name of Elite Hunter Squad, do they have any call signs or code names to go by?
I've heard some of the other chiefs and the first field commander refer to the leader as Jack, but beyond that, no.
Alright, rest up. We begin work in the morning.
I'm not gonna rest. I'm gonna make potions and
Well, send me the crap, and you know how it works.
Yep.
All right. So, come the morning. What's the plan?
And is there any magical material laying around in the
Not really.
barracks?
I have no idea what you just said.
Is there any magical material laying around in the barracks?
No.
Because if I want to make mana potions for Firefall friends, I need some sort of magical material.
Tax them for it. You make them
Fireball.
mana pots, they need to be able to spawn them.
I turn to Mira and them. Do you have any magical material I can use to help you with?
Honest, what exactly are you looking for?
Anything that has any sort of magical properties on it.
I'll be
I
honest, I do not have anything to
definitely do not.
give. Actually, I'm very lightly right now.
Mikasa, Kiana.
Nope, they shake their heads. I've got nothing.
Well,
Let's hunt some Dream Eaters then.
I don't know how well they would turn into magical material, but there's a few of these
They
outside the.
consume magic. I'd assume they have a lot of magical properties to them.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I don't know the conversion.
Andy, come morning and go outside and check where those Dream Eaters were shot.
All right. Well, off in the actual distance, you see, getting on top of the garrison itself, you can see that the wall watchmen are still up there. And as you take, what is it? One of them hands you the rifle to actually take a look through, and you can see them, or at least where they once were. And nothing actually remains of them. Not a single chunk of meat or flesh laying around. Almost as
Was
if
there anything
nothing was there at all.
remnants after the battle?
Not a whole lot. Nothing more than that's easily noticeable. No.
I
Like
turn
chunks
to,
of the flesh eater or anything?
Nothing.
turn to the commander and ask him. Besides the thermite, I don't want. Is there any magical materials you have on you that I could use?
Nope, not on us. Not anything that's left.
Is the thermite considered magical?
No.
Oh, yes, I'm making home health pots. Or magic mana pots.
Okay. Time for what's happening?
I guess I can at least. How's everyone doing on health potions?
I got the one.
Only got one or two.
Just create more health potions in the meantime then. I'm stuck pretty well.
Yeah, we're basically spending a day to let everybody get built up on stuff.
Great. So, any of the other people want to do something during that time?
Is there anything I can do?
How long do we have? Is it just a
24
couple
hours.
right?
Yep. It'll be
24
nighttime again
hours.
by the time the 24 hours have passed.
If I train for 24 hours, do I get 1
2.
HP?
You get
2.
2.
I'm training.
But you'll
I'm
be
gonna train him.
exhausted.
I'm gonna train him for the time then.
You do it most 12 hours a day, though, so actually just 1. Yikes.
I'm gonna train him. You should get more then.
What is the verdict on that? I will take it as a no.
All right, so it comes back to nighttime again. The following day now. The gates have been properly
quick-
locked up, and same with below.
We're going underground. Doesn't really matter what time of day we do it.
I think it's best to do in the night. That way, everything that normally is in there is up there, up on top.
Yeah. It'd definitely be best to do it at nighttime, so that whatever's down there has had time to move out.
Cedric, do you have enough explosives to take out tunnels of the atrium?
We have enough to destroy the entire atrium and all of its access points. Not that I plan to.
Because it might be better if we blast the tunnel going to the the Red Forest.
It could be done.
We have to be careful on how far we go down that tunnel, though. Apparently, I assume you guys have heard the same thing, but something's keeping people from leaving the Red Forest. We wouldn't want to cross whatever line that is.
That might be worth demoing the entrance into the atrium from that side then.
Yeah, that might be best.
That way whatever gets up there can't come back down and come in and get us. That also takes care of the entrance that Felicia Ray was worried about. Whatever's in the Red Forest will eventually peter out in the rest of the city.
You're good, Alex. You distribute it if you want to.
Sure. Make sure to give all the major parties at least 2 healing potions that heal 40 HP.
Load it into my injector.
We appreciate that.
All right. Is it time?
Let's see. Just making sure how much is. It's dirt. That's everyone got 2. I have extra potions just in case. So if you guys need a restock, just let me know. But yes, I'm ready.
All right, then. spot right now. Guys, you can see your tokens.
Yep. Yep.
All right. So, a couple of the guards holding down the newly created steel door just in front of the lower area of the actual garrison itself. Uh, that ends up being opened by them after at least 4 or 5 major, large, very thick locks are moved aside from the inside only, from the inside of the garrison, that is, before they exert an extreme amount of strength just to open each door. Only a little bit, but enough for everyone to slip through. But already, as you slip in, you can feel a little unnerved. Something lays over this place, a bit of a fog. It coats just a bit over the ground where the stones have been coated with moss and other sorts of fluid damage over the many years. But this haze, Myth feels as though it's almost familiar. I'll tell you as well.
Remind you of the library office.
It kind of does. Maybe even worse than the library.
What's the library?
Real.
Did you encounter it there?
You know those teeth and skin that I gave you?
Mhm.
That's where those came.
Okay.
Yeah, the only thing I
Alright,
could
cool.
counter it was Alphys's daylight spell, right?
Yes.
I'm gonna turn on
Alphys was
my,
able to hold a very, very thin, like, overtime daylight spell. Very small
Well, we have
bubble.
the UV. We have the UV lamps now.
I'm gonna turn on my little UV lamp that's mounted to my helmet.
You see, turning on the UV lamp, you see that the fog moves aside just a little bit, but not very much.
Question: do we all have UV lamps now?
They were all left over from when we wiped out the Ninja Turtle squad.
No, I mean,
There's
no.
enough- there's enough little flashlights
The
for
barracks
everybody.
was filled with UV lamps. It's kind of one of the main reasons why they were coming here to get them.
And you see Mikasa's already kind of marching forward. This place seems pleasant. Kind of
Careful,
splishing and
Mikasa.
splashing through some of the things. As you can see, she's actually glowing in the dark a little bit as a fog kind of makes its way around her instead of...
Mikasa, I would suggest you stay within our line of sight. We don't know what the fog can do. And also, like everyone try to at least stay.
I don't plan on running ahead. Don't worry, I won't leave you behind.
Good,
I'm
some
not
of us are a
saying
little
that.
slow.
I'm gonna seal my helmet up because I don't know if this fog does anything to breathing.
Well, the fog is only a good thin coating on the ground itself at the moment.
Kumar, do you hear anything coming down the tunnels?
I can't hear anything. It's almost silent. But yet I can still hear all the water around me.
How about you, Mirror? You're more used to the dark.
No, I don't got anything either yet.
Ymir
To be
sees that
honest.
she can actually see through quite a bit of the normal darkness, but towards the end of the tunnel, it fades away off into just pitch blackness. Like the fog obscures the actual vision itself.
Might have to get a little bit farther before I see anything, but my vision's cut for the moment, maybe. As we get closer, I'll let you know if it's natural.
You see anything like this?
No, I have not.
Well,
Nice, you could do that.
Well, if you come across any of those creatures that you found in the library, there's some material for me to make mana potions for.
and proceeding down as the rest of them splish and splash through little tiny puddles on the ground, proceeding down the long garrison hallway with no bends whatsoever until at least before they reach a sort of brighter point where some very thin amount of moonlight filters in from the top. The only comfort of the moonlight in Mikasa's bit of dim light just in front of her, illuminating the small area around. And proceeding farther, the haze thickens and becomes higher and higher than just a thin layer on the ground, eventually reaching almost waist height. And mere looking down, she feels almost uncomfortable, having difficulty even seeing her own feet in this darkness, or even in the light itself.
Yeah, this fog is going to be troublesome if it keeps rising. Are you able to see through it, Corin?
No, I can't see it through any of it.
I can kind of, but
How does it react to
It's gonna
my
get
Infernium
difficult.
shield?
Some of the haze seems to bend a little bit around some of the firelight that Mikasa has, but even then it's starting to thicken around her. Same with your shield.
How about my Ferocium sword? Same thing?
No, it doesn't actually seem to be worried about the Ferocium sword at all. It simply just passes over it.
What about my Necroflame greatsword? Curse Fire greatsword.
Has a similar effect.
It seems to be only fire. Or light. Natural light.
probably
That
going to
it
be.
shies away from.
What about
It's
the
probably pitch black
little?
now, isn't it?
Yes.
What about the little UV lights we have? Are they doing the same sort of thing?
Yes, the fog seems to actually, the UV lights seem to illuminate just a little bit, but doesn't actually provide enough vision. Just simply holding it at your waist and pointing the flashlight down, you can't even see the ground.
I assume you still don't hear anything, Corin?
Nothing. It's just silent. Other than what's just around us. You see that Alphys is now holding up her finger as it illuminates the darkness as the haze bends around her in a sphere sort of shape.
I yell to look back and see, and try to see if I can see the blast squad.
They're not with you.
Not.
No.
We're gonna fight our way to it first, and they're gonna come down after us to clear it.
I mean I know they were hanging back, but I didn't know how far back they were.
They're not even down here.
Okay.
Do our radios still work?
Do your radio still? Well,
Thunder actual to guard actual?
upon testing it, you can hear only bits of static and nothing else, as even any of the other radios around you, just next to you, don't even seem to respond.
That's not good.
However, when any of the others, or Cordelia steps into the light, I can hear you, but only when I'm still within this light. Don't step out of it. I can barely tell which direction is up and down. So slowly proceeding down, with the only light around Alphys being the one leading the path, with Mikasa also straying just a little bit in front of her. a couple of objects come into view.
What do they look like?
Out of 8?
I saw that.
I'm not
Yeah.
taking any chances. Blast them with fire.
Hold on.
I'm gonna stab one with my ferrosium sword.
Well, go ahead, move yourself over there.
Why would you hit it with ferrosium? We just established that they're only weak to fire.
Alright. I approach with my
I would
curse fire great sword.
Cordelia.
You see, moving up to the eggs, you see that they pulsate very lightly and move about with a very disgusting sort of root structure, attaching them to the ground as the rest of the tunnel itself seems to be interweaved between the bricks with this fleshy-like root system.
Have you guys fought these before?
We
I've
have not.
never seen this before.
We probably should hit it with a ranged attack then. Just in case.
Oh, you guys are the ones with ranged fire attacks.
Why don't we try burning the roots?
Kiana, do you have any idea?
Don't
Any
touch them.
information?
Don't touch them.
Yeah.
There's something alive in it, but it doesn't know that we're here. Go around it. Keep quiet.
I agree with that strategy, actually.
If this is a nest of any sort, and we disturb anything in particular, especially eggs, we could end up getting trapped down here.
We should also figure out what is actually walking around here first. Deal with
I guess
that.
maybe it's, well, we want to burn the place down, but yeah, maybe trying to do this quietly is probably the better idea.
I like that plan.
There's no need to draw attention to ourselves before we're at our destination.
Also, don't like the idea of having enemies to our rear.
Yes, but if we provoke it now, we might have a lot of enemies coming towards us from our front.
And we probably have whatever's in these things might behind us as we.
Yes, you can't even see the walls of the tunnel itself to your left and right if when Telphus is in the center.
You know our opinion, but it's your decision. This is your city after all.
I think for the time being, let's play it safe till we figure out what are these things.
Oh.
With that, I guess we move on.
You see the rest of them nervously sort of walk past around, giving a wide berth to the actual eggs themselves, proceeding down the rest of the hallway before. Let's see here. The tunnel begins to come shorter and much wider as the shape of it actually changes now to something different. Give me a second. One second. Also, that is not correct, but now you can see some small little holes are coming out of the walls where liquid of different colors and smells, to be certain, are feeding into a much larger stream on the actual sides, with the walkways and pillars holding up the dome-shaped tunnel that you are following down. As the roots begin to take hold a lot more of the different locations here. But no more eggs to be seen. Those two seem to be much more stray. And now stepping on the ground itself, moving forward, there's no longer the stepping of wet stone or crunching of moss, but rather a squishing and fleshy-like sound of raw flesh just stepping across it. It's a very disgusting and unsettling sound. And the haze is now extremely thick, thicker than that even of the memory keep. And as you continue on, you can see that there are scratch marks in the pillar and a couple of other things sticking out of the root system themselves as the roots are taking a hold of them slowly. You can see that there are extremely long needles and quills, miscellaneous body parts, and other such things around.
Can you, can we define any of those body parts to be exact? Like where they came from?
They don't seem to look very new, but they don't seem to look very old either. They look very aged, but at the same time not rotten entirely.
How many quills are those laying around?
The occasional long quill here and there.
Are those worth anything to pick up, or are they like too old?
Well, they seem to be just sticking out of the root system.
They're not lying on the root system?
No.
It appears like the hair was combat.
Which end is one sticking out?
Say again?
Which
Is the
end
sharp
of the
end sticking
quill?
out, or is the base of it sticking out?
The needle is pointed down.
Like it stabbed into the flesh?
Mm-hmm. But the root system
So-
itself is kind of halfway up the long quill already, like a 5-foot quill.
There appears to be an altercation.
I'm gonna grab
go-
the quill.
Does
Upon-
that belong to a
Upon
Death
grabbing
Stalker.
the quill itself, you see that the root of the system holds on to it quite tightly, and as you try to pull a little bit harder, some of the roots begin to tear away as it retracts immediately into the ground, and you can feel a little bit of rumbling from inside the tunnel.
just had the mess with?
Here's your magic material.
Make a
I am
fortitude
looking-
save. Unarmored.
Who?
Natalia.
That's like 29.
Natalia can feel a little bit uneasy with the feeling of the actual quill, as the world distorts just ever so slightly.
I examined the quill and does it look like it to be a Deathstalker?
Yes.
Well, I reached in my pack and grab one of the Deathstalker venoms. Here, quickly drink this.
Down it.
As she downs it, she can feel the effects of the world actually seeming to come back a little bit as the distortions fade.
So Deathstalkers are down here. I don't know if
Cut
this is
them
their
out
nest though.
without touching. Don't worry about those later. Just keep pushing forward.
Pushing forward and farther, the needles seem to be almost sticking out of the ground now instead, in different directions, some even thwarting up the path ahead. But not very much, as the others step carefully around it. The quills have become now long and windy, more than 8 feet long. No such Deathstalker could have ever been large enough to have ever worn any sort of quills like this, and they certainly weren't windy, almost as if they became thorny roots instead, interweaving with the rest of the fleshy, pulsating bits that decorate the wall and the ground. Moving further and further in, now something sits in your path. It simply rests there, until Alphys's light seems to brush up against it just for a little bit as it slinks away into the darkness a little bit. As you can hear the water splashing as it slips into the water and disappears.
So we don't have any grenades, so we can toss one in the water there and kill it.
I wouldn't want to throw a
Would be
grenade right
allowed.
now anyway.
Besides, they don't have very good senses. It can't see or feel us. Only way it'll feel us is if anyone looks at it, so make sure you just avert gazes.
If you're able to get the drop on one, go ahead and stab it. Apparently they're weak to physical.
Maybe.
Gwen, how are you holding up?
You see she's sort of looking around nervously, kind of watching her back. I wouldn't have a problem with any place like this, but I can't see her and I can't hear. It's,
Put my hand on her shoulder. You would do fine.
I assume I can't see either anymore.
No, you can't see anything past the haze, and you can't hear anything
Yeah.
past the haze either. It's almost
I agree.
deafeningly quiet with the occasional drip of water here and there.
I agree with you, Corin. This place is.
Is
Well.
my heads-up display acting up as well?
Yes, it seems to be.
Yeah, and how are you holding up?
It's unsettling. The magic in the air here is so sparse. I can almost feel myself weakening just being here.
Any familiarity to it or no?
Reminds me of something else. Can't quite put my finger on it. I'll need to think about it. We should keep going.
I agree. Longer we stay in one place.
I suggest us bruisers or frontline people take point and get on the outskirts. Everyone that's all casters kind of beat instead of in the party.
Yeah, I think we do ring as well. I think
I
we
would
have
agree with that.
Natalia up front, Mikasa back, or vice versa, but one of them needs to be on each end.
Up to you, Mikasa. Which way do you want?
I feel
Front.
like Mikasa should be in the front. Yeah.
Of course she wants front.
That's
I can hold the
Mikasa
middle,
for
and
ya.
Corbin can hold the rear. That way I can transition to help whichever side needs it more.
And now, moving forward, and all of a sudden, almost as if a barrier had stood in their way, and Alphys's light decorating some of the, or kind of illuminating the ground now more so than before. Some more things stand in their way, but this time, not just one or two eggs. Dozens of them litter the ground.
Don't touch it up.
So
Does it
much
appear to
so,
be the center, or
doesn't seem to be.
okay.
Where
Take-
do you need to place the thermite in order in the funnels in order to stop?
There, see anything that can clear out all these?
Are they blocking our path directly?
They seem to be, yes. There's so many of them, and so many of the little spiny roots sticking around. It seems difficult to get past it.
Yeah, we might have to.
Only way would look like is if you were able to simply walk on the ceiling, but that's difficult, obviously.
I can do that.
Well, we all need to be able to, and we can't.
How far is it? Or can...
As far as the light will go, can't see anything else but eggs.
Alphys, let's go for a little bit of maneuvering.
Alright, check behind us, make sure if I see anything out of the ordinary, what level I can see.
Corbin just at the rear of the entire light. The haze just wraps up around behind him, obscuring the vision of the very path that they came down. But at the very least, he has a little bit of comfort knowing that the path that they set down was entirely straight. You see Mikasa stepping unusually close to this thing, kneeling down and almost just staring straight down at the top of it.
I'm gonna grab her by the back of her collar and pull her away from.
And
Don't. That is yet.
Natalia is grabbing her. She seems to push her off and is just kind of examining the sides of the egg itself.
What do you see, Mikasa?
Nothing.
Be careful.
I don't see anything in them.
Kiana, anything alive in those?
I feel something alive all around us, but these in particular, no.
They already hatched then?
Maybe. They look the same as the others. Maybe feel a little bit. I'm not sure how to describe it. The other ones that we saw earlier down in the path were almost extremely magic rich, unlike the rest of this place, and definitely something was alive in it, but these are sparse, empty,
How much
lifeless.
does it still have lingering magic effect on it?
No, nothing at all.
Let's try to avoid them anyways, if we can. We don't know enough about them to sit here and keep poking them.
I presume that you would be correct, but it's better to find out now rather than try to find out much farther in when we need to know this information. At least this one seems safe enough to examine.
Do you think you'll be able to pull any details with a quick study, Kiana?
You see she kind of pulls out a sort of little metal stick she had sitting around somewhere in her bag as she kind of starts prodding the side a little bit before sort of lifting the flap off the top of one of the other ones as it falls back into place with the fleshy squishing sound. Well, whatever was alive in here, or if it was alive in here, this well gone already. Either that, or my assumption would be that these somehow require an immense amount of magical power.
It would explain the Dream Eaters.
Abster gatherers, yeah. Well, we could try to walk through them, but that leaves the problem if one of them actually is still alive and well.
We should check to see if there's any of them alive before we move past them.
Kiana, stay behind Mikasa and just point out any ones that still have contents in them.
I have
Sure.
an idea. My armor will let me walk on the ceiling. I can hold probably 2 of you.
Doesn't change the fact that we'd be leaving these living eggs behind us. We
I
should
also
still check them.
I don't think we should separate either.
We could ODM.
We can't see much farther than what is in front of us. You want to OGM into the fog itself?
And I'm not saying it's smart.
What happens if Alex like backpedals like a couple feet from the ring of light? Can you still see the ring of light, or is it like it's like blocked out?
Well, no one stepped out of it so far. Would anyone like to?
I would advise against it.
As would
Indeed.
I.
And Mir can see through most darkness.
Remember what
so
happened last time we didn't have light in this situation, Natalia?
Yeah. It was not exactly a fun time.
And you see, as Corbin is almost contemplating it, Corin puts her hand on his shoulder. Don't do
Don't
it.
worry, I wasn't thinking about doing it.
We should just keep moving forward.
I agree.
Still thinking here.
And so Mikasa and Kiana are kind of leading the way as Kiana is carefully inspecting each of them. Just stepping past them quietly is the only thing you can hear is the squishing of flesh again for every single step, and you make farther and farther in. Now this time, you see something else. You can hear a little bit of crunching, but it echoes into the darkness. The crunching and squishing. You can see Kiana puts up her hand. Something much larger alive ahead.
Do you,
Flash
can you
hunter.
tell how far?
And as Alphys is slowly inching forward, you see that something else shows its back before turning around, and Natalia and Myth both instantly recognize this, along with Alphys, as you see she kind of almost makes like a sort of squeaking sound.
I immediately put her behind me.
And you see, as you see this thing is turned around a little bit, but as the light still shines on it, it doesn't seem to turn any more than that as it continues facing the other way. As you can hear, it's still crunching on something.
This is something we need to deal with.
And from that, you can see that bits of fog are actually being emitted from it and immediately repelled away from the light that shines on its back.
Can we take it really quickly?
If we all hit it at once, maybe. Have you found it before?
Yes.
We have, yes.
Myth,
What's
should
it
we
weak
do a
to?
synchronized charge?
They're weak to magical damage
Might be able to.
and fire. Or I'd more say elemental than magical, but
Okay.
This beast stands in my path. You see as she steps up, a bit of static in the air.
Oh god.
Why not? Weak to magic?
They're not
It can
exactly the
infect
nicest thing
you.
to deal with. And they
Be
can have a
careful.
very powerful poison.
Then let's dispatch it quickly. You see Kiana immediately already stops her. Just look at what it's doing. Whatever it's doing, it's more important than us, but why? You see the crunching stops after a little bit, and you see that it grabs one of the nearby eggs and begins chewing on it. You can hear that fleshy crunching sound again. And a little bit of hissing sounds as you hear some sort of liquid splash to the floor. Why is it eating the eggs? And why does it
tell
not
if one
care
of it-
about us?
The one that it's eating, does it have something in it right now?
No.
That hissing sound that came from the ground. What's that made from?
You see Alphys
Was
moves
that
forward.
from the creature itself or from the egg?
You see Alphys moves forward a little bit further as you see little bits of droplets falling to the ground with the same hissing sound, now echoing a little bit louder as the light approaches it. You see holes in the stone below as the fleshy roots cover it back up. And as this liquid drops onto the fleshy portions, it doesn't seem to do anything at all.
So
but
I
it's
believe
burning
it's.
straight through the stone.
Yes.
I guess it would be safe to assume that the liquid that's burning through the stone there would come from the eggs then. Seeing as those eggs seem to be coming from the fleshy vines or whatever they are.
Not true, Alphys says as she makes a point. We chopped one of them up before. They have acid sacs in them. Powerful stuff.
This monster does?
Yes.
Yeah. I've got one in my bag.
It could
Interesting.
be how these things are spawned. These eggs.
I still said
And
we kill it.
Natalia on that, she can almost feel a little bit of feeling from her bag because of it. You say you have one in your pack, Kiana says, walking over. Let me see it.
Yeah. Here you go. I haven't found much use for it. It produces a pretty strong acid.
And she pulls it out. Like, no, the other one, the haze. I can feel it in there in your bag. It's just like this creature here.
Here you go.
And Natalia pulls it out. You can see that little bits of wispiness is coming up from it as she holds it. And she holds up her other hand empty to show, or to basically to tell you guys to stop. as she inches forward closer to the creature. You can see she almost gets close enough to place her hand on its back. The creature doesn't react at all. One of you, come forward. Any of you.
Step forward.
You see as Natalia steps forward, the thing immediately turns back around, glaring all of its teeth at Natalia, as you can see each of the teeth moving individually, sharp and long as daggers themselves, before turning back around. Stay right there. You see as Kiana gets close enough and actually pokes the creature itself, as it is a little bit disturbed, before, looking around and then going back to chewing the eggs. We stay close enough to this, it may not know we're here.
Just don't kill it. You definitely don't want one of these things coming at you, fog.
We could. But if this is true, if this would protect us, I have a hunch. These things are chewing on the eggs that are down here, but why? And only the ones that are mundane. Maybe perhaps they're simply a sort of decomposer, eating the leftover ones unhatched. If they're busy and territorial over this food, we could be safe to simply move past them.
I do think it's best to move past, but
I mean,
We don't have to
we're
fight
gonna be
it, I
bringing
think
our
we
demo
shouldn't.
guys down here. We have to kill. We have to basically clear a safe pass to the atrium.
of course we do. But we get to where we're going first and then clear backwards.
I agree with this.
If we don't have to fight and alert the things further ahead before we get there, I feel like that's a better option.
Especially since
see-
we can figure out what's important down here without disturbing the workings of here.
We see what's ahead and determine our course of strategy. How much thermite do we bring
Don't
down
want to
with
kill
us?
it. We should kill it. I'll help you.
How much
These
thermite
others,
did we?
they've never faced one of these before.
How much thermite did we bring down with us, Andy?
You guys didn't bring any with you, the rest of the crew has it. They're preparing it to be used. I mean, you have the 19 vials if you want that. Is that what you mean?
I was thinking maybe we can start laying some of them down in preparation that as we head back, we can light them to clear a path. Bad. Like a makeshift carpet bomb or something.
And you see as
I need
Kiana's
to make a decision.
sort
Whether
of,
or not you want to.
you see this sort of huddling close as Kiana drags a reluctant Arius forward. Holding him close with the haze sack in her hand. You see she almost moves in front of it, watching the creature tear through the egg and crunching up all the little squishy bits in it. As she examines it extremely closely. It has no clue we're standing in front of it. Maybe this haze sac is also some sort of pheromone sac. Would explain its behavior, or lack of. Did this creature behave in any such way when you first encountered them? Turning to the others.
They attacked us on sight. They're fairly intelligent. They set an ambush.
In a hallway.
They have a very potent venom, and they're deceptively strong. Definitely not something you want coming up on our rear, especially fighting something else.
And the thing stops crunching as some of the nearby eggs are already partly smashed and untouched. And as it moves farther in, into the darkness with a surprising speed and disappearing into the darkness.
Just remember, every single monster that we bypass is another thing we have to clear on the way back out. Another thing that the blast squad has to deal with when they come to destroy the atrium.
Well, we'll deal with them before the blast squad comes in, but if we're allowed free reconnaissance,
There's no reason to get into a fight with monsters before we have to.
I'm inclined to disagree, but let's keep moving. Let's follow it.
I should just re-listen to them. They're the monster experts.
We've also never dealt with any of these.
again, your decisions, but if we're allowed to walk in and walk out without being disturbed to see what's going on before we destroy the place, I think it's worth it.
And now moving into a larger opening in a sort of circular edged room as the hallway thins out. You can see that there's a slight curvature on the walls just to your left and right, but the ceiling can't be seen, and the ground very difficult to see as well, but has a circular sort of bricked pattern moving towards the centerpiece. And inside this room, you can see that every single inch of the ground is just coated with this fleshy little bits, along with eggs all around.
Can we see the wretch anywhere?
Arch seems to have disappeared off into the darkness without a sound.
Should have killed it when we saw it.
Oh yeah.
And now this time Kiana is a little bit more worried as she stops the group from walking towards the center, past a sort of little bridge over a thin amount of the stream water that connects together to the edge of the circular portion of this room. These are potent. The magic in them is still here.
Are they safe to touch?
I can't say for sure.
So probably should give them at least a little bit extra berth. Going, do you hear anything?
Still can't hear.
Has the fog thickened or?
Oh yes, it is
Okay.
extremely thick. It is almost as though a solid wall of darkness sits before you.
No, Andy, is Alphys's light, is it something special? Or is it just a fire?
It's a daylight.
Ah. Yeah, that's something special.
Oh, you can try lighting a fire and see what it does.
I don't believe that'd be the best idea at this point.
Fire will happen when if you're getting combat.
You see Mikasa puts out her hand as a little thin sword of flame appears in her hand. It seems fine, as you see she sticks her hand in the darkness as the fire is immediately extinguished.
Ah, so not so fine.
Doesn't look fine anymore.
No.
Good feeling gone.
And just as she does that, you see that slinking out of the darkness immediately towards where her hand just was.
Don't look at it.
But just as
So
it's
they probably-
reaching the location with the daylight, you see it backs up and into the darkness again.
Answers a
If
few
you
of
want
my
to kill one,
questions.
we can bait it again. And I can shoot it with a javelin from my projectile line.
Again, let's reach our destination first, and then we can start killing things.
Yeah, I think we should get the intelligence aspect of this done first. Don't disturb things until we know what's going on here, then we can clear back. Because once we start a fight, we're not getting out of it, I think.
We're not gonna, definitely not gonna be able to push forward.
You're now stepping towards the center of the room and past some of the eggs. You see Kiana is watching them extremely carefully. As the rest of them move towards the center now, they see no walls around them at all. This is likely the atrium. This seems like a centerpiece. Although we best
Yeah.
keep track of which entrance we came through before we get lost.
Perhaps a little marker on the floor.
Is my compass still working, Andy?
Not at all. It's spinning like crazy.
Oh shit.
Can't set
Is there
regularly.
anything lying around that we can see, like pieces of wood or?
Nothing but
Anything of
flesh
that
and
nature.
eggs. And the occasional body part.
Let's go grab one of those body parts and stick it up from the floor. See if we can't make it like a makeshift flag.
That is the most.
Are there any
gruesome
of the
thing
quills
I've
sticking
ever
around? Andy, are there any of the quills sticking around
Yeah.
here?
What's
Everywhere.
necessary?
It's sticking out of the walls everywhere.
I'm not.
So if I
well,
fired one into the wall, it wouldn't like actually stand out at all. It would just.
No.
The quills are sticking out everywhere.
Yes.
Either way, we have to make some sort of landmark before we go far forward. We need something to find on the floor.
You see that Arius moves over to what looks to be a bent hand as he grabs it, as it tears up some of its rotten flesh off of the roots portion of the ground, almost as if they fused. As he takes it and sticks it out of the ground at the entrance, or presumably the direction of the entrance that he came from.
Done.
With gags.
Oh, make its finger point in the direction to go.
Ah, good idea.
Middle
Mir.
finger.
And you
Yeah.
see that the others are sort of looking away at that, although Cordelia is just watching with no issues.
Listen, a lot of shit happened in Firefall. This isn't that bad.
Do we think we can understand this marker? Everyone?
Let's get it out of the, step a few, 10 feet forward or whatnot, and then come back to it and see if anything changes about it.
Yeah, wait a couple seconds too before we do. Give something time to see if it moves over and interacts with it.
Let's see.
You talking about the hand?
Yes.
Yeah, we're gonna leave it out of the light, like walk a couple feet away from it, wait a couple seconds, and then walk back to make sure it's still there and didn't get affected.
I've got
You
an
see-
idea.
After a few seconds and coming back, you see that the hand's finger is already missing.
Ah,
I'm gonna take out the brazier
I
that I
see.
brought all the way from the island.
Fuck.
You
Yeah,
brought
I
that
brought
with
the-
you?
Yeah, it's my bag. Been in my bag.
Good God.
I was set that there.
Okay.
Boom. See, I told you I'd carry this. Oh wait, Cordelia.
She seems almost disappointed at the thought, as Natalius places it down into the fleshy portions as it sinks a little bit and ends up a little bit lopsided, but doesn't seem to go any farther than that.
All right, now let's see if anything was done.
yeah, same test.
It's like 60 pounds of steel, so
Backing up and moving forward, you see that the thing hasn't moved one bit.
Yeah,
Nice.
probably fine. It might not be whole when we get back, but I imagine at least some of it's gonna remain.
Might have been covered
It might
by
get
these
overgrown, but at least
fleshy
we'll
bits, but
see it sticking out of the ground. Yeah.
it'll
Yeah.
leave a mound of some type.
Well, we're in the atrium, so the quicker we move, the quicker we keep this.
This is where we gotta kill everything.
after we recon. Yep.
It'll be much easier to recon once we get rid of some of this fog.
We can stop the production of the frog if we take out the wretches.
Yep.
But we're never successful in actually clearing it out after they're gone. And obviously fire doesn't do it.
There is a way we could. I'm not sure. You see, Alpha says she hesitates. The Deathstalkers weren't scared of the large flash of daylight, but I could set one in here. It would illuminate the whole place, but I'm not exactly sure of all the effects of it.
If it acts like a blast wave, it should push the fog back at least for a bit.
Could you combine the light with the fire to empower it? I don't know, just throwing out ideas.
Alpha's, he's trying to look around, just thinking about it. Oh, I'm not exactly one for combining magic. You see that Kiana steps forward. That is something of my expertise. We could give it a try.
I got daylight fire pulse to see purge what we can. This will go.
Arius, would you like to contribute any abilities to this?
Well, I can cast a fireball at it if you'd like me to, but
Would my Ring of Glory combine well with it, or
No.
What about my Igni?
How about Arius's supernova?
sure. If you don't think we'll need it later.
I mean, it's not a very expensive ability, is it?
It's my second most expensive ability.
How much is it? 50?
It's 50, yeah. If I
Well-
wanted to do anything for real, I'd have to
As
At
on
least
the way out, we can
maximize
grab
it.
all these
Okay.
quills and whatnot, and I can make some mana potions with them.
out of combat doesn't matter. I have 700 mana. I gain 20 a day. And I don't have any mana potions.
When
I
we
have one. What's your mana cap?
1100.
I'm gonna give him 200 mana pot.
we can also make some more. When we are leaving this place, we can grab some these quills and whatnot.
Yeah, I think that's a
These
good idea.
quills seem to cause us to have to
We have
roll
antidote.
fortitude saves.
We have antidotes.
Not so
We have antidotes.
And will we be able
It's
to
true, but
ration a mana pot?
To ration a mana pot? No.
Like, since it's 200 mana pot, give like half the Alphas, half the Eris?
Why not? I'm never gonna allow this normally,
I
but
felt the pain in that one.
why not? Why the hell
Hog.
not? Alright.
Here you go, Alphas, take your first sip.
You see, she immediately already prepares a little bit of a thin little bulb of light on her finger. Whenever you're ready.
Give the remaining of the bottle to the Eris. Here you go.
alright. Then I'll go ahead and charge up my supernova.
You see that Alphys touches the light of her finger to Arius' forehead as Kiana is already immediately combining, as Arius feels the power of something a little bit more powerful than just his supernova, almost as though the power of the sun itself was channeled through him, as the entire room explodes in an extremely bright flash of light, as you see fire coats the walls at different other areas, as spines and other things immediately to begin to burn. Although in the huge flash of light, you notice one portion of the wall in particular that had not even a speck of flesh on it. And from around the room, you can see dozens and dozens of creatures immediately begin to bolt out. death stalkers that were on fire, wretches, at least 6 or 7 of them, slithering out of the room, extremely fast speed. And the Dream Eaters, however, almost as though they eat up the fire itself before slinking out and away from the atrium itself. But the haze does not linger. The room is actually illuminated in the entirety by this light as the haze is pushed out.
Well, we got a
Is
little
the
bit of
brazier
time.
light?
No. The brazier is entirely on fire,
Yay.
but not lit.
Yay.
Well.
Working as intended.
And you can see that the fleshy bits and stuff that weren't entirely burned away in the process slink into the water and recede into the wall as spines and such fall off of the walls and into the water itself or onto the ground.
You said there was one location that didn't have flesh on it to begin with, correct?
Which wall was that?
Yes. It looks like, well, from what you can see is that, let's see, hold on. There are 5 tunnels that you can tell, but almost as if there was space for a 6th one, but nothing was there. This one didn't have even a single speck of flesh or needle on it.
We should go over there and investigate.
That sounds familiar, doesn't it, Myth? Sounds like that door in the industrial district.
Yeah.
Wonder if the two are linked.
Mir walks over, but finds nothing too special about the wall itself. It seems to just be a brick wall, moss and other things there.
It reminds me of the wall that wasn't actually there in real. In the library.
Put a hand on it.
Amir, putting her hand on it, feels as though she regrets it immediately as she feels sort of slimy little feeling on her hand with all sorts of stuff and sticky, smelly things sticking to her hand.
Pull back, make sure it didn't touch anything too bad.
You see her hand is sort of green and, well, coated in, she's not exactly certain what, but nothing pleasant to be sure.
Well, I can amputate it for you.
I think I'll just wipe it off. Thanks, friend.
Oh, you can
Do
never
any
be
of the stones seem out of the ordinary, Andy?
Well, they all seem to be just covered in moss and old and worn away. If you want to get specific, you're going to start making skill checks.
Yes,
Alphys,
that's
does
what I
anything seem
want.
magical about this wall?
Then make a skill check. Pick one. No, nothing particular, Alpha says. She's looking at the wall.
Kiana, assume same thing.
I'll take on my helmet if it still works, and
No, there's something
Make a
about
search
this
check.
wall. It's
Can I make
different
a
than any normal
spot?
magic.
I'll make a search check, Andy. Look for anything that might give itself away.
That's a smart
Might I
check.
appraise this wall as well?
Wait, I forgot search check was a thing. I'm doing a search check.
Oh, the others scour the. Oh my God! Sorry, scour the
Die.
wall. But only find slime and moss and disgusting bits of flesh and other things strung to the wall, but otherwise nothing.
Thalia, how did we get past that wall in the library? Wasn't it a book?
Yeah. It was a book, and Alphys had to stab herself.
Ugh. Guys find some funny walls.
Huh.
I don't feel comfortable with.
Doesn't look like it's gonna work here. We don't have the offering bowl.
Still, there's gotta be some way
Although
through.
the offering bowl was originally part of that, the memory keep. That wasn't like a thing that the wretches did. That was originally there.
Let's look to the sides a little bit. See if there's anything.
I'm gonna tap my shield against the wall for an one. If it makes it react to the slime at all.
Nothing happens as he taps the vibranium shield to the wall.
Does it sound hollow or does it sound like it's solid? Like dull
Entirely
thunder,
solid.
echoey?
Entirely solid.
I look
Wait,
higher
they
up.
liked blood. Maybe we should cut ourselves and figure out if the blood opens the wall.
We still got the
Maybe-
bottles
And
of
Kiana
ice
immediately
blood.
turns around. That is very likely a bad idea considering where we are. If that
I
gamble
roll.
does not pay off, our lives are all going to be immediately in danger.
Trixie boy trying to int us again.
What did you guys use to get inside the barrier into the city in the first place?
Are you talking to us?
Yes.
Yes.
Not too sure. We met some people who were from Firefall and they gave us a coin that said one way in, no way out. And then we were here. Coin seems to have been lost in translation though.
Kiana, can you counterspell anything?
I can't quite pick up what it is. No, I can't.
Alpha, do you have any ideas?
You see, she seems to just examine it. Examine it. There's something off about it, but I don't know. I can't quite put my finger on it.
Do any of the cores of my core collection react to the wall?
Say again?
Do any of my string of energy cores having reacted all to the wall? Like my golem cores, my frozen core, my
Nothing.
foam core, no?
Is there any flesh lying around?
No, not. I mean,
Can I appraise this
it's all,
wall?
I
Andy?
mean, it's everywhere, but whatever remains seems to be just burnt up.
Can I try to appraise the wall, Andy, or no?
Yes, of course. You can try whatever you want with the wall.
Yes,
Alright,
we really need to know its value.
I'll sell it to you, real cheap.
I will sell it to you. But I won't sell you the information on it. Not with that kind of attitude, friend.
Hold the vial of shadow up to it.
Only see as Myth is messing with the bits of the wall. You see that the wall actually seems to crumble away, but entirely silently. As you can see, it crumbles into nothing but disintegrating dust. As behind it, a hallway appears.
Would you use Trip Myth?
The vial of shadow.
A vial of shadow still seems to be in his hand before even touching the wall or anything like that.
Is that bottle of stuff that we got from the memory keep?
Yeah. The same thing that allowed the wretch to not see us.
Ah, nice. Well, that's right, because it has anti-magic properties. Good thinking, Myth.
Myth nods. Shall we?
Yep, let's go. Let's see what we got.
Stepping inside, you can see that the hallway is entirely different than any of the sewer that you've seen so far. You see different mechanical bits sort of lining the different walls, pipes and all that, and seemingly much better condition than anything else.
Is it actually lit in here, or is it
No, it's not actually lit in here, but there's no
Looks like
haze,
a
not a
spaceship
speck of
for
it.
some reason.
Not a speck of it.
so all my my modules working as normal?
No. Seal seems to be a little far underground.
Well, like compass and all that working again?
Yes, the compass is working though. Compass was working as soon as the haze went away.
Let's see. And using that in the map layout, can I figure out exactly where we are in the city? Like what's like using the what are we under?
Nope, not at all. You can't even tell which portion you're in. Moving down this hallway, you can see that it opens up into not even a very big room, a very small room at that, with a couple of desks and other sorts of precision tools laying about.
The labs?
It certainly looks like one. There don't seem to be any test tubes or anything like that, but there are sorts of precision tools and some sort of paper on one of the desks. The room itself seems almost cleaned out.
What does papers on the desk say?
On it, it says Underkeep Atrium Laboratory Transfer Manifest. It's stamped in the corner in the top right with an image of a black phoenix.
What's the manifest read?
On the incoming side, it says from Underkeep Hidden Dungeons Testing Area. Date W4-12/25/1650. Cargo. Chaos Stimulus version 51 through 56. In parentheses, proxy-CR-PL-MA-DE-ME-SO. I will be pasting this in the channel, by the way.
Please.
Serial number 2097-0, 2097-1. Transfer. Underkeep Maintenance Supply Bunker, Southeast. I will
Does
paste,
that
I will paste
does
the
that
rest
match
of
up
this.
with
I will paste
does
exactly
that
what it
match up
says.
with the
I will.
with the numbers that we found in
just
that one prison?
Hold on. Hold the fuck on. Let me just paste it. There's no comms channel. I'm just going to put in both of your comms channels.
Hey, Mir. Looks like another one of those leads from those Phoenix people.
What the fuck is a KO stimulant?
I pull up my file.
I'm just gonna read.
models.
I'm just gonna read the
Roughly
rest of
this,
it. I'm just gonna read the rest of it for you, so you don't have to stare at it. But another incoming one from Real Memory Keep, Historia Depths. Date W11-817, 1649. Cargo. Key-MA. Serial number 2098-0 and 2098-1. Transfer. Real Arctic Spire. Outgoing.
There's
To Firefall Okami House, date W8-722/1650. Cargo Chaos Stimulus version 55. Proxy ME. Serial number 2099 through 2099-0 all the way through 2099-5. Transfer. Firefall Nova House, Firefall Arrows House, Firefall Okami House, Firefall Nova House again, and Firefall Okami House again. 2. Stormfrost, White Tower incoming deliveries. Date W8-723-1650. Cargo Chaos Stimulus version 52, Proxy-PL. Serial number 2100-0. No transfer history. 2. Pyramidian Imperial Monolith. Date W8-724/1650. Cargo Chaos Stimulus version 56, Proxy-SO. Serial number 2101-0. No transfer history. 2. Real Arctic Spire, date W8-725/1650. Chaos Stimulus version 53, Proxy-MA. Serial number 2101-0. No transfer history. To Keiseltown, date W11-726/1650. Cargo Chaos Stimulus version 54, Proxy-DE. Serial number 2102-0. No transfer history. To Grim Lake Undersea Research Facility, date W11-727/1650. Cargo Chaos Stimulus version 51, proxy-cr key and key-ma. Serial number 2103-0, no transfer history. For detailed manifest cargo and personnel, refer to the Grim Lake Undersea Research Facility. Requires proxy or above status.
I turned to Kiana. There's something that was one of these things was transferred to your house. You know what it was?
According to the date of the manifest itself, I would know nothing of it. Did not have nearly as much say in my family as I would like.
Do
One
you guys
was
have any information on it? There's some going to Stormfrost and Pyramidion where the king is, I believe, yes?
Pyramidion is where the king is fighting his war. There's also one in Stormfall, it's the White Tower, so someone in the noble someone in the royal family ordered it. Based on the date, it was before the king left.
Have you seen anything like what's in this town at Firefall?
No. Nothing of the sort. But then
It's all
again,
the same thing. It's chaos stimulant.
Well, different
Chaos
versions
Stimulus.
of it.
Different versions of it, but there's some of the serial numbers are the same.
The serial number denomination is 2099 and 2100, right? Those are just basically package transfers, so that's like the number of package that's being sent. The dash is to indicate how many transfers there were before reaching its final destination. In which
So
case
the
they are
ones to
listed.
Pyramidion and Real were basically the one way. They did one shot straight there.
All the ones that, well, let me just read it.
Have you guys seen this Black Phoenix logo anywhere else?
Outside that crate and
Yeah, there was that one crate in the warehouse that we took over.
that's the only one
And that's the
I've
only
seen.
other
What
place
was
we've
in it?
seen this. Nothing.
Thing.
Some Darket cloaks.
Is there anything else? Just the Dark Hat cloaks?
Yeah.
It was
It was
already
mostly
open
cleared out.
when we got there.
Look at its manifest, you see, as, what is the name of the actual place you found that crate? Kiana asks.
That would be the what is it?
Underkeep Hidden Dungeons testing area.
No, that was the that was the prison that we found. That's where we got these bottles. Wait, I've got. Let's see. Rummaging through my pack. I've got bottles 52 and 53.
Bottles of the chaos stimulant?
I guess.
We don't know what it is.
I didn't know what it was. It's from the Hidden Dungeons. And these books about biology and experiment logs.
What's in the experiment logs?
Bunch of gibberish. I wasn't able to figure anything out about them.
Perhaps Kiana can read it, maybe she can decipher something.
Time being, let's store it all and do it in a safer area. Find what else is in here and then get.
Grab
Set
this
up.
manifest. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll definitely take that manifest.
Is there any other things of importance that looks to be nearby?
Nothing. It's almost like the place was entirely wiped out.
Ransacked?
Not ransacked. Almost as if it was neatly cleaned out. Whatever was in here, though, is definitely gone now.
Is there any other rooms in this hallway?
Absolutely not. Just this one room. The door was already open leading to it.
is there anything that would say the name of this room? Like a plaque on the wall?
Yes, you see engraved in a sort of metal plate, Underkeep Atrium Laboratory.
Not much to go on
Nothing
that.
for a lab. All they have is a manifest.
Well, it's probably kept in secret. So if this was cleaning needed out, then whoever went through it basically made sure to grab the important stuff. So, don't know why they would leave the manifest.
How long ago are those
Seems
dates, Andy?
deliberate, to be fair.
Yeah, but that's still information you probably don't want to get out. Who you're doing business with.
Andy, how long ago were these manifests dated for compared to current time?
Current time, I mean, you can look at the time log and you can see it is, right now, it is, before you entered, it was, so, 89, it is April 4th, it is 4/4/16, sorry, no, that's not correct, yeah, it is. Yeah, 4/4/1651.
So these were done a year ago.
Yeah, before the king left and all that.
Before the king left?
Yes.
Yeah.
You said this was before the king left? That this would
Yeah,
have arrived?
go to the war for Provindian.
Interesting.
This technically happened before Natalia got back on this continent.
Wait, what was the
What-
dates again?
It is let's see.
7.
So you
So,
have
like, when
two
it-
vials,
the
don't you?
deliveries-
Labeled what?
I got
Wait,
52
what?
and 53. So that would be looks like
Proxy
proxy
dash-
PL and proxy MA.
Proxy PL and proxy MA.
Those ones you guys said you had 52, 53?
You can rename them if you'd like. Actually,
It's
proxy PL and proxy MA.
well, I mean what that meant.
All right.
Hang on, Andy.
What? No, okay. I'm gonna just pause the recording so we don't just sit here with silence for like an hour, and then
Yeah.
I'll resume it when we're good to go. And now Natalia is stepping over to Kiana. As you see, she is trying to press her again with with a question about the chaos stimulus. Please, you can just RP it if you'd like. It'll be much easier. You do it.
So you've seen nothing in your house about these? You know, as my, as the eyepieces on my helmet kind of whir and do their thing. Don't lie to me, little girl. I'll leave you down here.
Don't.
Resorting to threats here, are we?
Who are you threatening, Natalia?
Kiana?
Oh boy. We came here in good faith with you.
Be careful.
Everyone be at ease. Just trying to figure out what the hell's going on.
And what am I obligated to tell you exactly? He says as her eyes become extremely emboldened, as Natalia can feel the actual strength of her eyes gleaming through the darkness. And now, Natalia, though, can still feel a little bit of almost nervousness coming from her from with the rest of her feelings there. Does it matter?
Indeed it does. This could very well make the difference of what's actually going on here. And what could also be going on at Firefall.
What's going on in Firefall is not your concern.
Is it now?
No,
You
it
come
is
Indeed,
saying,
it is
yeah,
not.
You come saying there's enemies of Firefall. You know, the Black Phoenix.
I don't believe I ever told you the Black Phoenix was enemies.
I don't believe any of us have spoken to you of them.
Why so much interest in the symbol?
Because it is of interest. If you want to know the truth, yes, they are not friends of ours. But regardless, threats we don't take lightly. So I suggest backing off. We're here to work with you, not against you.
Well, it doesn't seem like it.
How so?
Withholding information.
You're
when
obviously
it could
hiding
actually be-
information.
So you're
You
not
know
hiding any
something about that.
information for us?
No, I've been perfectly honest with you. The
What's
entire time.
Cardelia?
What is Cordelia?
Why
Said
does she
she's not
hate us
human.
so much? And you've
You
told
said
us
she's
she's
not
not
a-
human.
She is a
That-
noble from Pyramidion. She hates Firefall because you exterminated her family.
Regardless, you have your secrets, we have ours. Do you need to worry about the chaos stimulant? No, you do not. I promise you it is not going to affect you, not unless you digest that.
What do you know of this chaos stimulus?
Plenty.
What would have happened if I were to drink this vial right here?
I would recommend not.
Highly recommend not.
Right, let's not have this argument down here in the depths. We still need to figure out what we need to. We need to find gather what's that mission here, and then figure out a path out, and then secure a safety passage so we can start clearing it out. Arguing and causing a fight
that's
down
the
here
way
is
we
not.
came.
Yes, but then we have to go through monsters and then figure out how the best way to deal with them. Right now, it's not the time to argue. If you want to kill each other at the throats, do it after all this mess is over.
We came here. I was honest when I said we came here to make friends. Acting like this is not friendly.
I'm trying to do this in good faith.
We're
I know
not
you
being
are.
hostile here.
You're
Oh,
pressing my
threatening our-
companion up against the wall and threatening her.
Is
That's
it not
not
hostile
against the
anymore
wall.
to you?
He just asked her a question.
And said
She
she'll
just-
leave.
And threatened her.
She quite literally said, I will leave you down here if you don't answer me. That's not a threat to you.
If that's not a threat to you, then what is?
To me, that's Natalia being Natalia.
That sounds like a threat where I come from.
Where we come from, that is akin to a threat, my friend. And is likely to incite the trading of blows.
Corbin just shakes his head and just looks at the else to the room and try to figure out what the hell's going on. What else information is in here?
You see that Corin is watching both sides very carefully.
Do I see anything else of importance? I do a search check.
Yeah, you can if you'd like. You guys can continue discussing if you want.
Look, we're not hiding anything from you, but we need to know what you know.
You're not hiding anything from us. I highly doubt that. Look,
What are you
secrets-
afraid of?
We have our secrets, you have ours. That doesn't mean we can't be friends. But
You're obviously
threatening
afraid of
friendly-
something.
We're afraid of a lot of things, just as you are. World's a crazy place right now.
Yes, but you don't trust us, and I need to know why.
You don't trust us, clearly.
With good reason.
Except you're
'Cause
obviously
you're
hiding something.
Yes, and we've been very much apparent that we have secrets. We're not trying to pretend we don't, just like one of our. We even came to you saying no questions for this exact reason. We wanted you to be aware that we weren't telling you everything as an act of faith. That doesn't mean we're going to spill everything.
Yeah, well,
Yes.
this myth holds up the paper we just found. No, the paper we just found, and he says changes things.
How
Does
so?
it?
Obviously, you're more entwined in our story than we are in yours, just like we are in yours, and we need to work together to figure this out. So let's put our differences aside and share secrets.
You first.
What are you afraid of? We don't know
The Black
what you're
Phoenix.
afraid of. Okay, so you're afraid of the Black Phoenix, but we don't know what it is. We've already told you that. The only time we've come in contact with it is this piece of paper and one crate, one time that we found after we entered this city.
Then they probably aren't a big threat of yours. I imagine they're Firefall based. Either way, them being here is a little alarming. We knew they had friends
Considering
in the
we've
east.
also found the chaos stimulus in the city.
But
That
that's
was
not why
supposed
you're
to-
afraid of us.
I would once again highly recommend you do not consume that chaos stimulant.
Yes.
Why not?
It would likely kill you. Near immediately.
What does it do?
I don't even know the
It's not
specifics,
a
but I
poison,
wouldn't.
obviously.
No. Well, maybe. I don't know too much about exactly what it does. I have ideas. And again, don't consume it.
The Black Phoenix isn't why you don't trust us.
They're a side effect, I suppose.
You're still not answering my question. What
I am not answering your question,
are
obviously.
you afraid of?
A lot of things. I'm a very terrified person. Now, can we get back to work? You know why
Alright.
we're here. You know what we want. We're not hiding that from you.
And we want the same thing. So
Then
there's
why
no
are
reason
we
for this
arguing?
hostility. There's no reason for you to hide from us. That's why we're arguing.
What is it you want to know? You clearly want to know something. You're searching for something.
I want to know why you don't trust us.
Because we don't know you.
And because it is very likely, you see, Kiana steps forward. We were once hostile nations. Perhaps you couldn't be able to blame us for the part where we don't trust any of you.
In most other hostile nations, if you
I
said,
don't
hey,
know
I
any of
want to
this
kill a ruler,
hostility.
if you show up in a city and say, oh hey, I want to kill the ruler of the city, from being from a hostile nation, that normally gets you shot on sight.
It does.
So does threatening others, she says as she looks intently at Natalia. We have only just met not long ago. We may have fought one battle, but that does not mean we are friends. We have no intention of having any hostile actions with you. This argument is pointless. You do not ask someone for their life story as soon as you meet them. This is not any sort of child's play.
I'm not asking for your life story.
And you misinterpret my
But you are.
I'm asking
my
for what you are, not
words.
submissive.
If it was not a threat, it was literally saying that if you don't want to work with us properly, we will leave you down here to find your own way out.
Working
That's
together
how that's
is
not
both
fair.
sided.
Natalia,
a
That is
back off.
pretty much a
Natalia.
threat.
Back off.
And that
We're
is
not leaving
exactly
them down
what started this argument.
Alright. Both parties, enough.
here. We're
Let's-
not leaving you down here. Don't
And you wonder
fucking
why
listen
we
to her.
don't trust you. With comments like that, it's not even just her. Cordelia over there clearly dislikes us too. You want us to be completely open when half your party doesn't even trust us.
I would say Natalia and Cordelia are less than half the party.
I've heard a peep of your
you
little
see
girl there.
Alright.
Cordelia
you expect
immediately
me to
turns
trust
over to
you
Myth.
When
Huh?
the first time I take you at more than face value, you're
Ye-
lying.
Cordelia immediately turns over to Myth. We are less than half the party, but we amount to much more than anything you've ever achieved in your worthless short life.
Jesus Christ.
It'd be
Well,
far
one trade
easier to
tickets-
just turn you into nothing but dust and ash and spread you across the rest of the sewage and garbage that lives down here.
Cordelia, now is not the time. I have tried my hardest to be your friend. But you just push me away every time.
How about with this? If you want to trade tickets, we'll trade tickets, but let's do this not here. We just need let's figure out a way to get out and get back to the surface in order to clear out the atrium.
I'm having difficulty believing that coming back with Natalia here with all her soldiers is a good idea.
I put my word on it that we would do nothing against you.
I do too. And so
If
does
there's anyone's
Arsenal.
word that I would like, it would be Natalia and that Cordelia there. They seem to be the ones with the hostile intentions.
Natalia's fought in the war against Firefall. Of course, she's gonna have some lingering.
Indeed, she is a knight. Her word should be good then.
Natalia,
It's on you.
Cordelia. What do you think?
Could care less for any of these fools. Make up your mind, they're asking you, not me.
Fine, I won't abandon you in these tunnels. And I won't
won't
have my
abandon
soldiers
them
shoot
at
you on
all.
sight when we get back.
Or detain.
They deserve equal footing. We're trying to garner trust. As far as I'm concerned, you can come to our hideout. Food and provisions are yours just the same as they are ours.
I appreciate that.
We do. As with
I-
you, Corbin. We appreciate your level-headedness in this.
You have my word you will not be ambushed by my soldiers.
I want to say
But
that
we're
they're
just
your
putting this
soldiers.
off. You need to know that eventually this conversation is going to happen.
I know, but I did not lie when I said this is our life story. So expect that.
And let's keep moving.
Alright, so we need to figure out how best way
Yeah.
go to
Well,
why can I speak?
as the hostilities and tensions die down, Corbin is busy searching the shelving and other things. Finds not even a single scrap of paper or any sort of writing medium. No other documents, not a thing. Whatever was here, almost all of the lab equipment, if was here, is entirely gone, with only small tools here and there.
I turn to Myth. Can you use that vial and check the walls to see if there's any secret passage or on the desk in secret drawers?
Pardon, sorry?
That vial
Use
that
the
opened
shadow
up the
bottle.
door. Can't figure out if there's any secret passage or compartments in this room.
I will walk around with the vial. I don't think it's going to do anything though, but...
As Myth holds up the vial, there's nothing in the room in particular that it makes any noise. It
Can
doesn't
we
make...
spot a search check for it?
Yeah, of course.
Natalia, make one. I'll make one as well.
Roger that.
I rolled 11 higher than you, and you got 1 higher than me. I'm tilted.
And Myth is examining the wall itself, but finds nothing really. Just more wall, shelving, nothing particular at all. Same with Natalia.
I'm gonna lift up the desk and see if there's anything underneath it. Like a hidden hatchery.
Imagine the desk is probably bolted around.
Think that matters?
I'd rather not make a lot of noise.
We just blew up. We just literally flashbanged the entire tunnel system.
Sorry, what'd you say?
I'm gonna move the desk and see if there's anything behind or under the desk.
I'm moving the desk aside. Nothing is particularly behind the desk, just a plain wall.
that ladder a thing?
No.
No ATM.
Alright, so there's
If
nothing
that's
else in the
anything,
room.
it's a save point, by the way, not an ATM.
Computer to access terminal.
Just give me a second, would you?
Yeah.
What are your guys' spot checks out of curiosity?
Is a 1.
21.
Mine's a 6.
Okay.
Want us to roll spot, or do you want?
It's right below
No, it's
handle
fine.
animal heal.
It's fine, don't worry about it. Okay, well, Natalia's the only one who didn't pick up on this, and Corin's telling Corbin. But doing so in secrecy, I'm not sure if you guys want to expose it, I don't care if you do. Corin taps on Corbin's shoulder and points over to Mir, but quietly out of the view of Natalia, as you see that Mir seems to pull out some sort of thin purple coin out of her pocket, examining one of the walls before putting it away and turning back around to see that Corin was watching her extremely intently, and Myth also notices this little detail. Alright, I'm gonna undeafen him now. I don't care how you talk about it or go about it after this. Anything else you guys want to do?
Nothing in particular, I don't believe.
We can keep moving.
Let's go. Corin says as she is kind of pulling Corbin towards the doorway.
Do you hear something, Corn?
No, I just don't want to be here anymore.
Alright, so how do you want to clear this path? Should we have these vials of thermite.
We've also got Infernium weapons. I've got a shotgun.
Honestly, let's try to do this quietly. If
I'm
Bubby
pretty
gets
sure
one.
that stunt with the daylight and supernova gave away any sense of stealth that we had.
Well, if they knew we were here, they would have come after us easily, right? They might be scared of it.
Time being, let's do it. If you need to go loud, we go loud. Right now, let's just try to do. Just clear the path as best we can, with all weapons.
You see,
None of you I want to
Corin
collect
comes
this
up
money.
with something. Looks like a little petri dish of some kind. You guys didn't notice this?
What's in it?
Not sure. Says it looks kind of glows green. Says pheromone. Not sure for what.
Could be for the Dream Eaters, or not Dream Eaters. Those creatures that we're messing with earlier. That was eating the eggshells.
Maybe.
We shove it in my pack next to all the other stuff we've gotten from this place.
I also want to collect as many magical materials on the way.
Corin's holding on to it.
Okay.
Puts it in her pocket.
Also, if anyone can grab as much magical materials out of here as we can, it'll help me out with making mana potions for everyone.
Also, Ian,
Imagine
I want to tell you something. Don't just take shit out of people's hands and say shove it in the pack. You're not the only one who can carry stuff. It also does not belong to you if it is in your pack. Unless you want to go down that route, which you can. But she's holding on to it.
Okay.
Just thought I'd let you know that. That's all. Alright. And moving about back out towards towards the area you guys are right here. Okay. You see that in particular, one of the eggs has opened and has remained open. As the wall seals up behind you, showing up that mossy, untouched texture once again. Some of the fleshy bits seem to be creeping back out of the water, but otherwise the room itself has not filled with haze, but only a thin layer on the ground, just as before. You see, Corin is looking about now. Something's here. It's quick.
Can Mir see anything?
Yes, you can see down the tunnels.
How far?
60 feet, 120 feet. So you can see pretty far down the tunnels. But the only thing she sees is that one egg, just one of them. The one in the very center is opened up.
For whatever it is, it can't be very big.
Well, you hope.
Has to fit inside that egg, doesn't it?
Monsters can be weird. I'm just going to put it that way.
They can go quickly. Warren, do you hear anything?
It's moving around. It's crawling on the ceiling occasionally, but I can't see it. Why can't I see it? I can hear it.
Where do you hear it?
You see, she turns around quite often. It's moving a lot.
Point. Maybe I can see it.
And you see, she kind of has like a rough estimate of her hand, kind of just tracing along the walls. As you can see, it's moving quite quickly along the walls itself. In terms of actual D&D translation of speed, you could say you estimate this thing to be about 120 move speed.
Okay. Keep an eye on it.
I might just say ear.
I'm gonna get in a defensive position in the middle of the group to be ready to intercept it if it shows up. Kind of following
It's
where Corin
stopped.
hears it.
Where did it stop?
And she's just simply pointing at where the entrance is that you guys came in from. It went off that way.
Did it stop, or did it not gonna hear it? Like, did it trail off?
It trailed off.
We might want to start moving.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Let's go.
Goss will take point. I'll take the rear again. Just hurry.
And as you see, they're kind of hustling down the hallway as bits of noises here and there and some splashing of the water can be heard. The eggs that were all along the path are all gone now, as you can see, except for the two that were just in front, as you see that those eggs are as well also open.
So there's 3 of whatever.
Yeah. Rest were consumed more than likely.
As the pace begins to pick up, Karn is kind of whipping back and forth, just looking around. As you can see, you can hear some of the Barts, like some of the skittering around, as everyone else can also hear it a little bit as well. I think they're following us, Corn says, as everyone is hustling back down the hallway.
Try to keep eyes behind us if I can.
I have some dark vision. I'm keeping an eye about there.
Should we deal with them?
We have to
If we open the
eventually.
doors and
I'm more worried if that creature's gone to the garrison to attack our men.
the doors are closed, so we should be able to.
I don't know how strong this creature is. It could just bust right through.
And just as you guys are approaching the door, you can see that the doors are entirely intact. I don't hear them anymore, but they're definitely here.
I
Corin
think we deal with
says.
them before we open the door.
I
agree.
agree.
There's 3.
Also,
I'm gonna try to get in radio contact with the men.
contact them when I make sure they're good.
Make sure flamethrowers are on standby.
You hear through static, and as you check in with the rest of the men, as they confirm to you that there doesn't seem to be any sort of problems.
I'm gonna have them get Turtle Squad on the door in case we need backup.
We need flamethrowers.
We don't have flamethrowers, is the problem. We
Yeah,
destroyed them all.
Well, that's fucking unlucky.
Yes.
Alright. I guess Caster's between the vanguard and the door.
Do they have incendiary grenades handy?
Who?
The Floss guys?
No, every single thing was destroyed in the process. Pretty much all their equipment was destroyed, except for a couple of the things.
Even the guy with the mortar?
No, the mortar's still good. It's just up above.
Could they bring that down and use it and fire it down the length of the tunnel?
They would need to open the doors.
That might collapse the tunnel.
Might be worth it.
No, we want to keep the tunnel at least somewhat intact. Actually, we found. Well, let's relay with Felicia Ray once we clear out. Relay right here. Show her what we found in the lab. Because she wanted to know. Then we determine what the hell we're gonna do with Atrium itself. I imagine she still wants it clear.
Do you think clearing it's probably the most optimal? If we destroy it, we'll find something else. Monsters tend to find holes of their own or create them if they're not there.
Yeah, if we can at least predict it, be easy to predict if we know where they're coming out from.
Yep, if it's cleared, then we can put guards on it too. It's gonna be a good access point for us.
Just stay near me, Corin says. These things are very quick. As you see, she's holding out her blade, just kind of watching the different locations.
Don't
Have
gotta
a-
tell me twice.
Corbin with the OA's great sword out, ready.
I'm just going with the lightning gauntlets. And shield.
Doesn't seem to be enough space around. Oh, alright. I'm going to need... Let's see. No, Corin's gonna... That. Hey, Corbin, actually, okay, I need Myth to make a reflex. I need, Connor's gonna do the reflex as well. That's fine, just Myth. You guys like these, don't you?
No.
Ah!
Should I put them closer? Should I put it closer?
Yes, three.
Get it away from me.
Alright. That's your reflex? No, unarmored. Unarmored reflex. It's unarmored, so. Which one is it?
That's unarmored.
Okay. And out of the darkness, you see that one jumps directly at Mir's face as she turns around to detect it, but as Corin drives its blade straight down the center of it, as little bits of, before she flings it straight off onto the ground, as the acid from the creature itself burns straight through the flesh as well, as she immediately flings her blade about, as you see there's some damage to her sword. And Kiana as well, as she ducks just in time, but grabs a creature by the tail, flinging it against the wall before blasting it with an extremely large beam of light. Myth, however, grabs it just as the thing is about to jump straight onto him. Now also make a grapple check.
Can I assist him on this?
Ow.
Possibly.
That's my roll to assist Myth.
23.
Andy.
Yes.
Does escape artist count towards this?
Yes, whatever your grapple check is.
Okay.
If I can maintain control of it, I'm gonna pin it to the ground
You're-
and zap it with my gauntlets.
Your escape artist should automatically go into your
Yeah.
grapple check.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Ooh, okay, that is 37 plus
What?
3.
Plus 23. is-
Ooh.
We're at 80 something.
Yeah, but you're not going to get your total bonus towards him. You're going to get half. Which is 23, so it's going to be
23 plus
60.
60.
Ice is also coming over to try to grab this guy, but
Yeah,
her
we'll
grapple
come
is...
help you. Mir will come help too. Mir will come help too.
Oh no. You see, as Myth is struggling with the thing, as the creature begins to wrap its tail around his neck, as he holds it just above his face, as he can see a
Can I zap it
odd-looking
with my gauntlets?
sort of face is getting closer and closer to him as it trying to find any orifice that it can. As Ice is coming over, as she tries her best to grapple it. All right, who's helping again?
Alright, I'm gonna transition
can
how I'm
help
helping
you.
him.
Huh?
I'm going to grapple Myth's face and pull him away from it that way.
It is choking him currently.
He is literally holding onto it, and it is choking him right now.
Can I just zap the shit out of it with my gauntlets?
And him.
It's on his neck. That's probably not a good idea.
You can
This
try
time
to.
me.
I don't care.
Myth, you want me to get electrocuted or no?
Fucking that be.
Alright, you heard him, Cordelia.
All right. I'm standing back. I'm standing back.
Go ahead. Roll your accuracy.
I haven't punched
Paul,
him in a while.
I swear to fucking God.
Ryan. Your fucking emotes, dog.
Listen, I can't stop this.
31.
Man, I can't help it, dude.
Myth. Make a fortitude save.
Yes, if he passes out because of your stupid thinking, he's gonna have this thing latched onto his head.
Unarmored. Actually, no, it is armored. It is armored. Go ahead.
It'll also be the thing will also be paralyzed by this. So
Not necessarily.
Not if its fortitude saves high enough.
Oh no. Myth, it's been a fucking honor.
That's not against Myth. That's not against Myths. That's against the, yeah. Okay. Natalia grabs Myth by the neck, also trying her best to grab the creature itself. As you see, Myth immediately sort of tenses up as Myth loses hold of his grip for just a moment as the thing slams straight onto his face. I'm gonna go ahead and.
I'm assuming this other one's dead as well.
Oh yeah, the others are dead, 100%. And Myth immediately conks out. He's not dead, but he is asleep.
Good night.
And the thing is very much strapped to his head.
You just had to shock him.
I did ask him first.
You're screaming no.
Kiana, can you keep him from being burned? We can just set Ares. You might be able to just set him on
Whole thing
fire.
on
Yeah,
fire.
you got micro stunned with it. That's what happened.
That's probably what we need to do, honestly, right now. Is burn it off.
Just gotta be careful with the acid in the system.
That's why we're
Should
hoping.
boil.
And you
We're
see
hoping it boils.
Kiana comes over immediately and examines Myth. Hold on, let's
I'm gonna
Actually,
read back into the light there.
yeah, moving back into the light here.
actually, I have a question for you, Andy.
Yes.
If I ash and revival him, would that remove it from his body, from inside of him?
What's inside of him?
Ah, fuck, we don't know that. You're right. Never mind. Fuck.
Trissy, I greatly appreciate your PMs. Thank you. I will cherish them for all time.
Seriously, did you say yes? Zap me or no? Don't zap me.
No, that
Said no.
he said
He
yes.
screamed no.
He said
100%
And
said
you
no.
rolled accuracy,
Oh,
and I was like, oh.
I thought he said zap me. I said that's why I said hey, you heard it, Cordelia.
You see,
Zap the shit. out of him.
you see the Kiana comes close.
I'm sorry, Trissy. I misheard.
Mikasa, come here for a second. Actually, no, never mind. Arius, you're a little bit better with the fine works here. Come a little
What do you
closer.
need me to do?
Hold your fireball in your hand, but concentrate it a little bit.
All right.
You see, as Arius does just that. Instead of a small little wispy flame in his hand, it concentrates into an extremely tiny orange dot that's almost sears the back of everyone's eyes just simply looking at it as he moves this dot very close to Myth. Try not to cut him with it. Would you like to make a dex check?
No, not particularly, if I'm honest.
Please make a dex check. I'm kidding. You can if you want to.
I don't.
All
Let's
right.
just say it worked.
Anyone else want to try? No?
I've got
Mikasa
more
doesn't
luck.
have a positive.
Neither do I.
I do. Can I get in?
Can you control fire?
Good luck, Brian.
Arius
Let's
is the
just
only
not make
one
this
for the
roll.
job.
I mean, you could also zap the shit out of Myth, and that should kill it.
She's kind of looking down at him. I kind of like him this way. He's quiet. Quieter than normal, that is.
Such a bitch. My God. Okay, let's get on with this.
Yeah, Jesus fucking Christ.
All right.
See,
So
doesn't that
what?
make it you guys? She doesn't like anybody.
Doesn't mean she's not a bitch. Anyways, what are we doing here, Kiana? How am I chopping this thing off?
Well, let's just perhaps test. These things bled acid, from what I saw with Horn's dispatch of one of them. However,
Indeed. The flame might be able to cauterize the wound instantly as I'm cutting it, but
maybe.
I'm not positive of it.
Well, would you like to make a dex check? You can take as much time as you need.
Does the time give me a bonus to it?
Yes, of course.
Otherwise,
we can
it's
also
a
just
zero.
guarantee it if you want to sit there and be for a little while.
Let's just guarantee it.
All right. Test
I'm not
upon
particularly.
one of the knuckles there. Maybe we can get it off of his face.
Alright, while they're doing that, everyone else take defensive formation around them. And you make sure nothing else comes in.
You see, a little bit of time and a little bit of nervousness. Arius manages to bring the dot just close enough to the knuckle as you see that it immediately bursts forth with acid flinging past him and coating the ground just behind as the searing sound can be heard in the stone. As little bits drip down the arm as Kiana immediately turns Myth's head sideways so that it drips onto the ground instead of onto Myth itself. As little bits of Myth's hair immediately burns off.
Due for a haircut, anyways. Let's
That's-
get this going.
That's not going to work. These creatures, they function off of pheromone.
Tyler, get that
Is Ice
psych
still
out of
conscious or no?
Yes, Ice is still there. You can see she almost looks sick.
Is Myth immune to her frost breath?
You said it's attracted to pheromones, Kiana?
Yes. At least
Could we
most of
use
the creature's
pheromones on the
behavior.
creature?
Maybe. I'm not sure which ones would apply. Any of the wrong ones could make it react more hostile and possibly kill him on the spot. The correct one might save him.
Which ones do we have? The one we found in there, as well as the strained
sack
gas
that I-
emitting.
Corin, what about the one you have in your pack?
She pulls out the petri dish. Here you go. He hands it reluctantly to Kiana. You see she kind of examines it. It's a very powerful magical concentration for such a small amount. Do any of you know of the origins of the actual wretches? This is the only other pheromones that we have. We know of no others that use this kind of behavior.
I'm gonna go to the rifle through Trissy's pockets and find the darkness vial, the bottle of shadows. This is the only other thing that we know of that they react to.
I don't know what that is.
So you have 3 different kinds. You have the one that's in Myth's pocket, you have whatever the one from the wretch is, and whatever that was in the petri dish.
If we think about this, then the one from the petri dish is likely the one that's going to be going with the stuff that's down here, seeing as
Only due to
Well,
its
these are
magical
down here.
concentration. That is the only thing we have to work off of, and the only thing we truly know about these.
Which one gets off the most similar one? I'm assuming the one in the petri dish.
They all seem to have a powerful sort of feeling.
Or which one closely matches with the thing on Myth's face?
I can't tell. I don't have enough magical attunement for this. You see Cordelia looks over, kind of smug. I can tell which one it is already.
Would you care to share that information?
I'm considering it.
What do you want in return? That's how you have to make a deal with her.
make
Well,
a deal to
that's-
save one of her own party's life.
Yeah.
Cordelia.
You see she's just simply just standing there looking down at Myth, very smug. I'm not sure. I almost like him this way.
You do know if he dies to this thing, you'll have one less person left to protect you from Firefall.
Oh? She needs protecting from us, does she?
I'm almost offended you could say something like that, Natalia. Besides, what happens to Myth if he dies? Doesn't the lesser dragon over there die too? And you see she immediately snaps out of her sickness and walks over to her and stands directly in her face. What? Do you have something to say to me, lesser dragon? You see she's staring directly into her face, like stone cold eyes.
I try to get in between them. It's like, enough. Cordelia, what do you want in return?
Nothing. I'm just teasing. I'll tell you which one it is. I simply enjoy messing with him. You can tell by the resonance of the actual thing. You don't have none of you creatures have any sort of close enough attunement to tell what kind is which. They all resonate the same. It's this one. She taps on the petri dish. The same kind of resonance that the ones with spines give off. They're all the same.
Spines. The Deathstalkers?
That's correct. Here's my presumption. If Myth is not dead by the end of this, simply let him hold on to the pheromone and put it on him. And leave it at that. That would be probably the best way to do it if you can't remove anything from his face.
Alright.
I can tell you this, the thing attached to his face is losing its magical power very, very quickly.
Is it? Where's that magic power going?
Into Myth. But not part of him. You could almost consider it inside of him.
Is there a way to get it out of him without hurting a Myth?
Well, how do you get something inside out?
Cut it out.
He just said without hurting him. Did you not hear him?
Could you be precise enough with lightning to blast it? Without obliterating Myth?
No. His body's too weak for that.
What if I grounded him?
Likely not.
I could make some sort of alchemic potion that could destroy the creature within whatever is giving off the magic source. but I need to figure out what the hell would attune to kill it.
And at that, you see that the creature actually unfurls from his face as you see Myth is just simply still knocked out, with the press marks against his neck and against his face of where the creature latched on. As you see, it immediately folds up and upside down and doesn't seem to move anymore.
I grab the creature and lift it up. Is it moving in any fashion?
None at all.
I go up to the other two and do the same thing.
They can.
And
They might make
The other
it,
ones are in pieces. This one's actually in whole tact.
Bring the intact one. You might be able to use it to make a potion. Get rid of whatever the hell's in.
Alright, I'm taking all three of them. I can probably try and make some sort of detoxin with these. Hopefully it will help. I have 3 chances to make a alchemic potion, detoxin.
Well, the creatures are gone at least, Corin says. What should we do now?
Half of me wants to get us all back inside the doors in some sort of safety, but the other half of me wants to make sure we don't know what's inside Myth. I don't want to cause a for the
We have
spread
2
somehow.
options. We can either quarantine him.
And Kiana's still looking at him. It's still in him. I could still
or
feel
we
its
can
power.
take him with us.
I need to get my alchemic station set up and making on it. Can we hold off on a few? I'll go through the doors and try and make it. Can you hold off for a few hours?
Are there any cells left in the garrison? Like something we can put him in, keep him isolated.
Yes.
We'll put him in there. Alright, so you can stay
Andy.
with him if you wish.
Can Kiana detect if that magic source inside of him is going to become active, or try and spread out or something?
She feels that it's in there, but doesn't seem to feel any more than that.
Okay.
Where is it located exactly in him?
Hmm. Can't exactly tell for certain. It's powerful enough that it overshadows all of the magical power that was already in him. You couldn't even be able to tell that it was Myth to begin with.
Is there any
Or
quills
do you know where
nearby?
it is in his body?
Andy, is there any quills on the walls and whatnot?
No. You guys are close enough to the door that there's been pretty much nothing.
Fuck.
We still have the 1 quill.
I need more than just 3 quills.
We've got the big quill.
How are you going to make a detox?
Use the body of the thing.
That would be the answer. I need stuff for the magic material. In other words, a few of us need to go back in and grab as many quills as we can.
Andy, how much is a big quill enough worth enough to make some material?
Kiana, are these things weak to fire? Any chance?
What, this thing inside of him?
Yes.
I can't tell. We could try something.
Could you tell Cordelia?
I'm almost inclined to say that it's drawing in energy from nearby, the magic in the air, even if it's little. I'd say you should give it a try.
Knowing her, she'd probably just want to see Myth burn.
Nice. Do you know if Myth is immune to your breath?
He is.
We weren't thinking about setting him on fire quite, but if the thing can be burned out, we do have a way. But
You
we
can try
need
to
that
freeze it
answer.
out.
Let's test if my assumption is correct. Cordelia steps over and places her hand on his stomach. As you see, if you can feel the static in the air again before it immediately dissipates. Not a bit of lightning through him, and yet he ate it all up. And Kiana can feel the power inside of him stronger.
Ice, use your breath weapon on him. You might be able to freeze it out of since he'll be immune to it. He might be able to freeze out the creature from inside of him.
You see,
Reduce the temperature enough.
she tries her best and steps over to him, but as she does, and you can feel a little bit of frost begin to form on the ground as it quickly melts away. But just as that's happening, you see that she immediately just goes unconscious.
That's not good either.
So I guess it's my turn.
No, let's put,
Maybe
let's
we
put him in
stop
quarantine. And then we
pouring
can.
magic into him.
Alright, ask Alphys Mikasa, Corin, can you come with me and help me grab as many quills as possible?
Thing is, we have to go as a group. We still need this light, so we'll all just come. We're just gonna need some people to carry these two.
I'm gonna take Myth and Ice beyond the doors. Put them in quarantine and watch over them.
Okay.
I'll kill if it kills Myth. I will kill whatever comes out of him.
Well, then I should go with them.
Oh, sorry. We'll just keep it here.
Only one of us needs to watch over Myth, but I don't want to risk it killing the rest of our men.
Yes, but if it kills him, then I can revive him. So I will
Very
come
well
with
done.
you.
Alright, you
We're
get to
not-
carry
we're-
Ice Geth, I'll carry Myth.
We're not going far in, just need to get enough magic material to where I can make more potions.
And I will likely need one if I have to revive him.
Natalia and Arius, go take those two. Then we'll go look for as many thorns as we can.
I eject my capsule of Deathstalker Venom, toss it to Amir. You get stabbed, use this.
We'll do.
Everyone should still have a
Yeah, they've got
vial
one.
or two of Deathstalker Venom on them.
Yep, I just give him mine so he has an extra one on him.
I then open my pack, I have plenty. We should be fine. Hold on to it. If they see have the same composition as Deathstalker Venom, then you probably be best suited for maybe making an antidote for Myth.
If you're that worried about it, maybe you should have him take one.
Alright. You go over to Myth and just try and make him down a vial of Deathstalker antivenom.
And you see Cordelia almost reacts to this, watching him. Something inside of it has changed. The resonance it gives off is different.
Weaker.
Not weaker. Different. I agree, Kiana says. Even I can feel it now.
Fuck.
You might have just made it immune to its own venom.
Yes, I know.
I won. Alright, enough of these games. Let's get him up. Put somewhere safe.
Leave him here, Kiana says, stopping Natalia. I do not have faith in your ability to kill whatever comes out of him. We know nothing of it. Leave him down here. If he dies, he dies. And we shall keep it down here till we know more about it.
It is probably the wise decision.
I understand that he is an acquaintance of yours, but I could care less about it. If the rest of your men die, it means nothing in the end. And I will also not be put in danger because of this stupid decision.
I agree. Get Elphys inside, but it's basically one of us needs to be out here constantly on guard with them.
I will be willing to take responsibility and to try to understand what's happening with him.
I'll stay with Kiana too, and Arius should stay as well. Perhaps the Firefall party can just watch after him for now then, with Alphys as here to be our light bearer.
Let's first go in so I can make some coagulants or something against it.
Do you
Or
need
very
her?
least magic materials to create mana potions.
Do you need Alphys for that?
Alchemist.
Mm.
You see Kiana turns around. The pheromone might be your key to something, but if you mess it up, you could die. If we're not sure about its effects, perhaps we should test it first and leave the rest of it with him until we're sure.
If the pheromones it, then we have
How much
4
pheromone
chances.
is there?
Just a small little petri dish of it. Well, you
Is there
can,
nothing left in the corpses?
what do you mean?
And
What, these
corpses
guys? They have
in
nothing like
any-
that. Yeah, nothing like that. This pheromone glows dimly green.
So it's probably from the bodies of an adult, probably female. If such a thing even matters for them.
Ah. So if it,
You
how would
have
a
one
pheromone
unit
base-
of it. Also, you can test it. It won't use up the unit, but if you were going to test it, the concentration of the thing is 4 times as powerful as that of 1 unit of mana steel.
Test it on what though?
The composition tester.
Okay.
So it is basically turbo mana steel as far as
I mean, in
Oh,
terms of the amount of
there's-
magical power it contains, a single tiny speck of it that he had just more power than a single like bar of mana steel, 4 times as much.
okay.
You could even say it was extremely concentrated magic itself.
So it's basically
Would
quality.
it be duplicatable?
Not
Time's
sure.
gonna be of the essence. We need to quarantine Myth, get some
Down here.
quills or whatever.
Yes. I think we should get to work right now. Again, the Firefall party can watch him as long as we have light so we don't get surrounded.
Well, we need to go deeper in and get the quills.
I say we need the light in order to go get the quills.
The
Well,
quills
then
aren't
we're
too far
taking him
down.
with
Yep. You're gonna bring him with you.
Yeah, we're gonna bring him with us because we're not bringing him up.
You see, upon bringing him, you can see that even with the light there, Torin's also watching. I mean, I guess everyone's kind of just here, anyways. But Torin's
So
moving
Andy,
down.
I took the 3 corpses of those
Yeah.
creatures and I went back.
Yep, shove them in your bag. One of them's whole, the others are like half of what's left. So
What do you say? Just 2 pieces or 2 whole ones?
1 whole. Yeah, just say 2 whole ones. I don't care what you call them.
Yeah, that's going facehuggers. That's what they are.
Sure, Myth is having a wonderful time. He's having a great time.
Chelsea boy is so happy right now. I just can feel him smiling from here.
Oh, no. Oh yeah, he messed me. He's all like, ah!
And Myth is being dragged down as the quills begin to thicken again. Wait, how are you gonna grab them?
Use basically cloth or what material to kind of put in my hands. But also I take a anti-venom.
Okay. And you place your hand over it, but you could feel very thin barbs still sticking through some of the cloth, but not actually cutting into you or piercing you at all. But you can still feel it anyways. But as you're actually moving the quills or moving Myth down, you can see that the quills almost bend away from him.
That's weird.
It's probably not good. You have to be very careful when making this potion.
And at
It's
that,
having this reaction to that.
Corin's looking much farther down the hallway. Whatever was in here is running away from us.
That's not a good sign.
It's almost like he's a repellent for the stuff down here. But out of the darkness, something else comes. As it slinks into the daylight itself, as you see bits of it begin to sear, as it slowly makes its way towards Myth, not concentrating on anything else.
Cut it with Tajina.
And Natalia stabs it as it doesn't even make a sound, still trying to slink its way through her sword towards Myth.
That's unusual. Kiana, you got any ideas on this one?
I'm not sure, but that whatever, just don't look at it is all. As the creature doesn't actually make it all the way to Myth, as it simply just crumbles away from the daylight itself.
So he's got enough magic concentration that it's pulling Dream Eaters into the daylight.
That's unusual, Kiana says, as you see the magical power in the air, even from the Dream Eater itself after it's dead. It's getting stronger within Myth, just by proximity.
Is there like little scoops of flesh or anything left of the Dream Eater?
Nothing, simply crumbled into dust. Any bits of flesh that remained has pretty much just turned into nothing but dust.
I turn to Kodai and Kiana. Did the magical energy in the air lighten up whatever's causing the mana deprivation or deprivation.
Let's see. Hold on. How much mana does Myth have?
I'm checking. Myth mana.
This is
Or-
Yeah, it's 510.
500.
510. Oh Jesus.
Also, you haven't updated your health. Up
What?
the egg.
Yeah.
Is there one alive in there?
Don't worry about it.
Oh.
Myth is now an egg.
Well, go ahead. You've gotten the needles.
How many needles did I get?
As many as you want. There's hundreds, if not thousands, of them down here.
How long would an hour? How much do I get with an hour's work?
Let me just update it for you. How about that?
How does it react if I put the shadow vial on his chest?
The shadow vial actually seems to almost slink all the way as close to him as it possibly can get, concentrating very much at the very bottom instead of just filling up the whole vial.
Perhaps that's not a good idea.
Oh, oops. There you go. You can gather as much as you want.
Where did he? Oh, he. Okay, this.
Well, what's the plan?
So one Deathstalker Spines is max
Is he
batch.
still there?
Is this? How confident are you in this the ability for this potion to work?
I give
I mean-
50-50 at best.
So what's gathered information that we know? Basically, ever since I basically given the Deathstalker Venom, it's basically increased the magical properties inside of it.
It changed the magical properties inside of it.
Yeah.
Did not increase it, but it
Adapted.
changed it.
It's very adaptive, so I don't think. We have to do something, because it's absorbing magic very frequently.
If it doesn't
And
kill
maybe-
him when it hatches, the pheromones could give him a chance to control it.
Well, even if it does kill him, we have something for that, but that's not
We
what
also-
I'm worried about. I'm worried about what comes out if it comes out. We need to kill it, hopefully, before it comes out, so we don't have to fight it.
I mean,
Maybe a Deathstalker, but a juvenile one.
I think it's something else if other things are afraid of it. Probably something a little bit more severe.
Well, based on
Well-
the reactions of everything else, they could be a Deathstalker.
we could open it up and try to get it out. Just have.
I'm not
we-
confident in my ability to do surgery to do that, though.
No one here is a surgeon.
No, no
Or
one
a
here has that
doctor.
ability. Yeah.
I mean, the only medical stuff I've done was on the battlefield. And it's different patching up arrow wounds.
I mean, right now
Technically,
we
you could do it with a heal check, but you would also need a lot of dex checks and precision tools. There are precision tools, just not here, but in the lab.
Fuck. Alright, let me go get my. Let me grab my portable. Wait, do I have my alchemist kit on me, or do I
Nope. Yep, it is literally portable. It's called a portable alchemy kit because it is portable.
And it's in your butt.
fair enough. Alright, let's go
Say,
back
Corn,
to
if
the
you want,
lab.
as a last resort, we could rush to the labs and get the tools.
Well, we don't have to rush. Whatever these things are, like every single Death Eater that comes near us is getting died from the sunlight produced by alphas. And the other creatures are literally running away.
Deathstalkers are not afraid of the daylight, but there are none down here, even despite all the spines.
But there are tons of eggs. Or there was tons of eggs.
But I didn't say the Deathstalkers. I said the Death Dream Eaters, and then whatever creatures that have been roaming around are apparently afraid of it. So we should have a clear path back to the lab. And I suggest we do that.
That's what you want to wear.
Third option. We don't even know if it'll kill him when it comes out.
Yeah, but we shouldn't wait until it comes out to figure out. I say we go to the lab then. At the very least, it'll be an area that we can probably defend a little bit better. Farther away from the doors, too.
Tristan, are you here?
Technically, he's not allowed to speak.
No, you're allowed to. I don't care if he does.
Okay.
What?
Your call. What do you want to do? It's your character.
Pheromone, please.
Yeah.
You want the pheromone potion?
A pheromone potion is the best thing we have. Again, that's why I
Yeah.
said we just bank on the potion. Because the things we can do outside that is magic, and magic's clearly not working on it. And we don't have the ability to deal with it physically, because none of us are doctors or surgeons.
Yeah.
Corn and Natalia probably work together to do it.
I think
Aaron
we
has
should
the
push it
precision
first.
to probably do it, but not the experience.
And Natalia's got the medical knowledge to maybe.
Not to mention
You're not
Corn.
a
Corn is
surgeon either.
I got 25 heal check, bro.
So she has a higher heal
That's-
check than you.
doesn't mean
Doesn't mean
much.
you're a surgeon.
Yeah, go
On the
for
way,
it.
I just grab on the way back to the lab. I grab as many spines as I can get.
Okay.
Alright, let's head
I
back.
have say 30 units. So
You can just count it in pounds, and I don't care how many pounds you pick up.
one little quill is worth pounds. Just,
The large quills. There are only big
Oh.
quills down here.
okay. I'll get 10 then.
Okay. Time's all yours. There are precision tools in here. Go on. It's your guys' plan. Unless you want specific assistance from NPCs, you should ask them if you want their help or want their opinion. Doesn't matter. Just it's up to you.
I'm gonna lay Myth up on the table.
Also,
and-
Tristy, you can speak as much as you want. Because he is now awake.
We definitely go for the potion play, but
I'm still gonna lay Tristy up on the table, awake or not.
Myth feels very exhausted, but also very hungry. I skip as well.
I need
I'll
food.
toss him a ration each.
maybe we hold off on feeding them while that thing is consuming inside of him.
Myth almost
If he
feels
is-
very starved almost. He needs food. He is very hungry.
Give him a few rations.
Yep. Toss him a ration. Him with ice gift. Try
If-
to fish out of the bag.
You don't actually have to eat if you don't want to. I really don't care.
I'm eating everything.
Yeah.
See.
Yep. And
You're
Natalia
also still on
is
the desk.
yes, and Myth is downing, and I mean downing rations non-stop. I skip as well. And he does not seem to be ceasing his hunger. How many rations would you like to feed him?
I'll give him 3.
On record, I disagree. Just on record.
After feeding him 3 rations, I literally tie him to the desk.
Okay. What's the plan? Well, Meth, do you struggle or no?
Now you can tie me down.
We don't know if this thing will be able to control you or not, so.
You still need to just feed me food though.
Now
I'll
it
give him
comes down
another
to like
ration
what
for
type of potion I
cooperating.
make. If I make a grainy potion hybrid, you can basically be poison disease, prevent delay. I'm thinking it's probably need to be more of a overlord stimulus.
And do
Overload
I
stimulus.
feel anything?
Nope, not at all. You feel very hungry, and that's pretty much it. But you feel like you have a lot of energy. Other than the fact that you feel like really tired for some reason, while you have a lot of energy. It's like you have a lot of caffeine, but you're still exhausted.
I'm gonna give him a shot of Cambrian brandy.
It's literally the 7 a.m. coffee feel.
He just downs it without a single problem.
This isn't myth. I pulled the gun.
It's an imposter. There's no way he'd be this much of a man.
Jesus.
Interesting enough. The power inside of him grows as he continues to eat.
How did it react to the alcohol?
Well, it's still growing more powerful.
Alright, myth, this is literally a pint of 195 proof brandy.
You guys actually trying
Give
to
me
kill him?
Give me the equivalent of how many shots that would be that he just took by comparison.
That would be him drinking literally half a bottle of vodka,
Okay, well, give me by comparison how much.
about a dozen or
It's a
so.
good, yeah, 20 shots.
Listen, you're gonna be drunk for the next week.
Are you
Good
taking
luck.
it?
No, it's not 20 shots.
Half
Wait,
a bottle.
It's
We're
like
talking
15,
big bottle, right?
15, 16 shots.
It's full, if it's foolproof, it's like 20.
Are you going to take it or no?
I'd rather not kill myself with alcohol.
I agree.
I mean, either the alcohol kills everything in you or it kills you.
Well, the thing in
Cordelia.
him appears to be magical, by the way.
Yes, but this isn't magical, so.
Exactly. It won't have effect on it, will it now?
But also can't absorb it. 'cause
Well,
it's not
he
magical.
can't exactly say
Need
no.
solid food.
Your party, your party.
He's
It's your call.
he's hungry and thirsty. It's up to you. He
I
does.
need solid food.
Cordelia.
I'll give you another ration if you drink it.
I need meat.
I've got this fish.
You see, Icegeth is immediately just looks over, the sparkle in her eye.
She wants the fish.
The fuck?
I give her
Give
the fish,
fish.
and then I get another fish off for myth. You want a fish?
He's sitting there almost like restraining against the ropes, trying
Let
to
me
reach
cook
it.
it first
I'll give her
for
the
you, at
slimy raw
least.
fish.
Let me cook it at least.
No.
Okay, well they're both gonna destroy it. Okay,
Great.
are you gonna
Now
take
he
the alcohol
is-
or not?
Tristan, you ate a raw fish. I would highly recommend you do it.
Yeah, at this point,
I'll
fucking
take-
send it.
A quarter. I'll take a quarter, or like half of what's actually there.
Okay, well Myth downs half of it as he kind of just says, "Well, kind of want some more."
Andy,
Does
can,
not affect him one bit, and he still feels.
Andy, can I look
extremely
around
hungry.
for a cage of some kind or anything to?
Yes, there actually does in the corner seem to be a solid, like sort of glass room. That's very small, sealed glass room.
All right. I believe
Should we put the
that,
both in there or just myth?
There is a table in there.
Does it have
Alright.
straps on it?
Yes.
Alright, myth, you reload.
All right, myth.
And I'll give you a big jug of water to sip on.
Cordelia, is the creature inside myth like taking its like sapping on its mana?
Sapping more than just his mana, maybe a bit of his life as well. While you're at it, the more you feed him, the more powerful it becomes.
All right. I think I know what I need to do.
How did it react to the alcohol poisoning?
It doesn't seem to affect him at all. Myth doesn't seem to care. He's not even slightly afflicted. Anything.
Because he just drank
Alright.
enough alcohol to kill someone, so.
Here's my idea. We basically need starved myth and ice geth of mana.
I need pheromones.
You want the actual pheromones themselves, or do you want
That
it,
potion
like,
would probably
as a
help.
potion?
So here's my idea. It's basically using the pheromones as a enhancer to make a mana deprivation against this type of creature. Basically, you
I
deplete
just-
its mana.
Want Pheromones.
Just give him the pheromones. He seems to need them
I need more.
at this point.
Well, Corbin still currently has it. Corbin, is there something you'd like to do with it?
Hey,
I'm
Corbin,
thinking making a. If I duplicate it, it's not gonna be as the
According to its
Quantity can be
composition,
quality.
according to its composition, you can actually see something about it that's a little bit different than the rest of it. It is extremely concentrated magic, but it's actually alive. Almost like very tiny living beings in it.
how many can I make decipher?
It's a little bit different than I remember. Myth's resonance, his attunement has changed a little bit, but it's not the same as this pheromone anymore.
Is it the one in the bottle more then?
No. It's almost like... I'm not sure. I would assume that if the creature is magical and uses a magical pheromone, you would need to at least fix its alignment. Cordelia steps over. She's making sense. You may not understand it from a caster's standpoint, but what she's trying to say is, for it to work, you're going to want to make sure that they're of the same type. Otherwise, it won't mean a thing, and the pheromone has no effect.
That was self-explanatory. I gathered that already.
Okay, well then what do you want to do?
My
Well,
idea is
changed it once. Can you
Well,
change
here-
it back?
I can make 2 potions if that's the case. Basically, 1 potion to realign it back to what it originally was, and then a 2nd potion in order to kill it.
Okay, so you're
I've
gonna
got an
try to
idea.
duplicate it or what?
Hmm?
So you're gonna try to duplicate it?
Trissy, a anti-venom for the Deathstalker is what changed it the first time. What if I pricked you with the Deathstalker quill? Think that would change it back?
It might neutralize it.
Quick
I'm gonna be honest, it's actually not a bad
interjection here, guys.
Mhm.
Since we're trying to keep Myth alive here, and this thing's gonna pop out his chest,
No,
and
no,
because we
no,
have this
it
nice
might
room
not.
here,
It might not pop out of his chest.
Could pop out of his ass for all we know.
it'll pop out wherever it's gonna pop out, because it has to come out of him. Or I guess it doesn't technically. It could just assimilate him and become him.
You
which
guys
would
are
probably
under
be
the
bad.
assumption that because there was a face hugger, it's going to be exactly the same as the face hugger. Allow me to
Yes.
subvert your expectations. I very well could make it exactly the same as a face hugger. Or I could make it entirely different, and you're just making assumptions based on what you can think you know it came from, which could be entirely
It is
wrong
true.
and could kill him. So, function of
true.
the assumption that none of that knowledge applies at all, and figure it out from the base up.
Okay. Anyways, back to what I was saying. When this thing, if this thing comes out of him, I think we should try and trap it in this room without him in the room. So if we hold him in that doorway, whenever it comes out, we can shut it inside and have him outside.
We have no idea how it's going to exit his body, if it will at all.
Indeed. It is a risk, but
But
it could
back
save
to
his
the
life as
question
well.
At hand, Myth, do you want me to stab you with a Deathstalker quill to see if we can realign it back to the same as the pheromones we have?
What other option do we have?
Yeah, I actually think that's a good idea. I think we try it.
I mean, it's
It's-
protected
it's-
you against the alcohol poisoning. You drink enough alcohol to kill an elephant, so
Well, it's also counter to what we put in him, so it should hopefully level back out even. But we'll see. I mean, either way, we have more.
it's your
anti-venom
call.
poison.
I mean,
Do it.
stab him with the Deathstalker quill
I'm
in
sorry.
the toe.
You're gonna prick him with a Deathstalker quill?
In the toe.
Okay. Well, Myth gets pricked with a Deathstalker toe, in the toe with a Deathstalker quill, and you see that it pierces his skin rather easily, but the magic inside him doesn't change according to the others. But also, the his skin heals very quickly.
Hmm. That's odd. I'm gonna pull up my combat knife. Myth, do you mind?
I don't know what you're trying to do.
And with that, I'm going to make a very slight cut on the back of his hand.
As you do, a little bit of blood drips out as it falls onto the floor, painting it a little bit of red before the cut seals up very quickly.
Interesting. That's faster healing than mine. So if you're healing like that, we might actually be able to successfully cut it out of you.
Oh,
I
No,
don't-
because once we cut it out, it'll stop healing up and he'll have a hole in his stomach. We need to try the potion. I mean, at this point, try the initial plan where you feed him to Corbin and see if it realigns itself.
okay.
Feed him the first one, and then we'll see how he reacts and go from there.
I'll give him smallest possible amount of sample of the pheromone.
What are you doing? You just giving it to him or what?
Like a
Yes,
0.1 of the pheromone.
No, you're
Very-
gonna, I mean, it's gonna be
Yeah.
hard. So what are you gonna do? Like take a little bit and just dab it on his forehead or something?
Dab it on.
Okay, what are you gonna? I mean, seriously, get specific. What are you doing?
Basically, grabbing a little piece of it and dabbing it on his lips and telling him to just lick it up.
And you see, as he does, he kind of spits it back up. Tastes horrible.
Swallow it.
You gonna?
Yes.
Okay.
Have him wash it down with another shot of brandy.
As he does, you see that he coughs up quite a lot at that. Well, what else are you gonna do with the pheromone now?
Did it change back?
Nope.
Oh, give me a few hours of emotions.
Okay.
Can you make something to match this?
Trying.
We can work out the specifics of the actual thing later, but tell me what you're trying to go for with what you're making.
So first I need basically a healing potion, basically of grainy material of a hybrid pillar,
Okay.
in order to realign it using the pheromones as an enhancer, kind of break it, basically get it back into its proper state. Then the second potion is going to be, I'm
Well,
thinking
he's
of
the one who's different, not the pheromone itself.
Huh?
He's the one who's
I have an
different,
idea.
not the pheromone.
Yeah, no.
I have an idea. I'm gonna take a bigger cut on Myth's hand again to get a bigger amount of blood, put it in a bottle. Use this.
You see, as you cut Myth, the blood just drips and he doesn't heal.
Doesn't heal.
No.
Because because of the little bit you gave him. So whatever that pheromone did, actually, I think, did nullify what was in there. Honestly, there's that.
I'm gonna
We could. It's a little bit of a risk, but we could actually just try to feed him one of the pheromones. 'Cause we have two, right?
They only
We
just
just
one,
have
but
one.
this is-
Once you
Okay.
use
We
it,
had
it's
one
over.
of the petri dish and two different ones.
Oh, that's right. That's
No.
right.
Well, we have one petri dish and it's basically the same thing, but it's so condensed and pure that you can do multiple samples.
Oh, what are you gonna do?
I would make I'd make a sample of it, probably with not too much alterations, because whatever that did just nullified its ability to heal, which is directly weakening it. So
That's why I'm thinking of making like basically using it as an enhancer, kind of like a healing potion.
yeah, that's what I would do. I think that's a good idea.
You see, Myth is still extremely hungry.
All right, give me
I
No
need
more
3
food.
hours.
How much time are you going
Oh.
to spend?
Well, in order to make the first potion, it's gonna take me 3 hours.
Okay. What are you doing with that first potion?
As I said, it's kind of using a piece of the pheromones as an enhancer to create like a healing potion, basically a grainy hybrid.
Okay. In the grainy hybrid, you see that it actually changes the contents of the vial itself. As you see, almost a little bit more of the same thing is produced. You can consider yourself to have two pheromone now.
So you can have him drink the entire thing of pheromone if you want.
Okay.
Or even better, gonna get the injector and actually just inject it to him.
Anyone have opinions? You just gonna let him grab a needle and stick Myth, or what? I don't give a fuck
I
what
would
you
say
do,
I
but
would
if
rather-
no one's gonna stop him, we're gonna go through with it. But otherwise, if you have something to say, fucking say it.
I'd rather.
Before do it, you have any objections?
Well, make him don't inject the entire thing because that's gonna. Take him sip. Make him sip it first.
How about you
See
don't
what-
stick him with a needle, you fool? Diana comes over and grabs the needle out of Natalia's hand. What is your first thought to just simply experiment on your friend here? I'm more interested in the results than his life, but to be fair, I think you're a fool for simply just doing what you please. Show some restraint. Let the alchemist do his job, and then we'll take a calculated decision.
I think it'd be better to just have him sip one of the potions I made, and see how much it affects him. Don't down the entire thing and inject it in his system because it could make it worse.
It has less resonance than before. His life is fading as a result of the pheromone that you gave him. At least try to align the resonance first. What did you use to change it? It was a potion of the anti-venom, was it not?
What?
You gave him
The
anti-venom.
original one I gave him was the Deathstalker anti-venom.
Alright.
And then you guys pricked them with the Deathstalker venom.
And it did nothing.
There are
when I pricked
occasions
him.
in alchemy where you can still change the effects based on its actual enhancer. You've already applied one to this anti-venom. However, what happens if you combine the pheromone itself with one of your anti-venom vials?
Hmm. So use a perfume on the anti-venom.
You have two
Sweet.
now. You could at least give it a try. It's worth experimenting with.
Alright. I did that.
And as Corbin does exactly that, you see that the anti-venom changes a little bit in color, and you see Cordelia looks over now. Now they're the same.
Alright. I give it, put the vial up to Lipsmith, take a sip. Don't drink it all yet.
Did the bot just die?
I
Yeah.
guess. The music part.
I think it just ended, yeah.
Yeah.
You gotta just restart it. I'll do it. Ah, goodbye, bot.
Okay, that was really odd. Sorry about that. You see, as you give it to Myth, you see he begins coughing furiously. You see he tries to push you away.
I resist. How's he feeling? What's the creature inside looking?
It's acting up. It's chaotic. His life along with it.
Keep drinking it.
I don't think that's a good idea.
Is the creature inside getting weaker, or is it just Myth getting weaker?
Myth is becoming much weaker as you see his struggling is actually ceasing. You gonna give it all to him?
You can make him drink if you want me to.
It's your decision. Decide now.
Do it.
Okay, and you see that Myth immediately gets knocked out again as he finishes the rest of the vial.
Hey.
Nothing inside of him seems to change. You can, although you see the Kiana's sort of looking at him a little concerned. The magic inside of him, it's certainly, we can consider it alive now. Whatever you did, it's definitely alive. and it's looking more active than before.
How's Asgith holding up?
You see she's struggling to just, like, look around or hold her balance. Seems pretty dizzy.
Someone help put her in a corner or somewhere safe, just so she doesn't hurt herself.
I got it.
I'll put Myth in the glass room.
And see, as Natalia is grabbing Myth, she can tell that Myth smells really, really horrible. It smells of something really, really odd and unnatural.
You probably should take his armor off.
Very well.
You see, as Myth is laid onto the table, he is sweating profusely now.
I'm gonna strip him down to trousers.
And yep, you can see his body temperature is much, much higher than expected.
Arias, you're on the ready.
I am.
And I'm gonna draw my ferocium sword and stand in the near the doorway.
We need capture this creature or give it or
I would
at the very
suggest that whenever it exits him, if it exits him, we pull him out and close this door behind us, so that it is trapped in here alone.
I'm gonna tie a rope to around Trissy's waist, around Myth's waist, so I can yank him through the doorway.
Well, he's currently lying on the table.
He's not strapped to the table, just lay him on it and just have set the rope like a harness, so I can pull him to me.
Alright.
Would that
The
hurt
door's
him?
sealed.
Like if I yank it like that?
Yeah, probably. His head will probably just impact the floor.
Fuck. Okay, I'm just gonna stand next to him and just basically have the rope so like a handle so I can just grab him and run out.
Well, and you see
Does
that,
that sound agreeable, guys?
and
As long as
Myth,
you get him out.
and Myth begins to cough up, as you see little bits of blood begin to cough up out of his mouth, as he is also shaking quite violently, as you hear him beginning to cry out in pain, as he is flailing about on the desk, as Natalia is holding him as still as possible. You see from that he immediately flies out of Natalia's grip and begins to bend over as you hear him coughing up something horrible as bits of black fluid begin to pour onto the ground from his mouth before he's trying his best to catch his balance. But you can also hear some sort of horrifying scraping sound in the big black mass in front of him as you see Myth immediately falls over again unconscious.
someone put a cover on a creature. Whatever the black
Pull
material.
Myth out before anything else.
I toss Smith to Eris.
Now you get out. We have to seal this door with that
Seal
inside.
the door.
And I will cash Ashen.
What? Hello? Sorry about that. My internet just cut out for a second. I'm gonna have to refresh.
Okay, can we confirm as we're pulling him out of the room that that creature is indeed in that pile of black liquid and no longer inside
Oh,
of
he
him?
fell straight on top of it.
Yeah, we picked him up and are pulling him out of the room. Is the creature inside of
Is he
him
still
still,
infected or whatever?
or is it now on the floor? Can we sense its presence inside of him, or can Cordelia or Kiana?
Nope, they can't sense the presence of it inside of him, but they could definitely feel it inside of the room.
Okay,
Alright,
well then
Vince is
yes,
out of the
we're
room
pulling
now.
him out. Seal the door behind us, and I'll cast Ashen Revival on him.
He's still alive, it seems.
Yes.
I'll grab one.
Alright,
and
well,
Just
and
give him a
just,
health
uh,
potion.
pour-
Just give him a
pour one
health
down. Yeah. You don't need to use it. Yep. Spells.
Okay. Well,
give him three.
casting Ashen Revival on him, you see Myth immediately falls to the ground after the fiery orb dissipates. As you see, he catches his balance as Myth is entirely conscious and back and well, unscathed once again.
At one hit.
Nope.
Oh,
Full.
Alright, Myth, you have lived.
What the fuck happened to me?
Well,
You drink enough
Well, you-
alcohol to kill everybody in.
Did you shock me?
Because you said shock me.
I did not!
And you see, while you guys are discussing this, you can hear that the creature is scraping up against the glass, clawing at it. As you can see, tiny little what looks to be hairs or spines sticking off of the back of it.
Oh, that's cute.
Kiana, will it try to
Congratulations, you're a
absorb mana?
father.
What the fuck are you talking about?
I point to the glass window. And that came out of you.
What?
I mean, I haven't had kids before, but I'm pretty sure random things aren't supposed to come out of you.
I'll walk over to the glass and look at it.
And you see, as Myth comes close, the thing seems to calm down and simply stare at it. And simply stare at Myth.
The fuck is this thing?
It came out of you.
came out. That's these face hugger things. Well,
Why
they
am
said
I
magical
okay?
essence.
Lots of inting on our part.
Well, you're the one that must have caused the intake.
Whatever. I need some food.
Toss on a ration. Asgith, how are you holding up?
I want to sleep, he says as she lies down.
Huh. Beaks.
What do you mean she speaks?
And
Of course
even
she
as
speaks.
Myth is still eating over there, Myth can almost feel like the thing is still watching him very carefully.
What do you want to do with that?
Perhaps we try to kill it.
Crouch down and look at it.
Myth staring at it feels nothing hostile, but at the same time, the rest of the others, they can feel something horribly unnatural about the creature itself, and still the extremely powerful magical concentration coming from it.
I say we kill it.
Leave me here with it. Me and Ice.
By yourself? I don't think that's a good idea.
Why don't you enter the room? See yourself.
I don't think we
Maybe
open
that's
that
not a
door.
good idea at all.
There
I
is
do
an
not
airlock, at least.
Is there actually?
Yes.
Where does it go if we open that? Not into the city, right?
No, the airlock goes into the room. There's like a double door. There's a double door.
Okay.
So there's a door, and then you go to another door, and then you're inside the room.
That is up to you, of course, Myth, but I would advise against it.
I can guarantee you one thing, I'm not letting that thing out of that room.
Natalia, shush.
What did you use on me, Corbin?
Basically, use two things. I used basically Deathstalker anti-venom, and then we had to poke you with the venom to try to help realign it. Then I used a healing potion with a pheromone, or the Deathstalker anti-venom with a pheromone, see to realign it, and then you downed it all, or I made you down it.
Do you have any more of those pheromone potions?
One.
Not the same
And I hand on
alignment,
the
though.
vial.
Not the same alignment, though.
No. I
Can
can
make
make it
more,
do the
though.
same alignment that I made you drink, if you want me to.
How does it react to the current pheromone vial if you take it near the glass?
Give me a fish, Natalia.
It doesn't seem to care. But it seems to just
That's
be
all-
watching Myth and behaving quite calmly.
I give Myth a fish and a shot of brandy.
Although upon closer inspection, you see that Kiana is staring at it very closely through the glass as well, and watching it. And you see it has 6 eyes in total, all of them blinking usually at different times, along with the very distinct look of what of a very, very tiny Deathstalker, but without many of its quills. In fact, it only has 3 along its sort of purplish ridge on its back.
Deathstalker, huh?
I don't think we should kill it.
Does
It's
seem
not
to
acting
like
hostile.
you.
If it's not acting hostile towards me, we may be able to learn about the species from this thing.
You might even be able to tame it. Monsters are usually tameable, but I don't know the nature of these enough to know if that's a possibility.
As the Alphys is
That's
stepping
fine.
up to the glass, as you see the creature immediately starts scraping in her general direction. You see she backs up, a little worried.
I don't think it likes her.
I step up to the glass where it was scratching.
You see,
After Alpha's backed up.
it does exactly the same thing. Begins trying to scratch at the glass.
So it's not afraid of anyone but me.
Well,
Hold a fish up to the glass and see how it reacts.
Scraping.
Scraping. Follow the fish.
scraping doesn't technically mean aggression,
It probably doesn't
although
look
it's
aggressive.
likely.
This is the most
Everyone back up.
horrifying little thing you've ever seen in your life. An ash worm is prettier than this thing.
So this thing is like a chihuahua aberration.
It looks like some horrible amalgamation of some like tiny, you've seen like tiny pink puppies, right? It looks like
Yeah.
that, except really purple, really gross, kind of pointy, and has 6 eyes.
That all are blinking at different intervals.
Yes.
Trish,
Oh
I think
boy,
I think I gave it brain
everything.
damage when I gave you all that alcohol.
You all seen what a tiny little alien looks like, right? Right?
Yes.
No.
Tiny little xenomorph looks like.
Yeah.
It's got shiny teeth like that. It's 2 rows of it. Very tiny razors in its mouth.
Trish, I think I gave it brain damage when I gave you all that alcohol.
We'll find out later.
Alright,
Everyone, back up.
Although you see that its tail is actually different than a Deathstalker's actual tail, that you can tell. Deathstalker seems to have a normal, like, sort of canine-looking tail, with a little tuft at the end, but this one seems to just have like a very long needle with a slight curvature to it. Almost the same length of its actual body.
I'm going inside the airlock.
As soon as it goes inside the airlock, I seal the exterior behind him.
And you see that the creature is solely focused on Myth.
I open the inner door very slowly.
As he opens the door, the creature does not move over towards Myth. It simply sits there.
I toss the fish at it.
It simply blinks each of its eyes once and then continues staring at Myth.
I get a little bit closer to it.
It does not move.
I reach out towards it very slowly.
It still does not move.
I touch its tiny little head.
It does not give any resistance and it still doesn't move.
Try giving it a command.
What is it doing? Like, is it standing up? Is it sitting down?
It is simply just standing there watching.
Sit.
Before Myth can even say the word, the thing sits.
I reach out the palm of my hand and I say, come.
Before Myth can even say the word, it already is moving onto his hand, exactly where Mythic wanted him to.
I place it on my shoulder.
It simply sits there. And you see, at this time, Myth can feel like Ice is trying to say something, or is about to, as the creature looks immediately over from Myth to Ice.
I close the inner door and I have her come in the airlock.
You see that she steps into the airlock.
I seal the airlock behind her.
step close to the door, so it's only the door in between Ice and I. And I lower my shoulder so it can look Ice in the eyes.
Neither of which react.
Ice, give it a command.
You see, she doesn't say a word, but Myth can feel one specific thing in his mind. You feel as if she was trying to move it over to the table, and it does exactly that, sitting right where Myth expected him to, on the corner, staring straight out at the others.
Looks like you got yourself a pet. Be careful though, they're probably pretty dangerous.
I open the door so I have her open the door so she can come in.
Nice comes in. She doesn't see, you don't feel even a speck of nervousness from her at all?
I think to me.
And it does so exactly coming straight to wherever Myth wants it.
I pick it up again. I walk to the edge of the room, to the glass facing everyone else. And I see how it acts.
It doesn't seem to care have a single care in the world at all.
Why am I getting a sense of deja vu?
I look at Alphys and I say, friend.
It doesn't have
I
a
look at
single
Natalia
reaction.
and I say, friend. And I go to each and every person in the room and I say, friend. And I say, do not attack. That counts for everyone in the room. I go to come out.
I'll let him out. By my better judgment.
It doesn't do anything. It simply rests there.
Well,
Oh, congratulations. Guess this
You're a
was
father.
net positive for you.
I never want to see anything in this fucking cave again.
Well, we'll be burning this down in a minute. But apparently, those creatures are coming after it, or these dream mirrors. We might need to be careful of that.
I also don't think we're burning it down, are we? We're just clearing the way.
Well, we're basically
Oh, I guess
scorch
it's
earthing.
burn it
So
down.
the
Yeah.
group came in and
You see
burned
that Alpha
everything
step?
in just in
Scorch
there.
earth.
You see that
Never
Al-
mind.
You see that Alpha steps over and she's like, it's odd. This would confirm a theory I had about the Deathstalkers before we left Rio. They might be a hive mind, but they might just be connected to you instead, or at least this one. How odd is that?
That would explain how they were able to track us across the frozen waste.
But why is this one separated? Is it because of my potions?
Probably with the anti-venom, you probably broke its connection to the rest of the hive.
That, or because it was hatched from Myth himself instead of from whoever controls the rest of it.
We will have to be careful, though. I wonder if it is a hive mind like you think. I wonder what will happen if it sees the rest of the hive mind.
Hey, does this one look different than the Deathstalker that I looked face to face?
Yes, this one looks like it has a different tail.
Like its facial features, like, or is it like its body all the same?
Its body's all the same except for the tail.
Yeah, this one looks different.
What's the tail look like? Oh wait, what's the difference?
It's like a
between
big ass
those?
needle.
This one's like a long needle, but it seems to be rather flexible and move about. Unlike it almost has the same tail as like what is it? Like a lion's tail. The others,
Mhm.
but there's a tuft at the end. This one doesn't seem to have that. This one just has like a really straight-looking needle tail that seems to move around a little bit.
I mean, you've never seen any of the younger ones, have you?
No, I only saw about a dozen of the big ones.
You're gonna give it a name?
Fuckboy McGee.
You shut your mouth.
At this, the creature hitches at Natalia.
It does, in fact.
I wonder if it likes alcohol. Offer a shot of brandy.
I'll have to think about it.
Fair enough. Well, shall we get the fuck out of here then?
Yes,
Before another one comes?
before we have to
Fuck
deal with
outta
this
here.
mess all over again. And Natalia, stay the fuck away from anyone. Don't
Well,
stab anyone, Jesus Christ.
As Myth is making his way back out from the actual
I have it on my shoulder, by the way.
yes, as Myth is making his way back out, you see that the rest of the creatures seem to avoid him.
Just
Myth,
him?
king of the monsters.
Perhaps we should run some tests on you when we get back, or just an analysis to make sure there isn't any other lingering effects.
Stab him again, see if he fast heals.
No.
I don't think we stab people, but I do think we run.
You are just a fan
Not
of stabbing
letting
people
you
with stuff.
stabbing me.
You just enjoy stabbing people with shit, don't
He's
you?
a murder hobo. He's like, oh, I'm not a murder hobo. He's a murder hobo.
Yikes.
We do need to run an analysis.
But
though.
I have made a career
Let's be
of
straight about
stabbing.
this. You have stabbed Myth 3 times today. 3 times in the last 30 minutes, probably. Alright.
shocked me.
The only reason why I've gotten this mess is because I shocked him.
Hey, you got a creature because I shocked you.
I do not
It could've
believe
been a
that that
whole lot
was
worse.
the sole purpose.
It could have
Really
been a whole lot
causation.
worse.
Correlation
Well,
is
it's
after
still-
you get a creature.
Still not quite over. We'll see how it reacts to other of its kind and through age,
Yeah, we don't know what we'll do once it gets older.
especially if
Method
it's
is to get
intelligent.
to make another
While
set
moving
of
back,
saddles.
you see that the haze also tends to avoid him.
Oh, that's useful.
Myth, you should see if it's avoiding you or the creature on you.
I tell it to run 5 feet in front of me.
You see
Front
that
of
it
the haze.
scampers very, very slowly because it's very tiny in front as the haze parts for the creature itself.
Not for Myth.
No.
Ah, so you have a monster among monsters there. That'll be fun.
I mean, would they do the same thing with the other monsters as well? With the haze.
No, the haze just they can just maneuver through it, as far as we can tell.
You see, Myth
Yeah.
tries to just simply thinks about the haze as the haze actually seems to cover and coat it entirely. But Myth can't feel any severance to its actual connection in his mind.
Interesting. Okay.
So we
can we?
can control this haze.
Or if
I tell
you
it to separate the haze.
It doesn't seem to separate any of the haze, but it can repel it when it feels or when you want it to. But it's
Does it
very
allow
tiny.
Myth to see through the haze?
No.
Effectively?
No. But instead, Myth feels something else from it. Not quite like sight. Feels like something entirely different.
Kind of like tremor sense.
Not tremor sense either. It's well, think of it like like a mix between like normal sight, tremor sense, but also like sonar, but for magic.
Devil's sight. Warlock.
Sounds kind of like blind sense.
It's similar to blind sense, but he
It's a
can
magical
tell
blind
very
sense,
it's very precise. It's very, very precise.
Does it sense magic only?
It can sense magic very, very clearly. You can actually individually tell who is who from the creature itself. You can literally not be looking at anybody else and you can tell who is who. Everyone is giving off a different resonance for their magic.
Interesting.
Well, this should come in handy later, because we're definitely going to be seeing these things again.
As long as you're
Okay,
the one
can we-
controlling it, and it's not the one controlling you.
We'll see how this relationship plays out.
Yep.
Only time will tell.
Gotta admit, I'm a little jealous.
Or
Or you can go find another egg if you want one.
Not
He's
that
got one more
jealous.
pheromone and one
Not
more
that
egg.
jealous.
Go find a magic egg. You gonna go do that? Also,
Not that
it's
jealous.
genderless.
You can make clones of itself.
It's genderless. So,
Can't make clones of itself.
well, you don't know anything about
Or
that
it
stalker
needs it.
behavior.
Yeah,
Can't
I know.
reproduce. Or it can
Well,
reproduce.
it came
without
from an egg, so something has to lay the eggs.
Right. Can we find a stopping point?
Yes. Well, congratulations, you're all back at the surface. Passing through the doorway now. Okay. Looks like the blast crew is ready to go. And more or less everyone just kind of relays the information to them about well, the layout and a couple of key points. But otherwise it's a job they can move in and take care of, though, if you need them to now.
Yeah, let them do their job. Burn it all out.
Alright, well, we'll take care of that when next time, because I'm not sure if, well, you might end up running into stuff to fight, right? So, but at the very least, you
Alright.
can rest for the night.
And then tell Felicia Ray about the lab.
That's right, you guys were here, right? Yes. Alright, well, we'll proceed with all that next time. How about that?
Yep.
Unless there's
Roger
any,
that.
Alex needs to leave, but if there's any last minute things any of you want to ask me or to do or something like that, obviously just hit me with it. But in the following morning, this creature is not tiny anymore.
That's pretty fast. Holy fuck.
It is very fast.
In
Yes.
name only, tiny.
Yes, I am changing the name at the moment.
Hang on a second. Myth, you should definitely name this creature tiny.
I'm not naming it tiny.
Come on.
Stubbs. Name it Spike.
Congrats.
If I don't see an edgy name, I'm extremely fucking disappointed in you.
Malthea.
Congrats, Myth. You have a Sorrento. You have become closer to Samurai in the city.
No! You should name it Bamurai. Samurai in the snow.
You sure you want to think about it a little bit?
That's what I'm naming it.
What does it mean,
Malthea?
Juicy Boy?
Malthea, the Archangel of Death.
Yikes!
Alright.
Yikes!
Oh,
Woo! Yikers!
I am proud of you.
I am
Okay, we take
so
those.
tilted, actually.
Take those. We fucking take those.
I am actually
Or-
so tilted it hurts.
Or,
No, okay, no,
Mal
don't
for
worry.
short.
Yeah, okay, Mel. Okay, I was gonna say, don't change it. You gotta fucking, you just went in there, you fired, you keep it.
You got a banger on the first try, dude. Let's go.
Yeah, I actually respect that one.
This thing doesn't level. It's an animal or aberration creature, so it doesn't level.
Okay.
Isn't it? I
But
mean,
you fed it 3,120 mana's worth of stuff, so it gets 312 HP.
I was trying to keep eating, but someone stopped me.
Yes.
Imagine that.
Oh no.
He stabs you a couple times and ints the HP of your fucking creature.
How much health does
I
it
was
have?
gonna give him a golem core, but
312.
he didn't
312.
respond to me, so.
Oh, okay.
It'll be it can gain more max HP up to 1,000 max HP, but it needs a lot of magic. You will need to.
I toss up
give
one
it-
of our golem cores.
No!
He said, "Hell no, dude."
Hey, what are you talking about? It's my golem core.
Well, Myth can
It's my
decide
collection of
for it whether or not it wants to eat. It requires no sustenance.
Does it make it easier for the party to regenerate mana when they're around it?
No.
Okay, just wondering.
With the clearing out of the atrium, is it any easier for the party to regenerate mana?
You guys haven't cleared anything out.
I thought we sent the atrium or the fire crew
Nope,
to
we'll
go do that.
We'll do that next time because they might be fighting next time.
Okay.
Because you guys didn't do any combat this time. Mostly did some stealthy poking around.
Yeah, it's just party 4 things, you know?
It's worked so far.
That's
Party 1
rough.
things are going to hammer.
I'm still alive, so.
Mostly because of you.
I
Let's
mean,
go alive.
I have a very effective blunted.
And define it.
Works.
No, but this thing has
Turns around and see everything on fire. Yeah, it works.
Biff can just feel all of the actual like strengths and abilities of this thing, so it's not like a hindrance to him to try to figure it out. He just knows it.
Alright, I'm going to bed. Right.
Is
No,
it
no.
a source of harvestable spines for Deathstalkers?
Yes, its spines are not only retractable, it can be non-lethal, non-venomous at any point and any time. It is also immune to all acid-type damage, and has a very, very high natural magic resist.
Nice, we have a magic tank now.
Except for Ferocium.
Is it still weak to fire?
Yes. Basically, its first hit that it takes in combat is going to be reduced from magic damage. Is going to be reduced by like 90%.
And then after that, it has a bad time.
It's also spell immune for the first hit.
Ah, so I see how they could cuck the Rangers, because I guess most overseers would only get one shot before the thing killed it,
Yep.
which effectively makes them quote unquote immune.
Yep. Yep. Hold on one moment. 1 sec.
But like, can Myth like harvest its spines and
Yep.
regrow them? or-
Yep, it regrows them in a single day. You could take all of its spines, it'll grow
Yo,
them
we're
in a
gonna
day.
need a couple of those, by the way. Shizzy boy.
Also, Myth, you're immune to Deathstalker Venom forever.
What the fuck? Yo, wait, hold on.
Dude, wait,
When do I
blockers.
get one?
I guess my threat of leaving you guys down here could actually be useful. Find some eggs, become immune.
The thing does not have health regeneration. It has whatever your rate of mana regen is, it's going to be its rate of HP regen.
Can I heal it with my abilities or no?
No.
Okay.
Expending mana heals it though.
So if Cordelia lights off, she can heal that thing crazy.
Yeah, but she can also harm it from magic damage. Hold on a sec.
So my aura of healing won't heal it.
Nope,
But
it doesn't accept HP regen. Its health bar is considered a resource.
ah,
It does not die. It can take HP damage, but it cannot die. It's biologically immortal. It doesn't die. It doesn't age. But if it dies, its HP runs out. The only way you bring it back is going to be with mana.
is that true for all Deathstalkers or just this one?
I'm not specifying for all Deathstalkers. I'm saying for this one.
So if we blapped it, like say it got caught in the middle of a Cordelia Natalia combo, because it's on the front lines, and it drops to 0, we can revive it by spending mana.
No. Myth and Ice have to expend mana.
Does it care about pain? Or anything like
It
that?
feels no pain.
No pain, no fear, just
No pain, no
Does the
fear.
thing.
It does not care. It only simply listens. Although, only when it's being directed. Otherwise, it doesn't. It kind of just has a behavior of its own.
But if Myth tells it to stand in the line of fire, it'll do so. No questions to do it.
No questions.
That could be useful. Maybe you got to teach how to use ODM gear.
What?
So
How is that gonna work?
the ODM Deathstalker. Because fuck everybody.
It has a ranged attack, it has melee attacks, it has a special
Yeah, do that weird
impaling
trap
grapple. Yes, it can also lay traps.
Are you going to? Oh fuck. Sorry.
I'm
Are
gonna
you
study
going
the
to
shit out of this fucker.
send me a
Every
snap
single
of
one of
it?
its barbs and attacks that it ever makes is going to be considered harpoon damage, where if you get struck, you have a poison DC, you also have to remove the spine and take the damage again. And take the poison DC again, but higher. Every poison DC you fail advances the stages even more.
Trusty boy's over there farming some fucking armies. Damn. I'm mega jealous.
Oh, Tristy's harem just increased.
Yikes!
Yikes!
Man,
I
he's
mean,
got a
we know
freaking
he's in the
aberration
beast.
and a lolly. Jesus.
We know he's in the
God
bestiality,
damn
so
it, dude.
unlucky. Tristy, this is what the Tristy boy fucking harem looks like. God
A
damn.
spell can be expended on it, but not as hostile expended action to actually heal it. So, but otherwise it doesn't regenerate unless Myth and Ice regenerate mana.
My guy, your harem is a little bit odd, I'm not gonna lie.
He's a man of special taste.
Also, its HP bar can be used as a mana resource. Except at a 10 to 1, so every 1 HP is 10 mana. Yes, that is a lot of
Wait,
mana.
so I effectively have 3,120 mana now?
From this, yes, but it doesn't count for like accessories that give you mana or anything.
Also, if you use that 3,120 mana, that thing will die.
It doesn't.
Yes.
It can't
so
die.
You use more mana on it to get it back.
Yeah, it can't die. It doesn't die.
Let me
It's simply just
It is what's it called?
immortal.
Biologically immortal.
It's biologically immortal, so it doesn't die from age or anything else. Only thing that happens is it
It
hibernates.
just naps.
Yep, it sleeps. It can still lose more HP. It can go into negative hundreds and hundreds of HP.
Tristan, you have an infinite mana pool right there.
Also, if the thing is entirely and completely obliterated, and I mean entirely and completely obliterated,
Shredded to atoms.
yes, it literally has to be reduced to like primordial soup for it to die. Otherwise, you could set it on fire and incinerate it. If there is a speck of its existence left, it can come back.
What? Is this all Deathstalkers? Or just mine? Because if this is all Deathstalkers, I'm terrified.
Yeah, he's not answering the question right now, guys.
Boys, run from Deathstalkers always.
What do you think we did?
Also, the thing is capable of acting on its own accord if you needed to.
Yeah, it changed size.
Its intelligence is much higher than that of an average human's. Much higher. It can understand complex plans and comprehend language. It also has deduction skills. It's also really terrifying to look at.
Still blink one eye at a time.
It can blink any of its eyes in any order it so chooses. Or not at all.
But just like sitting there, is it like when it was the tiny thing where just randomly blinking each eye?
It can. There, did that make you feel better? You can see what it
Yes.
looks like. Okay.
Is it big enough to ride?
It is big enough to ride. Do you want to sit on?
stabbed by
Do you
spikes.
want to like sit on a fucking pile of barbed needles? Probably not.
Hey man, don't shame the girl for liking what she likes. That's what Natalia's into.
Yikes.
Disgusting.
Yeah.
Says the guy with the lolly.
And a murder beast. Actually, Myth came with 2 lollies.
Drowning.
Trissy boy,
Alphys is also a lolly.
until I get a fucking lolly in my party, I'm just gonna flame the ever living shit out of you.
I'm
Because you have
frowning.
nothing on me. Don't smile. Whatever you do, do not smile.
Nathan, do you realize Myth came with 2 lollies?
Is Alpha some lolly?
Yeah.
No, she's just short.
She's older
She's
than
like
Myth.
waist-high to Natalia.
She is. What? No, she's not, you idiot.
You described her, she's tiny. I just picture her like a small child.
How tall? Wait, how tall is she? I'm fucking tiny too, by the way.
She's small.
Here's like 5'2" or some shit.
I think she might be a similar height to you.
Yeah.
Check. She is.
So is Mirror lolly?
Oh well, her old sheet.
No.
Her old sheet somewhere.
Nope. Can confirm no.
Can't confirm.
Ah.
Huge bitch.
She-
Anyways,
Yeah.
She
Make it
is
true.
4'8".
Oh,
she is a legal
God,
midget.
She's
Short.
literally a foot shorter than Natalia.
4'11" is, by the way, 4'11" is the shortest until you're considered a dwarf. Just gonna throw that out there.
Yeah, literally a legal midget.
Dude, that's hype though. You know what? Where's she weigh?
So
Fucking
she's
20
literally a foot
pounds?
shorter than Natalia, so she's actually like.
Yeah, so literally Myth is just double lolly now. Oh god.
She's not a lolly, she's just a dwarf.
Okay. Whatever
Is she
words
also
you
flat?
use, Trissy.
Well, she
boy.
looks extremely young too. So
Ugh.
God damn it, Ian.
That's
Ah.
Boy, Trissy boy. So wait, who is your part? Are you directly connected with Alphys, Ice, and now Mal? God damn.
no, he's
You
only
do have a
directly.
Haram?
He's only directly connected with Ice and Mal. Alphys
but
isn't.
Alphys would hold party loyalty to Myth.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was asking.
We're from the same place.
No, literally, that in real, she's like treated like a kid because she looks like a kid.
I mean, when I first met her, you're
That's
like, hey, there's
fucked up.
this small girl like walking up to you, and I was like, oh, hey, are you lost? Pick her up. Like, who is this sassy child?
Yeah, she's a little sassy because she's grumpy because everyone treats her like a child.
Seems hype.
But she's
Just
a
one of
year
the-
older than Myth.
Just one of the few people we are like at that party. I mean, what?
Yikes.
Fuck.
Definitely not this one though.
Yeah, well, there's a word that we've been referring to her as.
Indeed.
I don't want to learn how to spell her name, so I just call her bitch.
All right, boys, get the fuck out of here. Unless you have something to do, or want to do, or tell me, or whatever. No? Ian, anything?
No.
Okay, good.
Why the fuck is he here, huh?
Huh?
Why? What did you just send me?
Cornelius fucking character art of her.
Jesus Christ.
Wait, send that to me.
Okay.
I just said bitch and then sent him that.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know what I'm about to click on, but I probably shouldn't click on it.
Hey,
You should click on
she
it.
still did save you though.
Yes.
She did it the most. To be fair, she did it the most bitchy way I have ever seen someone
You don't
say
like that, dude? Come
anyone.
on.
Holy.
You don't like that?
I know.
Come on.
Okay, I'll be honest. I respect that fucking massively, but Jesus Christ, I never want to get fucking so. I don't want to get cut near her.
No. Not.
I respect,
easy.
but also.
But stay away from me.
Okay.
Also, you
So-
had a very good chance of dying. You had such a good chance of dying.
I just stopped talking, dude.
I literally had to have
Every
Kia.
time I
I
every
had
time
to
I came up
have.
with a plan. He just fucking hits a stab him again. I'm
Dude,
like,
yo,
okay,
I had to fucking have Kiana step in with a fucking brain for a second there. And just tell him off,
yeah,
like,
dude.
are you stupid?
Dude, holy shit though. Like I can't like okay,
honestly, I feel for
Andy,
you just
never in
having
my
to
life
play with
it's
them.
It's again.
yeah, I literally just hit him with. I think I said like 5 times in a row. Just we need to try this potion because that's like the best thing. We clearly know magic's not gonna work, and we don't have physical means to do this. We need the potion. And he's like, okay, but what if we stab again? I'm like, all right, dude. I'm gonna go sit in the corner, dude. That's why they're like, someone needs to take care of. I'm like, yeah, sure, I'll go take care of the fucking child in the corner. You guys ain't his life away. I don't care. Oh, that was
Ain't
so.
his life away, I'll revive him. He'll be part of our party. Fuck off.
That was so cringe.
What do you-
Honest to God.
Oh wait, hold on,
Jesus,
me.
dude.
You don't want one of those. You don't want to.
I really do want one of those, to be honest with you, Chief. But also, I don't want to go through that again.
But listen. Even if we don't have the pheromone, I can still revive you. You'll
Yeah,
live. You just have to puke up a tiny Death Stalker.
Dude, I'll be honest, I would fucking love one of those. But also, I would, the fucking math to get there sounds AIDS.
You could say that.
All right.
Oh,
So
I'm more of a wolf kind of. I mean, what?
I mean, look at its 6 eyes and has spines.
It's like fucking.
Listen, I'm not gonna lie. Honest to God, if someone else could revive me, I would go for one of these things immediately. That's an infinite
didn't
mana
die.
pool.
Well, we just
Myth
killed.
didn't die.
I know, but if we don't have the pheromone, that's unlikely to happen.
And we need Corbin for that, and I don't think he's gonna just. I'm pretty sure if we ask Corbin, yo, can I go in for one of these fucking cats? He'd be like, what?
Absolutely not.
Just gonna grab the eggs, be like, man, I really regret this. Too late, bitch.
Oh no,
Grabs
I
your-
regretted. I just literally put it in my face. Oh
He
no,
made
guys.
he made a duplicate, so, which means he can't duplicate it again. In alchemy.
So there's
So he has
literally
one
only
more.
one more.
He has one more.
I really want one. He's probably not gonna give it to us though. To be fair, I'm pretty sure. I mean, he seems actually diplomatic. To be fair, but
Yeah.
we'd have to give him something for that, and I don't know what I'd be willing to trade.
Look at that. The
hang on,
jelly
hang on.
of your.
I have
Tristy.
a spear.
You wanted an animal companion. Here you go, bitch. You didn't say how you wanted it, but here it is.
I knew you were gonna fucking do that. I knew.
To be fair,
As soon as
to
you
be
said
fair, it
A.
was about to get canceled, but Ian decided to int you, which technically helped you. But then everyone decided to int you a little bit more, and then
I couldn't find words anymore.
that
after a while.
your
I
life
was just-
your life was in danger here. But Alex is a little bit more intelligent than Ian.
I know. That's why I kept saying let him handle it, but Ian really wanted to help. It
Okay.
was really bad.
Okay. Point is, so
felt
you wanted
bad.
to call him, Mark?
Getting me face like yes. So, we're like off alone, and I sent Ice off directly to you guys to tell you that Myth wants to meet.
We're back at the
without-
camp. We're not here, right? Are we here or are we at the camp?
I don't really care where you meet, but
Okay,
he
yeah,
sent
yeah,
it.
I
He
just-
sent it to you at some point. I don't remember when, but I don't care. You can specify when if you'd like.
Whenever we're back at the camp, so we can just like meet, or maybe we like hang back a little bit. Everyone else goes inside, and we're just outside. Still.
I'm sure people are terrified of this thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're just a little nervous, not gonna lie. I think it looks like it'll fucking eat me.
Thing is dead silent. Thing makes
I said-
not a sound first step.
God, I need one of those.
Its
actually.
claws are as long as a dagger.
Oh, I need one of those. I need another assassin battle.
Alright, for reference, I sent Ice directly to you guys.
Mm-hmm.
The little dragon girl.
Yeah, your lolly got it.
Yeah, she's super
Yeah.
stone cold and doesn't show any emotions on her face. It's kept-
That's what I've gathered too, and it's kind of unnerving. Not gonna lie. Okay.
Look, I'm not Cambrian. I'm not from here. The other two are. But we need to work together. And if you need to tell me something, you can tell me, and I won't tell them. The only 3 people here you can trust are myself, Ice, and now Malthiel. And probably Alphys too, but I don't know how she feels about this. I haven't actually talked to her about it yet. I don't want you guys to be alienated from us. I don't want you guys to feel outcast. But I know there's something that's not being said.
Look, we're fine with dealing and being outcasts. Trust me, me and my brother have been outcasts for as long as we can remember.
Practically
We
our
just
entire
need
lives.
Yes, we just need Natalia not to threaten us like that again. That's all. We still want diplomatic ties with everyone.
I get it. But what I'm saying is, there's a bigger picture here. And I know you know something about it.
Of course
And I
we
know
do.
that
Just
they're completely oblivious about it. I just
perhaps.
don't know what it is yet. This manifest, it mentions something about chaos stimulant and my hometown as well. I just don't know exactly what it all means, and I need answers.
And why should we trust you?
I have nothing to hide. My name's Myth, I'm a smith, and that's it.
You're a little smart to just be a smith.
My experiences have shaped me. I've been guided. But if you should know, I'm the only person to ever go into the Great Maw and survive.
And what's the Great Maw?
The Great Maw is known to Firefall and to everybody on the entire continent as the greatest and most powerful magical storm on the entire continent. To the north of Real is an endless storm that has been raging since history was written. Since before history was written. No hunter that has ever gone north of Real and into the Maw has ever survived. No living person in record has ever lived by going into the Maw. Most hunters can't even make it past Real before they die, not only because of the guards, but also because of the terrain itself.
Yeah. Cold doesn't do us well.
There are extremely famous cold, ice type monsters up there. There's rare and powerful trophies that have a lot of merit in Firefall, but otherwise they're pretty much impossible to get. In terms of
And what
Hunter's
brought you
Land,
there?
it's a famous piece in Hunter's Landmarks.
What brought you there in the first place?
I volunteered for an expedition. It was my first expedition as a ranger, for real. I was following my father's best friend. He was an arcane guardian. I went with a few other rangers, and him, alone. And we were betrayed by another member of the party. His name is Quillen. As far as I know, he and I were the only two survivors. I woke up in my own bed after witnessing everyone else die, and Quillen ran off into the storm. But some force in my head, I don't know what it is, I couldn't tell you, told me that he's still alive and that I need to find him. But that's all I've been trying to do this entire time.
Find him?
Find Quillen, yes.
So what brings you here?
My adventures brought me to a small town, led me to meet these people in the town. Not Natalia, but Corbin, and a few other party members. James Ferrari was there as well, back in the day. It seems so long ago now. We had a common goal of finding some woman with white hair. And she sent us on a path to stop this void corruption. That's how we learned of it. She seems to know a lot more than she lets on. And I'd love to introduce you to her, if you'd let me.
Woman with white hair. Do you know anything else about her?
What name does she go by?
I just know her as the silver-haired woman.
Hmm.
Nothing else about her?
I know that she lives on an island, and I can teleport to and from it with this ring. And I show him the ring.
Is that just you, or is that your entire party?
Our entire party. She saved us when we were refugees. From this specific city, actually.
And what did she tell you to do here?
The same thing as you. Kill the prince.
That's it?
Bring him back for questioning. And get his possessions. I know there's something that's not being said from her, and I know there's something that's not being said from you. But I know we have common goals.
And what is your goal? It might
All I
not be
care-
as common as you think.
All I cared about was smithing. But now it's figuring out what the hell is going on with all this void and corruption. All
Well,
this magical power we don't understand.
that much we do agree on.
Hmm.
There is still one little detail that we're not too fond of, though.
What's that?
Mia kind of looks over at Ice. She's a dragon.
A lesser dragon, yes.
Is there
I
any
bonded
more
with her
dragons you
in the
know?
wilderness. I know of dragons, but
No,
none
none
personally.
personally. I will just say this. The person who sent us here told us to avoid dragons. Not to trust the people who follow with them.
Ah, that explains why you don't trust us.
To be fair, at first it was just normal paranoia, but that little incident where Cordelia pointed out that Ice is a dragon did solidify it.
Well, she follows me, so you don't need to worry about us following dragons, but... or at least myself. You know what? Fuck it. Cordelia's one of the last of the Blue Dragon flight.
Well, full-blooded, then, you say?
Yes, but she doesn't have dragon powers.
Why not?
She's only a human. The silver-haired woman somehow took them from her. We don't know. She won't tell us how or why.
You think the silver-haired woman might be a dragon?
It's possible. But she's never showed powers of being a dragon.
So there's no reason to unless the time.
I do know of Manitar, the great or silver dragon.
He's white.
He's in
White
the
dragon.
The great white dragon
Yep, he's the
in the north.
Still kicking about?
yep famous to
Yeah.
Firefall. Minotaur of the East Glacial Seas, thought to have gone missing long ago. The
We know
last
how to
surviving
find
white
him as
dragon.
well. We know how to find him as well. We were supposed to go and talk to him about things up in Rio, but we haven't gotten around to it yet.
Probably because you can't leave here, I assume.
And that dome
Exactly.
does make it kind of difficult.
So tell me honestly, have you ever seen any other Black Phoenix markings other than the ones here?
No. That's why I'm interested in it. Because you seem to know about it. It seems important to you, for some reason.
Very important. You could say almost the reason why we're here in the first place.
But this is the first place who's ever seen them. Actually, one other time. Before this all happened, we were fighting to take back Horan's estate. And her uncle, he was part of this criminal ring that kidnapped her father and tried to do a whole bunch of bad shit. We were fighting to take back her place, and they had stocked crates with Black Phoenix logos in them inside her estate. But when we went back there after winning the battle, they were all gone. Now that I think about it, it might explain this manifest.
And where was this estate? Is it in the city?
No, it was outside this, on the outskirts of the city. It's not inside the dome. But like I said, they weren't there when we went back. They were gone.
How far outside?
We didn't think anything of them at the time either. I don't know. Andy, do you know like the actual distance outside the city? Would I be able to tell them?
Yeah, about like half a day's travel. On foot.
And you said
South.
you have... Which chaos stimuluses do you have?
I believe you said
52 and 53.
yeah, 52 and 53.
Where'd you find 52?
We found them here in the city after the orb was up.
53 as well?
Both of them, yes. While we were exploring the Underkeep sewers, we found a prison of some sort. And we found these vials inside. It was the only thing we found inside. Other
May
than
we
the
have-
book.
Do you have both of them on you?
I don't have them, no. Natalia does.
Tragic.
Indeed.
Again,
And you
we
see,
weren't
just
lying.
as Mayor's about to speak again, you see Corn swoops down. I'd be willing to get them for you.
Corn?
And
Yes.
why would you do this?
Because I'm worried about the direction Natalia is going.
I see we share the same sentiment, Corn. It's glad to know you have my side.
She worries me,
Well-
and Corbin as well. She's no better than the dictator she claims to try to overthrow. What really separates them?
What side they're on?
What side they're on, but nothing more than that.
Sides can change in a moment.
It's not so simple as good and evil anymore, but at this point, it's just about the lesser evil.
Oh, I should have knew you would follow me here. Follow us.
You weren't exactly hard to follow.
Yeah, I get it. Those ears of yours are mighty handy.
I could hear you even from where I was staying. I didn't even actually have to come over here.
But you did us the courtesy at least. Is there anyone else around poking?
No. Just us.
Look, I've got nothing against Corbin. In fact, he seems to be sensible.
Maybe
You're
even
loyal
a
to him,
nice
aren't you?
guy.
Good guy.
He is a good guy. But not exactly the best planner I've ever met. But his heart's in the right place.
That's what matters.
He seems narrow-sighted to me.
He can be. But that narrow sight lets him see very small details other people would otherwise miss.
Useful skill.
Indeed.
Regardless, I owe everyone my life now, so I don't have much leverage. I'm just being honest and telling you what I know.
Look, I'll be upfront right now about. I will give you answers. In fact, I'll give you plenty of them right now. But I am going to be upfront about what I'm not going to tell you. We're playing a game. One that's much bigger than all of us. There's certain things I can't say about the person who sent us here, why they sent us here, and things like that quite yet. Not until I get to know you a little bit better. I will say this. We, at least in my eyes, are in the middle of a war against two factions who don't really care about me or you. They don't really care about Firefall or Cambria or any little town.
Real.
Yes. Fortunately for us, we got chosen by one side to be a proxy. So we're going to be that proxy. We're going to be as good of a proxy as we can, right up until we don't need them anymore. Because that's the only game we can play. We're not strong enough, we're not smart enough, and we don't have enough to win a war against either side, yet alone one of them. So I'll put it this way. We are here to retrieve items. I'm sure you probably might even know that by now. Similar to the goal you were given, but probably from the other side.
Just one item we were sent after.
It was one.
His sphere, the thing he used to...
The orb, yes, the thing that's putting up the dome.
Exactly.
Us as well. Well, Black Phoenix is another entity that I'm not entirely sure is on either side. In fact, I used to be a part of the Black Phoenix, apparently, though I don't remember. Long story short, they also are after the same object, and our goal as a group is to ensure that they burn and not a speck of them remains. They destroyed our country. They destroyed our family. They destroyed everything. I'm a vengeful little shit, you could say, so we
Vengeance
plan
is
to
something.
return it.
After all, I'm after vengeance for the man who betrayed me in the storm in the first place.
Well, then we have
And
a
the reason
common...
I'm here is vengeance on the prince. He almost got me killed more than once when I was here the first time.
At least we have common motivators.
Indeed.
Corn, what about you?
I'm not
Corn.
sure what I'm here for yet. I'm here to find James, but I'm not
Beyond
much
that.
sure much more beyond that.
When you do find James, if you find James, what is your intention with him then? Will you kill him or will you capture him?
Everything in my body tells me that I don't want to kill him, but at the same time it tells me that I might have to.
The last thing I want happening to you is what happened to Ferris.
I won't let him.
I'll be by your side this time.
And if you keep our little secret, we'll be by your side too. We already have enough enemies in the world, we can make a few friends.
Something worries me the most. If Natalia gets her hands on him and kills him, I don't think there's gonna be any way I can forgive her. I don't think there's gonna be any way I'll be able to help her with anything ever again.
Then allow us to help sidetrack him if we ever get notion of where he is. Cause a diversion, sneak away, and find a way to capture or deal with him ourselves. Look, I'm not a military general, but I've had to think for myself enough to where I think we can pull something like that off.
Thank you.
If you can plan it, I'll be willing to help you as well.
I'll do my best, but it's mostly going to be dependent on when and where we learn he is. Regardless, I can
Well,
think of a few things that could draw someone like Natalia's attention.
you know he's hiding in the Noble District. It's our only lead right now.
Well, we gotta go there eventually.
Corin, you know, his and my relationship wasn't the best. But I always did have a soft spot for Sorrento.
Mm-hmm.
That dog was wise.
Made up for him.
I was sad he couldn't in the end.
Well, he really did make up for him. Just not in the way we hoped.
We might be able to use it to draw him back. The memory.
You guys mentioned something about a key of memory. What is this?
When we were in Rio, my country has this thing called the Historia Depth.
It's the memory keep.
Yeah. Essentially, there were spheres there, and they held the memories. I don't know how it worked, but when you touched your hand to them, you could witness the events that happened in the past. One was my excursion to the mall. When I touched the orb, I could feel everything again. I don't know how they captured that memory from me, but it was from my perspective.
It was from an opposite perspective, actually.
Oh, it was from an opposite.
Yeah.
Opposite.
It was
So it must have been
It was a different
Quillen's
one.
perspective.
It wasn't Quellen's perspective either. You could see both of them. You could see both you and Quillen. And the
Okay.
deaths of every comrade you had.
Well, something else then witnessed the events that happened, and they were able to store them there. The second, I believe, was the founding of Rio. And it was destroyed. We weren't able to catch it back. There was a third one that had something to do with dragons and Alphys and going past the Maw. But we don't know enough about it yet. We're also investigating that.
Is Alphys related to these dragons?
We don't know.
Do you want me to give the details if you don't remember?
I remember.
Okay.
All we know is that supposedly there's some magical entity on the other side of the storm that she can access.
I see.
And the dragons were there at its inception.
Interesting. Tell me, these little orbs, how many of them were there?
4 total. The 3 I just described to you, and then 1 that was missing. And we don't know where it went. But, according to this manifest, it says, from real memory keep, Historia Depth, to the real Arctic Spire. The Arctic Spire is where all of the mages and arcane guardians from my city reside. Alphys is an arcane guardian, but she knew nothing of it. She and I believe we were sent on a suicide mission. We were supposed to die in the Historia Depths. We fought an ice strike, and we made it out alive. But we don't trust anyone in my city anymore. But if this manifest is correct, this Black Phoenix has something to do with what's going on in my town as well. And the Arcane Guardians are in on it.
Perhaps. The Black Phoenix is comprised of a lot of different members. They're comprised of a lot of people in Firefall, including my own father. So, it's not impossible.
Well, our late father, as
Yes.
it is.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Don't be.
Don't
My
be.
father is still in that city. He's the one that taught me how to smelt ferrosium and craft with it. And I'd like to get him out if possible. If it's not too late. I've been gone too long.
I imagine it is. Though it is possible that things are happening there like have happened here, and like has happened in Firefall. That's
I'm not
another
sure if
reason
you
we're
know much about
concerned.
Firefall. It went from a quite thriving town, large, lots of families, to
It
just
got reduced
about
population.
5 families now.
I'm sorry to hear that as well.
Same sort of event. Well, nothing we can do about it now, at least for now.
Can I make a dumb comment?
Yeah.
You saying that made me really think that, yeah, no, it was not a mistake. Don't worry about it. That is what my first thought was going through your mind was.
Yeah.
Don't be sorry. We're not sorry. Just kidding. Go ahead.
The reason I kept this manifest is because I saw my town, my country on it.
No, this
And
manifest has a lot of clues if you know what you're looking for.
You see, I don't yet. But I do know that it answered one of my questions. And
What
you seem to
question?
know the most about the black... I told you the missing memory orb.
Ah, yes.
You seem to know a lot, the most about the Black Phoenix. And if they're as evil as you say, then I'll be willing to join you in taking them down.
Gladly. As I
The
said,
more
I
help
used
we
to
have, the
be
better.
a member, and I'm no longer, they likely are going to come after me no matter what happens. Actually, the rest of us for thwarting what happened in Firefall, if we even thwarted it. Regardless, I wasn't lying. The chaos stimulant is something you need to avoid. It is very, very dangerous. I'm not entirely sure exactly what it does, but best to stay away from it. I would like to see number 52, though, if that is something we can secure.
Corn, it's up to you.
I can take it. I can take both if need be.
Actually, both might be best. I
If we're going to
don't
take it,
trust Natalia enough.
it should be very, very. It would be smart of us if we could recreate something that looks similar.
We would have to. It might be something Kiana can do.
Or we could try and ask Corbin to do it for us as well.
He doesn't seem like he has the.
It just needs to be coloration.
Yeah.
Indeed. Similar consistency and coloring is all it should be.
The problem I have with telling Corbin this stuff is not that I don't trust his heart isn't going to be in the right place. I just am more concerned that he's going to tell Natalia out of goodness, to be fair.
Indeed, I don't think he can hold a secret too well.
It's up to Corin, though. You know him better than we do. Still.
We don't know their relationship that well, Corbin's and Natalia's.
Yeah.
New counter looks over. I could probably make something to replicate it if you can steal them. Not to replicate it, but to at least make it look similar. It would just be akin to dyed water.
That's all you'll need to fool Natalia.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Is that what you want to do?
Yeah, I think that's something we should do for
I
sure.
think that's what we should do, yeah.
Alright, well, there is literally no way in hell Natalia could catch Corin doing this.
Yeah, I figured.
So, you could literally walk over to her in the middle of the night, jack it immediately without a single sound, hand it over, and then go shove. Dude, she could probably steal a TV from her fucking pocket. And probably
Take
place.
the armor off her back.
She could probably hide a table in her backpack while she's awake.
Wait. Hide an oil barrel.
It's literally like what is it? It's like a Fallout where you could like shove crap in people's pockets, or
He
like
starts filling
Skyrim
it
or
up.
something. Yeah, you start putting
Yeah.
a bunch of garbage in people's pockets.
Just stick a oil barrel in there, or 12 of them.
Pretty much. All right, no, but she comes over with
Secret
it.
item that might come in handy later.
Within minutes, she already has it.
Thank you.
And Kiana spends a bit of time examining its contents before Corin puts it back so that she can replicate it, and then has her steal it again in the middle of the night, and thus replacing it. Would either of you like to keep the stimulus?
I'll keep the stimulus on me.
Okay.
Are you sure about that?
As someone with the best hide check, yes.
I mean, I understand you have a good hide check, but remember the last time that, well, hang on, let me just type this to you.
I can keep one and you can keep.
That might be best for trust, actually.
So, anyone want to try to decipher the actual thing? The transfer manifest here?
I already have a lot of ideas.
Oh, good.
A fuck ton.
I don't know enough about it. I don't know what this chaos stimulus does.
Does it make you nervous, Nathan?
Wait, you actually might be right. Holy fuck.
Right?
Yeah, okay, yeah, you carry it. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
But my detect's a lot better.
I agree,
Right.
it is very much better.
Right?
But,
Not wrong.
I mean, this isn't our place, but still, we're in it. You see my problem?
We should be fine. Because do remember this.
I'm waiting to remember.
She's typing.
Yeah, I'm aware.
So, I think I should hold it because I have a better spot check if someone tries to pickpocket that shit back.
No one steals anything from Corn, though.
I know. That's oh, that's kind
Nobody.
of who I'm nervous for.
She could probably steal it from you still.
I know. That's what. I'll keep 52,
Okay, yeah. Yeah, fine. You keep it.
and you can get 53 myth.
I'll give it to Corn.
Why in particular do you want 52 and 53?
Is
Like-
someone asking, or
I'm just curious, but that's fine.
cause who it's
Add a
related to?
character.
I don't care. You don't have to. You don't have to tell me. You can tell me later.
It's just who it's related to.
All right. Anything else you want to take care of? Any other ends? Other than
think we-
grabbing a fucking egg and shoving it on your head.
Listen, I'm not saying I would do that, but
Listen, I'm not saying I would do that, but I definitely fucking would, alright? That's an infinite mana pool. I want that very badly.
Oh wait,
You
hold on.
showed us-
Actually, I lied to you. They gain adaptive features based on the host, so technically it's immune to cold and acid.
Holy shit, wait a second. Mine would be immune to fire.
you
Pog.
two.
It's automatically immune to acid damage.
Well, it appears, at least for now, a lot of what we're doing involves you all. So there's one more place we want to hit tonight, and we will. If you want, you can come with us. Since, quite frankly, I don't know if I'd be able to hide anyway, but as a show of faith, so we can actually start building real trust and not whatever we've been feigning with Natalia.
I'm down. Corn?
Always. I could pick up on it after I watch them. Corbin knows as well. But maybe it's best if I saw it before I told him.
So you know where I'm going?
Not exactly good at hiding it.
Yeah. It's a little slip of the hand, I'm afraid. Well,
I'll
you
be
know
honest,
what-
Corn, I
She's-
think you
she's
might
l-
just be too good at detecting
She's
things.
low-key insulting me with the whole "you're
Yeah.
not good at hiding stuff, a lurker in
Yeah.
the dark, I'm watching you."
Yeah, she's fucking flaming my ass. Holy god. By the way, I do owe you a drink for saving my life in that battle, if you'd ever let me buy one.
One day.
One day.
Please don't make it be Cambrian brandy.
Hell no, I won't.
Nothing like that in Firefall.
I'll get you
trust me.
something good for Firefall. My dad had a very
Extensive.
large collection.
I don't even know what it tastes like.
And then it'll be experience for all of us.
Yeah, it's okay. You still don't remember what it tastes like. You didn't even get to taste it.
Yeah, fucker drank all of it.
Wait, what?
Our adopted father, not our birth father. We had two fathers.
2020.
2020. Don't ask, it's 2020.
All right. Well, go on.
Alright, well,
Lead the way.
go
Alright,
back to
well,
the
let's
desk
go
again.
then.
Go to the little desk and the wall. Do the little flip the coin.
All right. Well, back to the actual lab.
Oh, also, I just want to put out there, out of character. Yesterday, Ian was like, yeah, if we find the lab, y'all from Firefall are not allowed in it. I'm like, yeah, sure, don't care. And now he just openly walked us into this lab, so.
I like how, dude. You have no idea how amused I
That
was
was
when
so
when
fucking funny, by the
Myth
way.
and Natalia are sitting there like, yeah, we figured out what opened the door.
Yeah, by the way,
good job, Myth. Dude,
Yeah,
you, dude,
out of character,
dude,
out of
you're-
character, Tristan, I opened that shit.
What? Open what?
The door.
The door to this lab. I opened that shit.
Oh,
He
God.
hit you with good job, Myth. We were laughing so fucking hard.
I
Oh
had to
my
mute, dude. I
God.
had to mute. It was
How do you-
so funny.
Was it with
It
the? Was it with
yeah,
the?
same thing.
Yeah, the coin.
Yeah, I noticed you do it the second time.
It's so fucking funny though. The way
dude,
he
the way
said
you
good
typed
job,
it, the way you did
Yeah.
it. Good job, Myth.
I hit him. Let me go find that shit.
Dude, he hit me
So
with it, and I
good.
actually had to mute too because I couldn't fucking keep it together. I could not keep it together at all.
Oh, I died. Just like, he said that.
Dude, he said,
really
dude,
fucking
he starts
happy.
hitting me with the open too, dude. After that,
I literally fucking. Oh, just I fucking.
where is it? I'm trying to find it,
Almost
dude.
I straight hit him with
immediate, dude.
that.
I'm trying to find it, dude. Where the fuck is it?
No, I'm moving it up here. I'm moving up here.
I posted it.
Oh, there it is.
Toxic.
Dude, he was so happy though. He sounded so proud of you, and I was just like, I can't tell him, dude.
I can't do you. The goodness of
Just-
your heart.
Wait, did he send it to you? Just did he send the
Yeah,
good
I
job
did.
to you?
Yeah.
The first thing I did, or my first response was just that.
Dude, I need to make it the fucking server banner, bro. Holy shit.
Good job, man. It was so. I muted. I could not handle it. I fucking died. I can tell Prissy Boy was so confused too. He's like, I don't even know what I really did because I didn't consume it. And he's just kind of staring at the wall, but you're getting fucking patted on the back, so he's like, yeah, okay.
Good job. Oh,
Dude,
sure.
I would have been so toxic if you unmuted and just like gave him a pat on the back and a smile and just walked
I
in.
should have shook his hand and walked in.
Like, yeah, good
Very
job.
impressive,
yeah.
man.
Yeah, good job, Myths. Fucking smiley face. Open.
What the fuck?
I know. I can just tell because you like went quiet. Like I could tell you're just sitting here like, what the fuck did I even do? Like, did I do
His wheels
something?
were turning, dude.
I was like, I just pulled out this vial. What?
And you
I
gotta
didn't even hold it up to the wall yet.
No,
What?
I know. You literally pulled it out. Door opened. I just hear, "Good job, Myth," and we just died. Jersey was over here like, "What the fuck is going on?"
Dude, his hamster was running.
I was like, well, that was easier than I thought.
Yeah, I was over here doing fucking.
All right. Anyways, let's proceed.
Yeah, sorry.
So, what are you doing?
We're just gonna walk up to the wall that we know is there.
And as Mir holds the coin, the others don't see a thing, but Mir holds up the coin and stares at the wall. As you see multiple, the room glows very dimly with the purple, going all the way over to the actual doorway where you actually entered in, the one that was open. On top of the fact that the wall itself, in a particular spot, has text above it in the same sort of purplish light. And you can see above it, it says, oh boy, sorry, it says, access, Grim Lake Undersea Research Facility.
Well, that sounds like
a research facility.
sounds like somewhere we want to go.
It does. Is there a little place to put the key, or no?
No, it seems to be an extremely bright purple portion of the wall.
Try to
Wait,
push
the
it.
multi-tool.
No, I think I know what it is, but try to push it first.
Upon touching it, Mir can feel that her hand feels a little tingly and almost begins to numb a little bit, but nothing happens.
Try to put the coin up against it. That probably won't work.
Same thing.
Try touching it with the scythe, maybe?
Yeah, hold up the scythe to it.
Nothing.
Maybe the multi-tool?
Multi-tool's not gonna work. Look around the doorway. Try to push myself through it, actually. I don't know if... Yeah, see if I can't push through it.
Nope. Gives you resistance as though it were a solid wall. Which it is. All Mir sees is, or what Myth sees and everybody else sees is Mir just shoving up against a stone, a wall like an idiot.
Don't worry, she does this sometimes.
Gotta work out the kinks of the wall, you know?
Although it does remind you a little bit of the chasm. The same feeling.
Can I feel my scythe vibrating or glowing or anything from my scythe?
The ornament itself is.
Yeah. Take out the ornament and push it up.
Doesn't seem to react any more than normal.
Is there a place to put it, the ornament?
No.
Kiana, do you see this or no?
I do.
Any ideas?
She wants to say something, but she's not sure whether or not she wants to keep it secret from Myth. Do you want to keep it secret from Myth or not?
Whisper it to me first.
Okay. she tells you she has a similar feeling between this, the chasm, as well as the transference to the what do you call it? The Sons of the Black Sun's ruined building.
Okay.
She seems to think that it's some sort of portal or something like that, or a way to get through. But her assumption is that it wouldn't be able to get through simply because of the fact that this dome is up. It could be interfering with it.
I see.
Hmm.
I ask if she
So-
thinks. I imagine the key that I have on me, the like half key that our father gave us, isn't gonna work.
Doesn't seem to be so.
Okay. You can unmute him.
Okay.
Okay. It's a portal, but we're not going to be able to access it through now, I think. Not while
The
the
dome's
barrier's
up,
up. Yes. This is a good place to go after, though.
which presents a problem because if the blast squad blows this place in, then we might not be able to get back here.
On that occasion, Myth, of your knowledge so far of the city, are there any other walls that or buildings or anything like that that seem to be unusual?
Who's asking me this?
Kiana is.
I know of one, but it's going into the Noble District in these sewers.
Where exactly? What is this location called?
Well, I don't know the exact name of it, but it's kind of like a underground. It's in the sewers. It's an underground, like service ways, I guess you would call them, for workers. But there was some sort of markings that Natalia and Corbin recognized, and due to their military service that allowed them to move through, I could probably identify it if I saw it again. It was just a ring in the wall that opened and closed it.
No, I do not mean mechanical parts. It's something that none of you probably could have understood or picked up on. Much like us, without this coin. Perhaps somewhere else with a solid wall, or perhaps a doorway you could not open, or something that led to nothing.
There was a bulkhead that we couldn't open in the workshop district, also under the sewers, but it had just appeared to be sheared off, like someone made it so you couldn't open the door.
You see, at that, Corin's kind of listening in. There was one place, the machinery center. The Underkeep
Yeah.
main machinery center. There was a solid wall that looked like there should have been something there. And it'd almost be built up with stairs like it was an access way to an actual door, but there was nothing there. On the other side of the building is also just nothing.
Would we be able to get there tonight, do you think?
I think so, looking at Corn.
We could. It wouldn't be quiet. We'd have to get through the doors. Which means they would know that we left.
You don't think we could do it quiet enough?
Well, the doors are sealed at night. And not everyone here is exactly the most quiet.
True.
I'm around Mikasa. Big grin.
You see she looks back over and gives a thumbs up. Quiet.
Quiet.
Something
Like
I am
Cohen.
not.
Do you think if it was just a small group of us, maybe me, Kiana, and you two?
Well, actually, my move silently is not bad.
We
It's
might.
enough to-
Problem is, the guards at the door.
Yeah, never mind. I'm not here to destabilize the rebellion.
We don't have to kill them. We could put them to sleep, if you know what I mean.
Hmm.
Sleeping on the job isn't exactly unheard of.
That's your call, not mine. I'm not going to ask you to do it if you don't want to, but this is something we need to figure out.
If you think it's important enough, I'll do it. But you
I
have
think
to
it very
know
well could be.
that if someone does find out or we make a slip up, this could mean really bad for us. All of us.
Well,
Actually,
We could just say we're going somewhere else.
we might
No,
only
I
be
don't-
able to. Mira's the only one I imagine being the quiet enough to actually get there, or get through the doorway if I manage to slip through. Hmm. Myth, don't you have a way to change stone?
I do.
Do you think you could get us through the wall?
Most likely, yeah.
Then we can do that. A way to get past the guards without having to interact with them at all.
Good. I would prefer that. Again, I'm not here to make bad blood as much as it seems like I'm sneaking around. Poorly, apparently. She smiles at Corin.
Always poorly.
I'll get better. Believe it or not, I've been around people like Mikasa and Arius here my whole life. I haven't exactly had to be super quiet.
I had spent my entire life around people who could be much quieter than you.
Explains why you're so good at it.
Nothing gets past these ears.
Well, if you ever find an extra pair, let me know. I could use them.
Off you go.
Yep.
I'm trying to find the map. Give me a second.
Yeah.
Ah, here we are. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and do this here so you guys can see, since I had it like this last time. So using that blue text right there. Okay, this is the layout of the room. This is the main machinery center. These are like side workshop rooms. The only one that seems to be unusual is the one at the far end right here. This one seems to lead up to a doorway just like you see at the end in the background there. Except
Okay.
there's not a door there. It's just solid.
Okay.
And there's actually not a room behind it. It is just nothingness outside. It is just a wall.
Okay. Walk up to it and hold out the coin. See if the text appears.
Simply walking with the coin, you can see that Mir also feels that the doorway or something is there. One moment, please. Okay, well, some of my tokens are missing now. Hype. Some of my assets are missing too. Good. Alright, so the group arrives at the machinery center at night and slip through some of the cracks in the rooftop, as only a little bit of moonlight illuminate the inside, but nothing seems to be stirring here. Although when Mir is examining the coin in the wall, she notices that the wall also seems to glow, and it's very similar purple to that of the lab.
Any place to put anything, or does it have any text?
Nope, but it doesn't have a single bit of text. But she sees that it's like very similar shape. It just simply looks like a doorway. Although there is actually one thing. There is actually a keyhole.
For a coin?
Nope, For-
Actual key.
for a key.
it look like the one that our dad gave us?
Looks about the right size.
Pull it out. See if it fits.
And the odd-shaped teeth actually slide in with little bits, with not any resistance at all.
You all ready? I don't know what's gonna happen when I turn this.
I'm ready.
Yeah, why not?
Upon turning the key, you could see that the door, or the wall rather, seems to fade away into this odd sort of wavy, wispy sort of doorway, and the key dissipates along with it. But somehow Mir still feels as though it's in her hand. And through the waviness, you can see some figures on the other side, 3 in fact. They seem to be moving about and doing something, but their words are inaudible and ununderstandable. The details are hard to make out exactly, but they look like they're in a room with different sorts of tools and other sorts of stuff like that. Some sort of complex machinery room. Or a workshop, rather.
Put a hand forward and make sure the wall's not actually there, or see if it is and if I'm just seeing things.
And as Mira puts her hand through, you see that her hand actually goes through the wall itself, as she can kind of see her hand very distorted on the other side of the image.
Is anyone else able to put a hand through, or is this just me?
Well, anyone want to try?
I'm not
On?
doing
Honestly, no, not really.
Well, I'll be right back then.
Kiana steps forward then. And so does Mikasa, of course. Peering through, says, "I'm going to pass. Don't close it." As she does, she can see that Kiana phased into the other side as all the 3 figures on the other side stop immediately and look over.
Walk through as well.
And upon walking through, Mir still feels the key in her hands, but she can't see it.
I'll follow them.
And all of the others continue to follow through as you see that Korin is also staring, and entirely unbelievable, with wide eyes. In the 3 there you see one in particular, very familiar, well 2 rather, and one not, but everyone, except for, actually none of the Firefall people know, but Myth and Korin recognize who this is. You've seen pictures and other things and heard her name 1.5 million times. There on the other side of the doorway were 3 people they recognized. You see, most of them are handling workshop tools and simply staring back at the others. They don't say a word.
Oh, what do we have here?
And you see, Connell turns over to Kalaya. "I think we have guests." She looks back at him like an absolute idiot. "You don't say." "Who are all of you?" "I'll be damned." See, Felicia looks over at Myth. "Well, look who it is. You've grown up some.
Alicia?
Where have you been?"
Here? In this city?
"Yeah, I can see that. How the hell did you get here?"
We were teleported inside by some memory stone or something. I
Turn around. You see as the rest of them turn around immediately to see nothing but a solid wall there of the inside of some sort of workshop. Yeah. You came through a wall. Do you know where you're
You're-
at right now?
I have no idea. You're going to have to ask Mir how we got in.
The rest of you look like you're from Firefall. The hell are you doing here?
Do you not remember us?
No, why the hell would I?
We've met you a number of times at this point.
No, I can't say I spend my time talking with anyone from Firefall. Not that they spend much time here anyways, especially with this whole shit show going with the dome.
I see. Where are we?
Wait, Felicia. Do you know about the battle that just happened yesterday?
What battle?
You sent an expeditionary force to try to clear out the Atrium of monsters?
No. I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
You fought alongside us to stop the expeditionary force?
Let me ease a little bit of your expectations here. Let me make it nice and simple. I was on my way here to Stormfrost from Cambrian mainland, although we ran into some trouble when the frozen night had struck. Although the three of us had received special instruction for something. To stay here. I was told to work on the dreams that I've been having and create the weapons that I've wanted to, which I have no problem with. They gave me everything I needed. So here I am. Connell's been my assistant. We weren't exactly in a position to argue.
Connell caused all of this to happen.
I can assure you he was here with me for the past 15 years. We haven't had to leave this room for 15 years.
Where are you sending your weapons?
Take a look against that wall. You see that against the wall there's quite a large sort of drop box type thing here. I create them and I send them out. I can imagine for what usage, and I can tell where we are based on the architecture that we're standing in this room for this workshop. We're very much in the White Tower at the moment. On the workshop floor.
Did you create this? And I pull out the rifle. And I also, and this, show my ODM gear.
The ODM's a nice new model. I've made a few upgrades to the gas since. But yes.
And you don't know how it got out into the city?
I figured as much. It was being used for less than moral things, but we haven't had much of a choice. Any attempts to break out of these walls, nothing that they give us is going to work.
Do you know who trapped you here?
The biggest rifle we have, you see, as he grabs like what looks to be like a very fine model of the wall watchman's rifle. Won't even put a dent in this wall. So you can guess why we're stuck.
Do you know how you got in this room?
Yes, we were captured and brought here.
By
Yeah.
who?
I don't know. It's
What
a
did they
different
look like?
person every time.
Do you see their face?
We do. But like I said, it's never the same. We never had seen the same face twice.
There might be a way to explain that. Because there's someone outside pretending to be her. I point at Felicia.
Pretending to be all three of you, in fact. My guess, at least.
Well, we don't know if they're pretending to be Kalaya, if she's been trapped in here giving them weapons this whole time.
True. I imagine Connell and Felicia, though, are definitely...
Being impersonated.
Yes.
How goes the city? Connell asks, stepping forward.
Your people are dead. And we thought it was your fault the whole time.
Put it bluntly, yes.
City's overrun with monsters.
We've done what we can to clear them out.
It's not looking good, though.
I imagine not.
You didn't have anything to do with this?
Kalaya steps forward again. I assure you, he's been my very, very faithful, but not exactly useful assistant for the past 15 years.
You learned anything, at least?
Plenty. As I've said, I've had dreams for quite a long time, but every single time, there's always something new to make. So we never run out of things to do.
Dreams, huh? When did you start having these dreams? Ever since it started, I assume? The 15?
A little bit before that, even. It's how most of my inventions come to me anyways.
Does the name Tressa Platinum mean anything to you? Or Evan Cole?
Evan, yes. He was one of my men. Do you know of him?
He's started a rebellion against the prince.
Well, the prince is right here.
Or whoever's pretending to be the prince.
Then
They say not many people do go and see him.
They said no one's seen his face for the past 15 years. It would explain the impersonation.
Yeah.
But Connell, you tried to have us executed last time we were in the city.
I did.
Why?
You were a bit in the way. I had been tracing the Darkettes for the longest time. Had eyes and ears in there. And you messed it all up, which I admit was probably for the better. I knew they had some sort of contact with the West, but I hadn't gotten far enough to figure out what. An honest mistake.
I can't just forgive you like that.
I don't expect you to. Lives aren't to be toyed with. I've had many years to think on it. I owe the rest of you apologies when I can see them again, if I get to, that is. But here we are.
Well,
Here we are.
James Ferrara is still in the Noble District.
I don't regret putting out a death order for him, though. A murderer
seems
is
to
always
be-
a murderer.
Yeah, and he continues those habits. Corn and I are trying to find him.
You have news of my father?
Not yet. Other than that, he's still at war with Pyramidion.
And my sister?
She's been gone since last we checked. Last time you saw her is probably the last time we saw her as well. That day in the Noble Guest House. I assume you know of the Elkets?
Of course.
We haven't even seen them after they went after her.
Who exactly are the Elkets, if you don't mind me asking?
They're like his sister's royal guard, I guess you could say. Not spies, but her friends and protection.
His sisters. Who's his sister?
I forgot
Many
her.
of them are there.
Ileana
I for-
Nefix.
Yeah,
She's the
Eliana.
princess. She's the colonial princess for Stormfrost.
Have you ever heard that name here?
No. How many Elcats are there though?
4.
Could be coincidence. I don't know enough to yet to give any
Well,
for
there
sure.
should be 3
information.
left.
3.
Ferris is dead. She was killed by James.
My sister can take care of herself. She's not a fool.
Do you know the names of the others?
The other what?
The guards.
Elcats.
There was...
It's Kona, Mafia, and Arca.
Yeah. Kona, Mafia, and Arca. Kona was... fought with her fists. She was very fast. Arca... She...
Hefty tank.
Yeah, she was a heavy tank. Kind of like Natalia. And lastly, Mafia was a spellcaster.
Never mind then.
Regardless.
Also, this is actually the wrong token. I am so sorry.
You're using the old one.
Yeah, it has to be the other one. I don't know why I had that one. I just saw the name and then vegetated.
Didn't one of our new acquisitions in the rebellion say someone had contact with Kalaya? Got to see Kalaya every once in a while?
Would have been one of the commanders.
Would have been the lieutenant commander, right?
Yeah, I think he said the first commander was
Yeah.
able to see her every once in a while.
Yep.
Which means someone's faking her identity as well.
So someone is impersonating you, Kalaya. Have you seen any of your lieutenants?
Haven't seen any other faces but these two for the past 15 years. Would love to see any others than these two,
Hello.
as much as I enjoy their company.
Well, something else is going on now.
Told you. It's a large war going on. And we're but pawns.
Your elite hunter squad is leading your army now. But they're taking direct orders from whoever's impersonating the 3 of you. Except the one impersonating Felicia
Pretending to be with the rebellion.
is pretending to be with the rebellion, yeah. She's wearing different clothes as well. And she uses ODM gear.
Well, that
She seems to know everything that you know. And she has your tattoos as well.
Good impersonator, then.
She has Natalia fueled, the queen of battle.
She's not hard to fool, to be fair. Don't need to have a keen eye to know that.
We can try to get you out of here.
Would you? That would be great.
Maybe. And it might not be able to. And it might actually be better to wait a little bit to pull them out at the right time.
I agree.
it could be very dangerous because if we can't take them to a safe house or a safe place at the very least, pulling them out would just be akin to killing them.
Is he
Even if
Kiana?
we did,
taps on Mir's shoulder. Remember what we were told. Fool the world.
That's what I was thinking as well. Which is making me... Well, I'm pretty sure we're both convinced that her plans aren't what she said they were.
Indeed.
Felicia, since our memories are more recent, what did I say to you that caused you to punch me in Morgan's shop?
Well, since I don't have any other stupid things to think about... Well,
I'm sorry, by the way.
you should be. Not that it matters. Basically, she does repeat to you what you said. I don't remember exactly what it is off the top of my head, so... But I know it was something really stupid.
Yes. Okay. That might be a piece of information that I can use to test the other Felicia. If we can get out of here, that is.
I imagine we can, but I also don't think it wise to test the other Felicia. We know something she doesn't. We should keep it that way until we're ready to do something. At this point, all we have is knowledge to the opponent we're against. Maybe not even that.
Have you guys ever heard of people having multiple personalities like this?
Being able to shapeshift, essentially, yes.
Indeed, we have.
We believe we know who it is. It's the person who sent us here.
Quite possibly.
Well, that doesn't sound good.
Not at all.
It really does not.
Just from listening to you all, I'm sure you have some sort of plan and that we'll be sticking here a little bit longer until this is resolved.
I hate to break it to you, but yeah. Just
15
make sure you don't give
years.
any indication that anyone else saw you, of course.
What are they going to do? Come in here and say something other than, "Are you finished with your work?" Because that's all they do.
Seems that
You guys haven't seen any of these creatures outside the city. Or
I
even
saw
heard
them,
about them.
Felicia says. At least the beginnings of them. As did I, Connell says. We were trying to mitigate as much of the problems as possible.
So you didn't want your people to die.
Of course not. Why would I? I was left in charge of Stormfrost and I am not a fool. I have made rash decisions in the past, and there were mistakes and things for me to learn from. But it was also a chance to prove myself. I've had much time to think about it.
You may yet get that chance. It wasn't your fault after all that these people died.
If I don't, it would make no difference to me at this point. But if I do get that chance, I will make it count. At the
As
very
long as you
least,
can wait on us, we may be able to give you that opportunity.
at the very least, you could give us the short version of what's going on outside of here.
Well,
we'll
Basically,
fill 'em in.
fill them in. Okay. And more or less, they don't seem terribly surprised. All of this stuff came to me in dreams as well. You see, Connell says, all of us.
What a dream seemed to be a common theme. Well, Do you have any ideas on what's going on? Any signs or anything like that?
I haven't seen the sky for 15 years. Can't say I do.
Have you seen any symbols? Any identifying markings? Has there been any common thread between these multiple different faces that keep showing up to you?
No common thread between them. But there is one thing we do get is supplies. Food and all that. Stamped with a symbol, a black phoenix. That's all.
Myth looks at Mir.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
I think our worst suspicions are true, Kiana. I think Black Phoenix and the person who sent us here aren't very different. I might be wrong, but I think that's a good theory at the moment.
There is one detail they're forgetting, Kali says. These black phoenix symbols are the only part of the entire crate and supplies that are fresh. The rest of the crates tend to be old. The supplies with them. Someone is trying to put this symbol there. They're doing it on purpose.
I see.
Perhaps they're attempting to frame the Black Phoenix for something then.
In your dreams, Kiana speaks up. Do you have memory of details? Did any of them have black phoenix symbols before? See, Kalaya just kind of gives a nod. Yes, which is why I did notice them to begin with. These crates have fresh symbols. The ones in my dreams did not. From the way you're speaking of these dreams, there seems to be more to them than just dreams.
Memories, perhaps?
They feel much more like memories than dreams.
How do you know that, Mir?
We experienced something very similar. And there is a couple of questions we had. You know what, fuck it, I might as well be blunt at this point. You're already so far in this, there isn't turning around anymore, I'm afraid for any of you. The Black Phoenix has something called emissaries. I am one of them, was one of them. Powerful enough, maybe not powerful enough, but unique enough to control certain artifacts around the world. One being the Key of Memories, which I am its emissary. She opens up her scythe and pulls out the orb. Does this look like the ones you saw in your homeland? Myth?
He doesn't seem to recognize it as any of the ones he saw. They seem significantly different, and much more powerful at that.
You said unique enough to wield powers?
Yes. I don't know how, don't know why, but certain artifacts like this one, if this is the real one and not a fake, which I'm having doubts that the Black Phoenix is after, including the one here, the orb that's here, which is what we're here for. Put it back in the scythe. To put it bluntly, Black Phoenix had Key of Memory for a long time, and I imagine still have some influence over it in some way, if they're able to still plant these dreams in. We experienced something very similar in Firefall, where we experienced a torrent of nightmares. That's why I told you it's kind of is our life story at this point. We've died more times than I can count, failed more times than I can count.
10 times we have died for this.
Hopefully not at 11, because don't think we get another redo.
I think we're more similar than you think.
How was that?
Myth reaches into his pocket and he pulls out a small stone.
And Mir, whilst still holding the coin and the key, she notices that the stone glows dim purple. But But Myth doesn't notice any such thing about it.
What is it?
It's something from my journey to the Maw.
May I see it? I will give it back, I promise.
Only for a second.
Of course.
I hand it over.
As Mir grabs the stone, she feels that it is just but a small stone. Nothing more. Looks like almost just like a little river rock.
Can you do anything with it?
Give it back.
Toss it back.
I catch it. And with that, I hold it up in my hand. In one hand. In my right hand. And in my left hand, I hold it out. And I create a small flame.
And the flame appears and hovers just above Myth's hand, as if gaining life from absolutely nothing. The warmth of it, Arius can feel it is real fire.
Does it feel like anything special or just normal old fire?
It seems just like fire.
What else does it do?
And with that, I change it into water.
And that it
Magic.
immediately sits and transforms into just water.
She was right, wasn't she? There was a fragment of the key of magic here. Looks like we found it.
It was with Myth.
This creates anything I want.
It's a piece. There's two more like it, apparently. If this source is reliable. Together they make something.
I agree it's a piece, but I don't think it's of the one you're talking about. You see, Quillen, the man I've been after this whole time, he's got one that can destroy anything he wishes. Together, they're supposed to be able to get you past the storm. That's why I need it. It's the other half of my key.
But which? Destruction, perhaps?
Yes. The keys, my key of creation and his key of destruction can be combined.
Those are two separate keys. At least to what we were told. The fact that they can be combined is a terrifying thought. It is one of the keys, though. I can see it. You can see it too, Kiana?
Yes, but it gives off a different feeling than the ones that yours has. This type of magic resonation is the opposite one, a different one. But it feels weak.
Like it's not full or not charged?
I don't know enough to tell you.
Neither, unfortunately. That's part of the game that we're all playing right now.
I was informed that its abilities are limited.
So is mine. Because it was used up. Yours might be in a similar situation, or perhaps it is just a piece of a piece. It's hard to tell, though. It could honestly just be magic. Do you know the way his works?
I'd assume the same. All I know is that I can use this piece to locate his.
Have you been following him?
As much as I can. I keep getting sidetracked.
Fair enough.
I.e. being here.
Indeed.
Well, Mira looks at Kalaya, Connell, and Felicia. You are now a part of this too, whether you like it or not, but I suppose you didn't have much of a choice anyway being in this, did you?
Look around us. Does it look like we have many choices?
No, you don't.
At least we get to work. It'd be worse if we had to sit here and do nothing with our time. Go about your business and do what you need. We won't be going anywhere.
When the time comes, we'll pull you out, but we're gonna need help afterwards. We expect such.
I'm one to hold to my promises, and if you decide to help us, regardless of your allegiance, I'll be inclined to repay the favor.
You'll find the new Firefall doesn't have problems with Stormfrost.
This could be arranged.
Good. Perhaps we can move forward here. A lot of enemies in the world today.
I look forward to your return then.
We'll get you out. I promise.
Good. And Myth lets go of the key as the wall dissipates and the rest of them are ejected straight back onto the ground outside again.
Interesting.
I knew this was deeper.
Probably even
I-
deeper than we know right now, but we have
I
always
just-
an inkling.
I didn't expect that, if anything.
So what do we do with the imposters then?
Nothing. Not now.
Nothing yet.
Look, I said it before and I'll say it again. We're not big enough to play the same game as them right now. The best we can do is play their little game and take the pieces that we can. And when it's time, once we have the ability to actually come out and play on their level, then we do. Right now we need to locate these keys and secure them so they don't have them. Whatever fashion that is, I don't care.
Myth, Kiana speaks up. You mentioned that you could track the other one. Where was the last location you tracked him to?
In the jungles to the south? Near Castletown, I assume?
The manifest may tell us more than than it really says to us directly. Let's examine it one more time.
I pull it out and show it to her.
There must be a reference to Kaiseltown and outgoing.
Indeed,
I
there
see one
is.
right here.
726 1650 W11. Proxy
Deal
DE.
destruction.
Destruction.
You see what I see, right, Kiana?
I do.
Proxies being. The question is, which one's the proxy of the member he needs? Or maybe they're bound in the whole emissary chaos stimulant combination.
All this time? Could Quillen been a part of the Black Phoenix?
Maybe. He might be the emissary for it, but to be fair, that would make it seem like you were the emissary for this one. If
I'm the
you-
only one that's been able to wield it.
It doesn't necessarily mean you're an emissary, though. That's just the Black Phoenix's way of being able to control things. Apparently, there's other creatures or magics that can control them as well, but it's rare.
We'll find more answers here. She points to the Grim Lake Undersea Research Facility outgoing.
I think that's a good start. Have you ever been to Grim Lake?
They said the divine key of magic could be here if that is their reference for it. Key-MA.
As well as the proxy of creation, which if it's not myth here, maybe we can find something else.
But why Grim Lake? That's what I need to know.
Wait, look at this. Proxy CR. Underkeep Hidden Dungeons testing area. But there was nothing there.
Except, an empty
Except
box.
chaos and chaos stimulant. The two vials that we now have.
Planes and magic.
I don't think the Black Phoenix is doing as well off as it was, though. To be frank.
Not if we keep getting in the way. Not that I intend to stop, Kiana says, looking over with a smirk.
Me neither, but what I mean is, we know what happened to the Firefall Chaos Stimulus. But these ones weren't used. I wonder if the emissaries are here, or if they got removed as well.
Or maybe there's more than one.
True, there
A proxy of planes.
Which is what-
Stormfrost.
That's what the stimulus was supposed to go do. Whoever his chosen servant was, or however it works.
Or it wasn't used. Proxy of magic. Which, if your assumption is correct, Mir, if Myth is that one, he should have gotten it but didn't. Or maybe he already has. He says, looking over at him.
Possible.
I don't know when they would have gotten the chance. There's no lapses in my memory.
Or maybe someone was out there protecting you.
That's always possible too. I think that's more likely right now, to be frank. I'm gonna say something that to be fair, we don't even know too much of. As I said, I was the emissary of memory for the Black Phoenix. What we learned is the emissary gets a chaos stimulant, which I don't know if it's the same in every case, but for Firefall, I used it on someone else. I injected someone else. It's a way to control people, as well as give them power. Something, as you can imagine, I would not like in Natalia's hands.
I can see why.
In which would mean she would have the proxy of planes and the proxy of magic. But then again, nothing would say that they would obey her. Or if she were to take it themselves, maybe she would become one of the proxies, or die in the process.
Exactly. We only know of one instance of how that interaction worked. We don't have enough information to see what it looks like in every different emissary. If the emissaries are still standing. Again, there's more than one faction involved in this. Who's to say that Black Phoenix isn't the one that's on the losing side right now?
You need to meet the white-haired lady.
I don't know if I want to, but we'll see. We'll have to decide what to do at the end of this, because quite frankly, if we don't have the ability to make any major strides, it might be good to keep up these facades where I serve one side, you serve the other.
Fool the world.
Fool the world. Ever little bitch.
Shall we explain to him the meanings of the W8s and W11s, perhaps? I'm sure you picked up on its meaning as well.
So, with what happened in Firefall is as I said, we've died 10 different times, as there's 10 different worlds. Am I thinking the same thing you are?
Yes?
So, we are on the 11th iteration, so to speak. I don't know if it was the key of memory that did it, but it cycled several worlds. That's the perpetual nightmare we got stuck in, though it's not the same here, clearly. It's a different key was used. The W8 is which world iteration the package was delivered or received.
Makes sense for the date. It is a time period.
We're on the 11th, which means the one in Grim Lake should still be there. Maybe. It hasn't been transferred at the very least.
Well, not that we know of. We'd have to be there to know.
Yep, but it's a good lead. Same with the one in Crystal Town.
Yeah.
Although what worries
Are
me
you
is the one
saying-
that was specifically sent as the proxy of destruction, which this Krillin of yours could also be a pawn on the chessboard for just that. I doubt it's a coincidence that it was sent there in the 11th world.
Are you saying we're going to have to fight or traverse each world to try to track these down?
No, it's too late. Those worlds are mostly likely done. We're in the 11th, so unless we have a way to go back, which I'm afraid the key of memory cannot do, there'd have to be another key to do so. If that's a possibility that opens up, then maybe we can try, but that'd be something that maybe planes wouldn't work either.
If we were able to create a 12th world, we'd be able to know the locations of all these different things already to begin with, which means we could technically influence it.
That's true, but we need to get all the information before we do, because we only have one ability to do that. Oh, by the way, I can do that apparently.
But that is an extremely large ace in our pocket.
Yes.
I might be able to help you create a world if we were able to get the second half of my key.
Something we have to think about, though I'm not quite fond of creating another world simply for creating it. If we did it, it'd be to secure this war that we got forced into anyway.
But it is a major player for this.
It is. Especially if we can... I believe the keys, if we have them to, should go through worlds with us if we create a new one. At least that's what it appeared to be.
My assumption is that any of these replicate keys, if Myth carries a replica, or any of the things that we've seen so far that's marked purple, just as the one I've shown you here, as she picks up or grabs Mir's multi-tool out of her pocket. These bands, they let you take things from one to the next. That much I learned from Our Lady.
Yeah.
The specific creation of them, I'm not sure yet, but I could likely figure it out with time.
That's what we need to play for is time right now. Well, welcome to the major conflict, you two. You three, sorry. Ice, forgot about you.
See, she kind of has a little sparkle in her eye. At least somebody considers me around here.
Just hard. Brains wrapping around. Easy to miss, but well, we may not all be directly tied to each other, at least before this, but we are now. At this point, if one of us falls, it's very likely that secrets will get out and the rest of us will too. So as I see it, we have no choice but to be completely open with each other.
Indeed.
What
I
of
do
Corbin?
I ask we keep it from him for now. At least until we figure out where his stance on Natalia is, because I am not fond of bringing it to Natalia.
Neither am I, Corin says.
I know it's a hard thing I'm asking you to do, but could you not talk to him about it yet?
I have no problem with that.
Thank you.
He would have no problems with me holding any secrets against him if it was for a good reason.
And I promise you will be able to tell him eventually.
I'm sure
have
we
a lot
will.
of work to do.
You said there are multiple keys here. Or parts.
Most of the keys aren't whole, in fact. That's why I'm so concerned about the key I supposedly hold, because I couldn't tell you if it's whole or not.
If we're being completely honest, Corin brings up, I did know of one thing. I'm not sure if it's relevant, but I'm not entirely human, as you can tell. I was created.
Hold up the key and look at Corin.
Which one?
Or not the key, the coin.
You see that there is a little bit of reaction.
You are a key too. Our Lady told us that there was another creation in the city that was a fragment of a key. The same key as her, actually. You
Key
very
of
well could be
Souls. Kiana brings up.
it. Yes.
You're saying Corin is part of the Key of Souls?
One of three.
Well, that means we know the third. She used to be in a party. She's a centaur.
Looks like
We
a
don't know what happened to her.
common theme, Kiana says. They're not entirely human, but they're humanoid. Did give away.
Exactly.
And
Have
what
you ever
happened to
met-
her?
We don't know, to be honest. She just left our party without saying anything. She was part of the guard. But last time we saw her was in this city.
She could very well still be here, or at least what's left of her. If anyone
That-
knows of her existence in the Key of Souls, she would be a prime target. And this entire mess could be a great way for a cover.
Not Nora.
Possible. The people we're playing against don't care. Let's just say I have a feeling a lot of them have the same mentality as Cardilia in terms of what a human's worth.
Indeed. It's the feel I get from them as well.
If we can save Nora, if she's even savable. That's her name, by the way. We should try. She was one of my only friends.
We will. Look, again, as I've said, we're kind of tied now, whether we like it or not. And believe it or not, I look after people who are family of sorts.
There is one more, Kiana says. You see she's kind of staring off into the distance. Our Lady. She too was a creation,
One of the fragments.
Why?
which makes her
Don't tell me.
the last key of souls.
Nelfir?
Lady Nelfir, yes. You've heard of her?
She attacked me once. I didn't know who or what she was. But it was around after I left for the first time in search of the white-haired lady. She told me something, that I had potential or something along those lines. But she never... She froze everyone else in my party, but... Well, and only talked to me.
I imagine that's what about. You are...
She's directly opposed to the white-haired lady.
I know. That's why I said we're in a proxy war. Lady Nelfir and the white-haired lady.
Honestly, I thought you were just referring to this war between Natalia and this imitator of the prince at first.
Let's be honest, that war isn't going to change the course of the world. Not as much as they'd like it to.
Did you hear of Lady Nelfir's existence from your white-haired lady?
She saved us from her the first time, yes.
Would her name happen to be Alcaria by any chance? The headmaster that Lady Nelfir had described to us.
It would.
What did she say her goal was to do?
She didn't mention anything about keys, or at least tell us about them. But she has been sending us on missions to, well, if you say this planar orb is a key, she has been sending us on missions to gather them up and bring them to her. She just hasn't told us exactly what it is we're doing.
Lady Nelfir said she wants to destroy the keys. I don't know if I trust her yet to know that's the case, as well she says she doesn't know exactly what would happen if the keys are destroyed, in terms of world state.
I won't give up my key to her, but she hasn't tried to take it from me yet.
I think one advantage we do have is we're pawns, aren't we? Why would they focus on us? They're after each other.
You're right.
We have to use that as long as we can, because eventually with enough keys they will realize that we're not that pawn anymore.
The lady mentioned to me the reasoning she wants to destroy them is so that they can't be used anymore. So that people like the headmaster can't take it and recreate these nightmares that we lived.
I mean, I agree, I would not like these to happen again, but we'll have to see. Because quite frankly, I don't trust either of them on their word yet.
Not anymore.
No.
Corin, what do you think? You seem to be rather close to Alcario. You spent a lot of time with her.
I want to believe that she's doing the right thing. Maybe there's a reason that she wants them. Maybe something more than just for power. She doesn't seem like the kind who just enjoys having power.
Lady Nelfir mentioned that the other side wanted to create a better world. Question is, what's the cost?
I thought about that a couple of times myself. It honestly reminds me of Natalia, and it hurts me to say that.
truth, though. I don't think the war above us is evil or good. It's
No.
a difference in ideology.
But at the very least, I could say this much. She's someone who can appreciate knowledge, and I don't think she's unwise enough to use it for a personal purpose.
It doesn't have to be personal, though.
No, it doesn't.
Look, I'm not saying she's wrong. I'm not even saying Lady Nelfear's wrong, to be frank. I don't know. The thing is, I intend to learn.
To be honest, I'm a little more scared of what it means to be this piece of the Key of Souls.
I don't know. All I know is it means you, Lady Nelfear, and your friend that you talked about are all linked in a way.
Alcaria was there at Nelfear's inception. The man who created her. And Nelfear caused the ruin of Alcaria's school all those years ago. And according to Alcaria, Nelfear also caused this void rift to open in the ocean and start spreading across and corrupting our continent. My continent.
Perhaps
Now,
that's true.
as you said, we can't trust either of them anymore.
She told me about the corruption, as Corn speaks up. Said when two very powerful and opposite things come together, they can have the power to destroy anything and make it unusable. And the only way to ever stop that is to cleanse it. I don't really know what she means by that. Do you think maybe any of these keys, if they're opposites, they could cause the corruption?
Perhaps.
Creation and destruction.
That'd probably be the most obvious one. Maybe they work together in different ways to do certain things.
Imagine so, especially since you hold magic and you're going after destruction, and they can go together. I do think yours is magic, by the way, because the thing said that to the real Arctic Spire, the proxy of magic was sent.
Yes, but I never went to the Spire,
No,
except
it's
once. And it was after I had this.
That could mean that
After-
someone in the Arctic Spire is a proxy.
proxy. Yeah, I mean the proxy was sent there though.
It was sent in the 8th world, which means it's already passed. It could already
Well,
be
we
done.
It could be the Arcane Guardian's headmaster.
It's very possible. I mean,
I've
they
never
have
talked to
the
him.
Phoenix.
The Grand Overseer.
Well, you have 43, don't you? The Chaos Stimulus for version 53?
Yeah.
That was the one that was supposed to go there to Real.
Maybe it was meant for me.
Maybe it was. Maybe he was going to use it on you.
What happened in the 8th world in Rio? If we can find that out, we can find out what happened.
So
On
many
that
answers
date.
we need.
We need to find the missing orb. And it's in the Spire. According to this manifest, at least.
And if that reference is correct, the Key of Magic isn't the one that Myth holds.
Sure.
The Key of Magic is the one that's in the Grim Lake Undersea Research Facility, or at least was there, if it's somewhere else now.
Well, you hold at least a fragment of a key. What capacity? I don't know. But yeah, if the Key of Magic is still there, that's where we need to head after this.
Whatever this journey is, we're on it together now.
Don't really have a choice now, do we? We've all spilled all of our secrets to each other.
Didn't the lady say one more thing, though, about the Key of Magic? The Key of Magic was... No, it wasn't the Key of... The Key of Creation. Not the Key of Magic. Key of Creation. It's the ones that was made by the by the Air Ascendants, wasn't it?
Yes, I believe so.
Air Ascendants of the 5 founding dragons and bound together by one.
Alphas.
You say Cordelia is the last blue. I wonder if by any chance
She would be an Air Ascendant now.
And she can use it.
You think so?
which would make her exceptionally powerful if she became a dragon again, and also one of the targets for the Key of Creation.
If she got a hold of the key of creation, she'd be able to use it.
Or she is one of the keys of creation or part of it, and could use its powers already. Maybe that's what makes them so strong.
Hope it's not that. Or else there's way too many key fragments in this city.
The city would be a metaphorical powder keg. Not that it isn't already, but
But that would definitely increase it. We've got souls, memory, at least fragment of souls, memory, I don't know if whole or not, and creation. I still wonder if yours is a fragment or not.
Speaking of now, there was something that we picked up on at one point. That the key, or not the key of magic, but the source of all magic was north of the Great Maw. If it's true that Myth holds a piece of it, and Quellen holds the other, then the key of magic, or maybe a replica, maybe it was just a bait. Maybe that's what you got. And the key of magic is actually in the Grim Lake Research Facility. So does that mean the source of all magic isn't up there anymore?
Been 11 worlds, could have moved.
We should head back before the others notice we're gone.
Indeed.
We also need to be careful. Even though we are all in this together, we don't want to make it appear on the outside that way, at least. Not for now. Not until we can get a better grasp. The best situation we have is we know Fleesh is a fake. We know what we got on each other. We have working buddies.
One thing worries me now, like Kiana says. It makes me wonder if Cordelia herself knows of the power that she holds, and if Natalia knows.
Let's hope she doesn't.
if she
The
knows,
only
it
way-
could become quite problematic.
The only way we can find out without them knowing is visiting Manitar. He's the founding White Dragon.
It's the Air Ascendant, the first white.
Could be quite difficult for us.
That makes two that
Ice
we
and
know
I
of.
can get. Ice and I can get to him.
I doubt he would appreciate or even talk to you if we followed. So
True.
It's something we can do. Corn can come as well if she would like. But I'm going to have to take Alex. There's something. She's some part of this. I don't know what it is yet. It has to do with obsidian dragons and guarding magic.
If I can get a good look at it with
Runes.
the coin, I might be able to figure something out. If she at least has that connection. If not, then she's probably a key to a key.
Well, if you can figure that out, let me know. I can bring her in on this.
No, not yet. I think this
Okay.
room's already pretty big as it is. The fewer people that knows, the better. Only reason all four of us from Firefall know is we didn't really have much of a choice.
indeed.
I mean-
through hell and back together.
She and I don't have much of a choice either anymore.
No.
Like I said, we were sent on a suicide mission. And we're all we have from our hometown. I only have her and she only has me.
Alright, you guys gonna head back? Alrighty. probably here.
It was either there or the underground research facility. I don't remember which.
I'm just gonna put you. I'm
Right
just
there.
gonna put you.
We're just here
In,
because we're about to reclear
Right there is
anyway.
I'm just gonna
perfectly
put you
fine.
in sewer boy. We're just gonna call it good. Actually, let's just.
Tristan's unconscious again. Good job.
Oh, unlucky for him.
Nappy nap time.
Welcome to the fold, Tristy boy.
Welcome.
Oh.
To the bigger game.
Yeah, they're over there playing fucking checkers where Party 4 plays 40 chess.
I think you guys went from 70 chess to
Dude, what is
80
this?
chess
Fucking-
today.
What is a 4D?
A lot more just happened than I fucking expected to happen.
Well, we were already
I did
planning
not
on
expect
doing
this to
that.
take 2.5 hours. Not gonna lie.
Neither.
Well, the rest of them lie down back after shifting through the wall with Myth's ability as they finally rest their heads from a long night.
Poor Corbin. Corbin's got a good heart. I just don't really know what kind of secrets we should trust him with yet, you know what I mean?
Yeah, he's got a good heart but a loose tongue.